She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go, I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go, I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy, yeah.
All right. How's it going, everybody? Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Hang on a sec. I fix my volume here. All right. Should be better. Good to see everybody. So we're going to just be hanging out, trying to have some fun, relax, do some racing. We're going to be listening to, some podcasts, some entertainment. Maya, Steph, Dr. Tapioca Weasel, and Bree are discussing giant vaginas or some shit like that. But yeah, let's just get it started. Cheers. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's good to see everybody. Lena, Carrie Ann, great to have you in the chat. For those that missed it, this is why you got to get in Gather, because we finished up that World Championship last night. In Gather, while we were watching Oz, came in first place. So we're going to follow up on that and see what Gran Turismo has in store for us. But cheers, everybody. Get in the airplane mode, and we'll get to it. All right, sweet. Let me put on the podcast for a minute while we get ready.
Like a thing screaming at you?
No, we know what a vagina looks like.
It's eating blood. There was literally bloody tissues in this.
All right, you can see this guy going crazy,
why
man. They're making fun of Mud Fossil University.
So we got that comes from blood for bingo, by the way.
Fun.
I got a bingo.
Blood, fantastic. Has he said
All
self-contradictory
right, gang.
statements yet?
Let's get in the airplane mode.
But that would give me a bingo. The man's a genius. Okay, I think we can all appreciate
Wait,
that.
do we have that comes from blood?
We just called it.
Okay, yeah.
That's right there. He just said it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a genius with 177,000 subscribers.
Hey, UC Love.
So we can aspire to.
I gotta smoke and do dishes.
I mean, yeah, this is always
All right,
something
man. We'll
that,
be hanging out.
that we have unacceptably high subscriber count as a bingo square just for this reason. So
Does he have to show the subscriber account on the screen?
no, he didn't. I did, but like it's the first time playing bingo. Everybody can be a winner.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. We all feel like winners tonight.
Oh, that's so sad.
Nah, these bingo games.
The
I first got that from
back.
David Pakman.
Just sitting in my shop for a couple
They're
of years.
really fun.
And they still contain the blood to feed them. It's not green because it's
Yeah,
been in the
gang.
shop
I'm also
here,
gonna
but,
eat a couple gummies.
and I have other ones here.
I'm trying to
They
get in
have
that deep chill,
Moss
y'all.
is the blood.
They have
That
chunks
deep
of moss
couch
coming
lock
out.
chill.
Now that's the red.
Oxidated.
I
That
really
looks like oxidated
question.
copper, right?
Yeah.
Copper's more bluish.
What
That's
do
a
you think's
deep green. It's like a
oxidating there?
bluish green.
I think it's
Blood.
It's just. It's not. So is that
Exactly,
actually
Carrie-Ann.
the stone, or is it
What?
something growing on the surface of the rock face?
It could be an algae. It
Yeah.
could be a mineral.
It is so
I don't-
obviously
I
a
can't tell
cosmic
from
vagina.
this.
I don't know what is
Yeah,
wrong
me
with these
neither.
fools.
Yeah,
Really hard to tell.
I'm with you there. But the water is definitely formed by water, though, which makes me think that it's not Ben Shapiro's wife. But
Is that a point?
I know what it is. It's a fossilized yeast infection.
oh, there you go.
No, yeah.
tight-
It's all coming together now.
The Titans had yeasty badges.
Does the mossy stuff like you just saw, and this is probably similar. No, then there's the black blood in the mud fossils is black. In us, you have vein blood and you have artery blood. The vein blood is a bluish tint. The artery blood is red. This is arterial blood. It looks like to me pinkish reddish, and that's what I would suspect to see is this kind of moss growing. Lichen is a different issue. Lichen
putting stuff in
grows
Maya's
where
chat.
you have
Hard
the
as
vein
stone,
blood.
like a throne.
No, I don't
That's
know
a
why
wet
this
ass
is
pussy.
so pink. I mean, it's
What is he talking about?
Well, I mean, he's
God
talking
damn it, I
about
spelled
the giant
throne
vagina
wrong. I'm
on
an
the
ass.
screen.
Oh, obviously. I don't know. Like,
Fuck
why?
my life. I can't spell. It's alcohol.
Oh,
spell.
God.
Oh,
Power of you could almost imagine that
yeah.
you have to.
The pareidolia
I
is
mean,
there for
big-
sure. Yeah.
First of all, mountain bit.
All right, gang. This is fun. This is a really fun
Yeah, there'll
stream.
be a
Please
couple
subscribe
of
to Maya
things in
Atkinson.
this vicinity.
Links in the description.
Shouldn't we expect to see
Make sure you subscribe to Stephanie Helms.
shouldn't we see
If you catch this
a
later.
close by cave system?
Yeah, it is.
Unless this is, and if not, then this isn't a vagina. Then it's a cloaca. There's only one hole.
All right, here we go. Oh, now I can sell my cars. Now that I finished the story mode, I can actually sell cars. The
You
used
see
car
this little-
dealership has a purchasing department line to sell your
Things here,
cars.
you see
Select
that?
car evaluation
That's-
service on top of screen.
that
Take
is
a
the type
closer
of
look.
tissue.
Yeah, I bet you they undervalue my
Here,
cars.
and then this here, and then there's what I believe they call it the vaginal mat. Now I'm going to show you one. You think this is big? Let me show you something.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I bet you all our cars are severely undervalued.
Yeah,
This is-
Yeah, your
Volume
volume
dropping.
has
Somewhere over
dropped
there.
to like almost nothing again. It's crazy.
Look, you need
Mileage,
to like get some
tuning,
sage
and
or
market
something
trends.
for those
Interesting.
like tech demons running around your house.
It is crazy. Like something, it literally
Do you
just
have a
steadily
wish list,
decreases.
Steph?
Huh?
Do you have a wish list? Steph?
All right, gang. Here we go. Let me put it
Like
up. Oh, it's up for you
Amazon or
guys. Good.
anything, or anywhere?
Ah, shit. Wrong screen, gang. Hang
Where we
on.
can
Yeah,
put.
we need
Here's
to
the
get,
one where you can
like,
see both.
Steph a microphone.
Well, yeah, It's
You're
really
now.
Yeah, it's
See, now
great.
it's good.
it's really weird because I don't know why that's happening. This has never happened before. It's actually Windows that's doing it.
That's what Roger said when he was rubbing that cave entrance too. Don't give me that.
Yeah,
Never
All right.
happened to me before.
very weird.
Song Dong. This is vagina tissue. These are
Thanks,
guys
Cam.
standing on there. That is the vagina mat that
All right, let's
welds
hit,
that seam that I told you about. That's
All right,
what
we're going to
it's
the cafe.
welded.
All right, so I
Vagina
think
mat?
we beat the game
did I
when we
miss?
won the GT championship.
I don't
What the
know.
hell?
See, we got a
Vagina
trophy from
Where's he
first
getting this
place
terminology
from
Wait, he said that
the
it's
World
vagina mat I was
GT
just
Series.
talking about.
I like
Did
having
anybody
these,
catch
all these
that?
trophies on
I
display.
mean, were we all too busy laughing? I mean,
It'd be nice if they had them actually like in like a trophy case I
Like,
could
when
see or
looked up
something.
Vagina mat. The only thing I find, the first thing that comes up is
Kind of like they do in
vagina
NBA
chick
2K where you see all your
things like
trophies.
that. What the hell is he talking about? Vagina mat.
Speaking of which, y'all know I love me
I
some
know he's
basketball and
talking
these
about
other games,
welding
but this
together
racing
from
is
when he
so
was talking
good.
about the blast cells earlier, right?
I
Yeah,
could
these are all
understand him-
sweet,
I
man.
could understand
Vagina
him
map?
wanting a vagina
Yeah.
map.
No, it's a mat. He's definitely saying a T, not a P.
No, I.
And
But yeah,
the superhero,
I'm glad that all
Indiana
y'all are here and
Jones,
gathered because now I don't feel
vagina
bad.
mat.
Y'all can watch me finish this
Well,
last night if
he's
you
saying
wanted
that
to.
this
But
is.
yeah, getting gathered. That's where you get the
vagina
even.
mat.
That's where you get
Okay?
the
He's
bonus,
not saying this is the
bonus,
mat.
bonus content.
So-
We're saying
People
he
would be
needs a
mad
map.
as fuck.
Still
They'd be like,
joking.
"Bro, I came to the casino.
I
That's
get
like
it,
your
but-
third channel."
I'm not kidding you.
And you telling me I missed the
And
shit because
this-
I wasn't
the
in gather.
Earth
Yo, you got to get
was
that
the
bonus,
next
bonus,
reason was
bonus
at one time,
content.
as far as I could determine, a living creature or is constructed of a mass of living creatures.
Shit,
Well, I
y'all
found
got
out
it, gang. Y'all
absolutely.
know what it is.
How does that work?
We trying to tell them.
100% sure.
All right, so I think we're
What
gonna
the,
go
original
light cars.
core
Like
of the
these are
Earth is,
the
I do
K
not know.
cars. Let's
But I can
let's
tell
just
you one
get.
thing, that is,
I'm kind of.
that is
It's
your
weird to
job.
go
Case
from like
closed.
the fastest
That's
to
vagina case.
almost
Case
to one of the
Nobody
fastest
carved
classes to
these.
pretty
Nobody
much maybe the
chooses
slowest
this.
class.
This has the same.
But let's see what it
same
is.
deal going on. I mean, it is. They were everywhere, and all the women had one of these.
All right, 400 pp, 5 laps, K cars. All right, let's see what we got
There
that
were
can.
just giant vaginas.
And you can't use
everywhere.
racing tires. Interesting.
Wait, okay. You know, it's like
I have
what
no
you're telling me is,
regulation compliant
This particular
cars.
cave did not have an episiotomy.
All right, I have to have a K car.
Yeah, no.
I mean,
I don't have any.
never mind. You could go so many different places with this. Where can we go? Where should we go? It's a Maurice Sendak show, really.
All right, let's go figure out what
Stupidest thing
cars we
ever.
can buy.
Normally, when people tell me I'm under subbed, I'm just like, oh, whatever. It's just me and my friends fucking around. Today,
See Barnacles.
today I agree.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, more
Where
people need to
else
be watching.
in the
When you
internet,
do your
all
good
these
shit, you're like, more people need to have
Are
watched
you gonna
this
get a
today.
great group of
I have an
friends who love
invitation.
barnacles?
A
Love
skirt
you.
say what?
Titan,
Love
we're
you.
talking about stone
Pagani.
twats.
Oh,
Titan, you walked into
Welcome,
Pussy Barnacles.
Titan.
What is
Duh.
this? You've received an invitation.
here I dropped.
This gives you a
made bingo,
time-limited
like, most people have won
opportunity to
bingo
buy
by
a
now.
very special car.
By the way, humans that
Head over
size,
to the showroom
like big
to
enough for
see
these
what's
to be vaginas,
available.
are physically impossible fake animals.
They're giants. They're giants. They're the Nephilim.
I have not laughed this hard.
Not
since
that
Kent-
big.
Wait, I thought I just was
I have
given
not
one
laughed
of
this hard
these.
since Kent Hovind asked Leophilius what
How
color
are
a jar
13?
of space time was.
And is
I'm
on
kidding.
the.
How did Leo respond? Did he have a stroke?
But yeah, see, I've acquired it already. See, it says acquired in my
Punched
car
him in the throat.
collection.
It's like, excuse me, guys,
That's
I need to
cool,
get
but it's like I already got one.
Whatever, love
Back to the feather. I gotta get back to the feather. I need to
Oh.
stroke my.
Although
Was
I
he gonna
would
rub
like
this
to
one like he did the
to
big
get
one?
to change the paint. I don't think they. I don't. I
he
think
just
they
wishes
just
he
gave
was
me
that
the
guy
paint.
right
Like I
now.
don't think they
Like
Yeah.
the guy
let
in the
me
middle.
Just
pick the
happened
color.
to show up around the Earth. People have never understood them.
Because-
I mean,
Hang on a sec.
People
Look
don't
at.
understand it.
He never.
No, people don't understand. We just took fisting to a whole new level.
Nah,
Climbed right
nah.
in.
I thought maybe I could do like a blue and white, like a Penn State.
This is a mod task.
Like
that
that's
Titan
kind
Reyes
of
has
Penn
never
State-y.
faced
Really. This kind of is.
Tyson
Because sometimes
has a site
we use
that,
the dark gray.
You think these things are gigantic.
If you squint closely and put like a logo on
similar
there
to
or
the size
something,
of the one I showed you just a minute ago.
that could be a Nittany Lion look
The things that
to
he's
that.
finding is just over the top. He's got.
Who is this Tyson fellow?
Say, what do they want me to do?
I don't
Like,
know.
it just kind of sucks because I picked the right one. I was really hoping I picked the right car. I did, and then I happened to pick the car that they're trying to give me the
hold on.
special invitation for.
okay,
I'm not
this
going
is-
to purchase
Somebody
it though.
over the
And bye. See you later.
Yeah, you know who I think he's talking about? I think
Who?
he's been let in on a secret society that not even we are privy to. We have the normal
We
show
gotta get
money,
a car. We
but
can't even
he's-
be fucking
he's
around.
been
It's
let
just literally,
into
we don't
the
even own
backroom
anything we can
dealing
drive.
The man himself, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
How do I find
Okay.
out what the K cars are?
So-
Gang, I'm gonna have to do some fucking
And
research.
Neil deGrasse
up in this
Tyson is
bitch.
the foremost expert
Hang
on
on.
giant fossilized vaginas, apparently.
He's in the upper echelons.
All right.
Then he's like way on our
Gran
league.
Turismo.
Yeah, this
That's
is.
what happens when you hassle Harvard physicists, right? You get
7K
Neil comes in and
car
contacts you, like he's sort of like the Nick Fury of our world.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
god,
like
so
you
cute.
just entered a bigger world, Roger.
Just suddenly out of nowhere, a giant hand.
He's got
Fist, if you
memory.
will.
That are 6 feet thick. In us, they are the bilipid membranes. They are just a slip. You can look right through them, basically. 6 feet thick. All right, there is that membrane now.
All right.
I love this. We should name the show after Roger. we should call ourselves the dropouts of Mud Fossil University. We couldn't cut it.
I like brain dead idiots.
The Mud Fossil Breakfast Club. We're in detention. We're too late for the Breakfast Club.
All right, gang. There's a Daihatsu, two Hondas.
He
and
does
a
this all the
Suzuki.
time. He's got the rock formation.
I'm
and
tempted
then
to
he's
say
got
let's think
then he's
about
got
going either
actual
the
living
Datsu
tissue
or
stuff.
the
See?
Suzuki. Let's try this. Let's see what
Like,
the Suzuki's
no,
looking like.
not really.
Suzuki,
Mud Fossil
it's
Night
the
School. That's what we're doing.
cappuccinos.
Yeah, I know. MFU to the rescue every single time.
Oh, I don't even see it here.
About now, this is only the lower layer. Right? And these are the protein channels that go through here. But it's only
All
the
right,
lower
maybe
layer.
the Honda
Okay, this is
S660.
okay. Where is it? This is claims X looks like Y, but it doesn't. Okay,
Yeah.
because
Oh, okay. Okay.
This whole video has been claiming Zex looks like Y, though. He's claiming those caves look like vaginas.
Well, he has the.
Yeah, well, honestly, the one at the beginning
Yeah, I
kind of
don't
looked.
see
from-
it
oh, certain-
over here.
You know, I'm not
for
gonna say anything
sale.
because
Very
somebody's gonna
Dolia,
roast me.
what's
Oh, the Honda
Very-
Beat is one of them.
Dolia is what that's called. Yeah, no, it's there. It is there. The cave's named after it because it's got that period.
All right, let's put a pin in that. That's
There's caves
17.
named
We
after
can come
eyes
get
and
that.
things like that too, but it's periodolia, and most people understand that. Roger
Which is
not
kind
most
of the direction
people.
I want to go because I don't want to spend a lot of money on a K
That's
car.
you're not wrong.
And I
Did
think
you
I'd
know
enjoy it
Gina
more if we had
dunked
the
on,
the
Simon
throwback
Dan, though?
challenge.
She didn't mean to. She just did it like.
Oh, yeah. I
coincidentally.
did see Logic's video.
And then there's a
About
Beat
about
and the
the
S660.
is this
Houston-
recent?
Yeah, yeah. Some and
So-
Dan said that
All right,
Houston was
Datsu's
an
got
exploding-
the. Let's see if the
exploded
Copen
rocket.
is in the
Yeah,
showroom.
yeah.
It
remains
is.
of an exploded rocket that showed
Oh,
up
it's
on a
like
map, and it
18
was actually
grand. We
just
might as well
a
go.
satellite
That'd be
looking
kind of
at Houston
interesting.
because
the
then
Datsu.
Gina
Yeah.
figured it out.
Yeah, and then
No,
I don't think we
I
can
remember
use this
that
one. I
when-
think
yeah.
and
it's
he,
too
like, shows all
overpowered.
these idiots just like it's a city, it's a city, it's a city. Oh, yeah, one of
Maybe
Yeah,
go
I
with
remember
them. It's
watching
like
that and
that's
being
like their
that.
only entry.
Wow.
I don't know what that
It's
is.
like all they
'cause
do,
I wasn't
like-
thinking about it really hard.
Well, I mean, yeah,
But
he's
I was
just
like, it's not an
flashing it.
exploded rocket.
Yeah, no, yeah, and I do remember thinking, I'm like, Is
And
it
then
like a
the
negative
Honda,
of a picture of an exploding rocket?
the
'Cause
Beat, and the
I don't see it,
S660.
but
So you could do the S660.
but you know, we love
Simon and Dan
Skyman
sometimes
Dan.
get stuff wrong. So, yeah, I
Well, he
I
does
like
like-
him.
He does like 2 or 3 shows a week.
Maybe
though.
let's
I
go
mean,
with
they're
that
short, but,
Datsu gang.
you
Yeah.
Greta, there's going to be some misses once in a while.
I think I drove
Right.
an old ass car from this
Yeah,
company
and-
once
yeah.
back in the day. My friend had
You
one.
go back up here, 6 feet up in the air.
Not one of
is the
these,
upper
just
layer.
a similar,
In between is
really
this
small car
gooey
from a similar
aqueous
company.
solution that just erodes away very easily. But this is the lower layer, and then there's another layer just like that, 6 feet up in the air.
Ears. Oh no, man, I
Cover
think it
your
was like a
kids'
daily.
ears.
It is
We
what
talked
it
about
is.
the gooey aqueous. Sorry.
Oh yeah. If anybody hasn't figured out by now, this
Yeah,
is not safe
Spartan
for work
Green,
or
let's get it.
kids.
No,
Well, it depends on your work environment.
and it's bad science, so we don't.
I'm gonna be mad as
Yeah,
fuck
keep-
if I
keep
got one
that
of the other
science away
cars
from
sitting in my
kids,
garage already.
Do
Yeah, but
not
that's
show Roger's videos at your 8th grade science class.
Yeah, get in the car.
It's time to start
All right.
looking
All
at
right,
these
now we've got to try to get that
Can you
tune up.
imagine if this like
The tune is like going to be
your
a max 400. We can't.
introduction
We got to
to,
keep
like,
the comfort tires on.
people being
But again, I
enthusiastic
know
and
we want
interested
that
in
car
science.
advantage.
Like
So
this
400
is,
pp is the max.
This is what you imprint on. You're like a
Oh.
new baby bird.
It's Roger talking about stone vaginas.
We're at
That's why I'm going to go
292.
into these caves and try to figure out
So it
what
could
that
probably
chemistry is
use
going on in that
a
cave
straight
and what the
racing
anatomy
upgrade,
is. Because I
honestly.
see all these, all the
to
things
everything
dripping
except
down and
racing
all the
tires.
stalagmites.
Also,
and
even
stalactites.
comfort, we should
All this
probably
stuff
go
can be
comfort
examined now
soft.
with the chemistry. I've got the chemistry
With
down
the
pretty
chemistry.
well.
Because that'll
However,
be better. Yeah, see,
there
all the
are
way
all
up.
kinds of different conditions.
Let's do some weight
that
reduction.
alter the end result. That's the key. Understanding the conditions that you find them in, the surrounding conditions, the aqueous conditions, what's in the water. That is the
Let's
key.
do some more weight reduction.
All right, this is a friend of mine.
I don't even I think I don't remember what he thinks this is. What? And I cannot imagine what he thinks
Some
it,
racing
unless it's
brakes
just a zoom
on
on like one
it.
of the walls.
Looks like a rock.
He's
Some
trying to
racing
make
brake
the
pads.
what do they call that layer? It's the layer, the build up
Sorry,
from
it looked like it was bad.
instead of a cave.
Yeah.
It's like a lime level, a lime layer. It's limonite or something like that. Titan, help me. Titan,
Button
that's the
raging,
name, I know
y'all.
he
Just
does.
press too many buttons.
That's inside of it.
All right.
And looking at it with this pink hue from whatever soil it's picking up, with the moisture on it.
Can we
it's supposed to
turbocharge
look
this
like
bad
it's
boy?
Zoomed in on maybe some human skin.
All right, actually, let me look up a tune.
That's what we're supposed to be looking at, mucous membrane.
Ah. All right, we
Yeah,
are 9 minutes into a 30-minute video. Let's go.
Yeah, we gotta.
Found this in the mud flat, and it's a lung, and it was in that mud flat, and it was basically in this condition. He broke it open, and you will see what's inside of it. And then you'll see how it deteriorated. And the reason it deteriorated the way it has deteriorated is because it was in a saltwater mud flat. What does that mean? Salt invades molecules. What does that mean? It breaks the bonds in the molecules that are normally pretty solid.
All right, see some
It
liveries.
really eats into them and sort of makes them loosely attached to each other, because salts are extremely invasive to the bonding of other molecules. So what happens when it dries out? It literally falls apart. Mine dries out and it stays exactly the way it was. And all of my stuff is the same, because I am in an area here that I understand what happened here, and I'll be going through all of the whole story. Hold on here. Now watch what happens when this dried out. All right, so here it is right here. There's the lung. It's just like
that?
a rock.
So long.
It's a lung.
You never seen a lung before?
Not like that.
I think it has mushrooms growing inside.
That's why I
Now-
grow my mushrooms.
This particular
All right, nobody's putting
Nephilim,
the
I believe.
goddamn
I
tune
can't
in.
tell on first examination, but I think this one smoked camels, not Lucky Strikes. Pretty sure.
Guys, is that cement?
I don't know what it is.
That looks almost like cement, like big rocky, like
Just
cheap
'cause it-
old cement.
Just because it has inclusions doesn't mean it's man-made, though.
All right, let's see. We'll see. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got.
Well, but it also. Sure.
All right.
Oh my god.
I think I would go with maybe. Let's just go with a medium RPM turbocharger.
Sorry, what were we talking about?
I think we were talking about the difference between Camels and Lucky Strikes. Maybe he'll tell us.
When he broke it open, he's got all the tissues of the lung. So he puts a little water on it to clean it up to look at it. And here he sees that's the blood that comes in to be reoxygenated. So this is the expended blood.
This is the blood.
Those are fossils.
All right.
Fossilized
So let's just see.
I mean, look at
where
all the
this
soft
gets us.
tissue, you guys. This is fossilized soft. This.
Isn't that crinoids?
I mean, you can probably still get a pulse off this. That's how fresh it is.
Yeah.
We haven't tuned
I actually
it,
don't
but
know what this is.
Those are crinoid fossils.
if it's fast enough, we might not have to.
You made that
I
word.
know what those are.
I don't know what those are.
Yeah,
There's
I have
so
no
many
idea what I'm
animals.
looking
How do
at.
you keep them all straight?
Black in mud fossils. In us, it's a bluish color.
This guy's
This is the
insane,
red
man.
blood side. This is the oxygenated side. That's ready to go back into your
All right, let's
system
get
to
it.
provide oxygen for your tissues. Now, what do we see here? I mean,
Those
Lightweight
rocky
K-cup, baby.
tissues.
obviously, you see what you see. They're blood vessels. There's not a human being on the face of the
Japanese
planet can deny that. And there's nobody can deny the chemistry here. The FeO2 and FeO3 is fully understood. And I want to make you understand about on the Earth.
So let me understand.
5 laps.
The crinoids
Dang.
here are like the arteries of the Titan carrying its blood and stuff. Is that
Yeah.
basically it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with him. I'm with him. Like maybe the larger ones, the smaller ones are the veins, and the larger ones are like artery or the.
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
like
okay.
these little specks are like capillaries or something.
Yeah.
But
okay.
He's also probably gonna like show us like a donut later, and something that looks like a donut, and he's gonna be like, "This is a blood cell," because he has no idea how big different things have to be.
Yeah.
This is what's called hematite, and this is what's called magnetite. They're two different types of irons. So remember that. This is hematite was the red, magnetite was just the black.
Is that a
All
real
they do
thing,
with the hematite, when they find this stuff in the ground, it's literally
Hematite is
blood.
full of
It's
gold,
literally iron.
No,
That's pyrite.
that's pyrite.
Hematite's real though. It's the reflective stuff. They used to make. They made.
Yeah, hematite is heavy and relatively
All right,
hard
here we go.
oxide mineral, ferric oxide that constitutes the most important iron ore because of its high iron content.
No idea what we're getting
and its
ourselves into,
abundance.
gang. None.
It's derived from the Greek word for blood
Let's get it.
and allusion to its red color.
Well,
Oh,
you know
we're
what?
all
It's
set to the other
possible
side of the road because
that
we're
that
driving a
actually is
Japanese car. Okay. I
Let's
hate
Let's find it.
everything
I'm
about
gonna
that.
drink to it.
I don't mind that being hematite. I need to go get a drink. I'll be back. I can still hear that. So don't wait.
Sweet.
I
They take
normally
that and they bring it right to
go.
the foundry. They smelt it. What does smelting mean?
I normally go
Smelting
back to
means
center
they heat it
view
up like unbelievable until
when I'm dealing
everything
with
goes away. I
left-hand
got one
drive
here. It's
cars.
a meteorite, and I'll show you. Here it is right here. Now, smelting means that they take it to the foundry and they put it in extremely high temperatures. And what happens when they put this hematite in high temperatures? All the volatile organic compounds, the gases, the cheap molecules, the sodium and all these little things before they get to the metals. And then they end up with the metals, just like this little tiny iron meteorite. There's still a ton of biology in here. And there is literally raw blood in here that they can look at right now. And that is an iron meteorite. And I can guarantee you that anybody that looks at that will understand it, because the only way you can get this to smelt off like this is to heat it up excessively, where you drive off all the organic, or as much as you can. This was small coming through the atmosphere, so it didn't drive off like crazy. But there is biology in space, and it is unbelievably, so unbelievable. I'm going to show you, it'll blow your mind right out of your head. If you ever, I think it's called the Willamette meteorite. It's an iron meteorite, saturated with blood at one time, but once it came through the atmosphere, it was so heavy.
Meteorites are made out of blood.
This is crazy.
They're like giant celestial blood clots sent by Allah or something. Isn't that like how the world started?
Something like that. Who knows?
I mean,
I was a way that
This is actually nice for learning how to like
Big Bang is a
accelerate
meteorite
and
with the
go
crime
through
points in it.
corners and stuff.
I don't know. He's claiming this is, and he's also claiming. Yeah, I mean, I didn't quite follow it because I'm not as smart as him.
Okay,
But
yeah, that's my problem too. He's like way too smart. For me. Like,
yeah,
counting on
the
me.
transcendental geniuses like him can only be understood by different minds to ours, I suppose.
That it ended up being so hot that it ended up with virtually 100% iron. Although you will see all kinds of signatures of blood. All right, I just want to show you the difference between the saltwater mud fossils and the mud
It's kind
fossils.
of drowned in the weeds
This is a
here.
All right, total difference the way it petrifies. You see, this is the red blood. That's the red blood too. The mine doesn't do what this does.
Yeah.
And this turned into literally dust.
Was there a part
and
that
that's
it
because it was in the salt.
picked
Salt's
up again?
invasive. Now let's look at
In particular?
meteorites.
Well, you know, when he
These things
gets
don't have
when he gets
Does he
iron.
do
into
that?
These don't fall apart.
Does he think
Tyson
that's
and
like
I
part
are
of the
doing a
bone?
study on the difference between mud.
does he think that's
This?
like a part of the bone, or no, like the
Stop too
rock
much
he has in
there.
his hand, and he's saying like that's part of, like that's where the blood went through.
he gets
I
going.
mean,
It gets going real good right at the end when he gets into the
Okay,
shall
I'm
we
sorry,
say
I
the
don't-
corresponding bits.
I'm trying to figure out what he thinks it is, so I'm trying to follow along. Because I mean, if you miss a part, like you just get so much more lost.
Well,
yeah,
I think-
but he's sort of meandering into Roger's world pretty much. But
should
you get-
I?
right? Yeah,
no,
ju-
no,
just bef-
like just keep going. Are we at least at like 1.25?
We're at 1.25.
Okay, beautiful. Let's go.
Mud fossils and saltwater mud fossils, because his are in the saltwater, they just fall apart. And that's because the salt is so invasive over the course of a long time. These things are still in the salt.
Yeah, you
And
mentioned that.
once it invades the molecules of the
Salt
original
doesn't ask for
organic tissue,
consent
because we're saltwater
before invading the blood tissue.
creatures, we like salt, but only a certain amount. You get past 7.45, you're in trouble. If you get lower than 7.35, you're in trouble. We need to be in a certain range that we pass molecules without breaking them. This is in the range when you get it into
It means you
saltwater
don't get
conditions for
kidney
extended
stones,
periods of time.
'cause look
That they
at that,
break the
that's a
molecule
kidney stone
bonds and they just
right
fall
there.
apart. They come out like this. Mine did. So what
You know,
can I
that's probably
conclude?
what
One thing I
happened
can
with Roger.
conclude is that mine were originally in the same condition that was, and this one originally was in the same condition that was, and preserved because
Bro, it's still
it
in
was.
that
You see how
condition.
flat
It's
that
a
is?
rock.
See how flat that is? And all my
It
stuff
is
is
a
like
rock.
that.
I mean,
And
yeah,
it's preserved
flat. It's
because it
flat
was in
rock.
All
salt.
of your stuff is like that.
Salts had a
Utterly
way,
bones.
you know that you put stuff in salt to preserve it. Anyway, I won't bother
It looks
going into
literally
that.
nothing
But
like
it must have come out of the
a
salt
lung.
and been flushed. So, you know, in other words, the oceans obviously still have salt water. I mean, this was on the terrestrial land stuff. The stuff Tyson's working with, right on the edge of the ocean. But he's got stuff inland, too.
There's Tyson again. Who's this Tyson
I
fellow?
don't know who this Tyson is.
There's so much to look at here that it's a disgrace to have our educators just ignore it. Absolutely ignore it. And I mean absolutely ignore it. I'm not talking about just, oh, well.
It's because
Don't come here with
it's-
that. Get out of here. Get lost.
Total nonsense.
yes,
But what if he's right, Stats? What if?
Don't respond to that.
what if
Okay,
he's right?
I don't want to see this. That's the kind of ignorant I'm talking about. You see, this is supposedly the oldest solid material in the solar system. It's a chondritic meteorite. They were bragging about it the other day, somebody from a college, and I tried to contact them. I think they're in Chicago. These are chondrules. These are the interstitial balls. That is a blood vessel.
Balls.
It's all biology in space,
balls.
just as it is in here on Earth.
Balls for bingo.
As above, so below.
We got balls
Balls.
for bingo.
You see that? That's a heart. That came through space, meteorite. What is this?
This looks really
That's
cool.
red blood.
I've always found these like
What is it?
It's a cool rock,
Whoa.
Ah.
and like that's
Whoa.
good enough for
All
me.
right.
You know.
Let's try not to spin this goddamn thing.
I don't know why it can't be. Good
we only need to come in like
he has
third.
to turn it into a vagina.
So,
I love how this looks right here.
Yeah, that is
What this
cool.
reminds me of
let's
is
keep that in
particle
mind.
board.
Right.
Not looking for like a
Cheap
perfect
particle
run.
board and, yeah, it's like that.
Yep.
Maybe
Blood.
could have made
What is
that work. I'm
That's
not really
the
sure.
other blood, which is it's black in these in mud fossils. Now, why are we having all this different color crystallization? Blood has all the transition metals in it, all the different colors, and that's why they crystallize in different patterns. It's exactly what you're looking at right there. That is a heart. And that,
That's
my
a
friends,
heart.
is a lung. At one time, it came through
heart?
space, and it had all its blood in there, and it all
my
boiled
God.
out.
Wait, hold on. It's in space. Why do they need lungs in space?
Yeah, because no one can hear you scream.
Why?
Well-
It ended up just turning into a ball of iron. This would have done the same thing, except if it was that big. Here's the deal. As it comes through the atmosphere, the bigger it is, the more heat gets generated. The more heat gets generated,
Yeah.
the more temperature rises. The more temperature rises, the more evaporation of the cheap molecules, the littler molecules. And then you get
The cheap molecules.
up to where you're in the metal range, and you end up with this. But there's a ton of other metals in there other than iron. There's all your real
What's
top end metals,
Molecule.
and they're in your blood.
Yep. we can take
It
that.
doesn't mean anything.
We can take that.
That's
Top
why
end
that's an
metals.
iron. I mean, that's a lung, and that's where all the blood is, and that's where all those transition metals are. Just the way it works. All right, so I figured I'd throw everything at you in one shot so that we can start to really try to pay attention to reality. And if they want, they can go down there. Right there, there'll be blood. Right there, I can see blood. Right over here, there's blood. If you drilled into these passageways, which are passageways that ran air through them, exactly like they do here. Exactly. Exactly like that. It's a lung.
Oh, yeah.
So if the blood has
It's real reality.
gone around all of these holes, there was blood. And if you can get it out, trust me.
They don't. Your lungs shouldn't be full of blood. Okay, all of the holes should be filled with air in space. This is literally Matt Powell level stupidity.
Now they can find this.
Lungs
I was the
in
first
space
one
presuppose air
to
in
have
space, right?
blood tested from these ancient rocks.
At the
Actual
bottom
blood
of a
DNA
deep,
done.
deep
And it's so
hole,
you can do
Jason.
it.
At the
And I'm
bottom of
doing it
a
all the
deep,
time.
deep hole
But and they can be done here. I can see some over there. It's everywhere.
with
All
177,000
right, so now we're going to go start doing the
subscribers.
caves. Now, today I'm not going to do any, I guess. But stay with me. We're going to go in. I saw one that had like 15 caves. Hold on a second. All right.
Hold on.
Here's one here we're going to be looking at in the next video. And I'm going to go through all these because they got 12 most incredible archaeological discoveries, 15 most amazing caves. They got all kinds of things they want to, what is this? What rare is this? And all kinds of stuff that they never could understand before. What is all these things? Why are all these patterns appearing and so forth? People have been walking through, and you'll be able to go through these
Titan's
different
trolling me.
attractions now with a whole new set of eyes. That's the key. Everybody says to me, I feel like my life just changed completely.
You're not
Can
wrong.
they be
Like
rocks
overnight.
for eyes?
Everything I look at now, I see totally different. I mean rock specifically. But if you stay with me, it'll be
You're
everything.
going to show us the 15 most amazing
When I
vaginas.
say everything, I mean everything. Light accelerates. Light is
Okay,
particle.
this part I am
Light
going to
can
skip because
literally
it literally
separate
has
charges,
nothing
and light
to do with
has
the rest of the
positive and
video.
negative parts. And these are the smallest parts.
Okay, it's he just talks about the light.
How light reflects off the vagina so he can see it.
Yeah, we
Did
can
you know
like
that most
yeah.
vaginas reflect pink light? I didn't know if you knew that or not.
I mean, I'm not going to pretend to be the world's expert on. I'm just not going to talk.
Look, I'm not a geologist. I'm just saying that Roger's an expert on. He says he knows his way around a vagina, and he's poking it with a feather, which has been my tried and true method for generations now. So
I'll tell you one thing right now. That guy comes around me with a rock hammer. He's going to get something in his face that he's not expecting.
Wouldn't be the
Is
first
it-
one, I'm sure.
no one's ever came at you with a feather.
A feather, yes, but rock hammer?
As it goes forward, look at
Fiber
that.
optics.
It's slow down. Sorry. Yes, it is Roger.
Was
Thank
that
you.
penis?
Yes, it is Roger. Thank you.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
my
Yeah.
God. Is that... It's a penis. Is that a space
Yeah.
penis or
I mean, it looks.
did a giant die rock hard?
It's the Mount Phallic.
It's
He actually
It-
gets to that.
yeah, he does, and it's it's pretty. It's objectively kind of funny.
Yeah, it's like where the
Is that
hell
supposed to be
did
his
that come
face
from?
there on the
Oh my
right
god,
there?
that is hilarious.
We got a little
That-
guy right here.
Whoa.
scale.
No, like it kind of looks like a face.
In the rock face there on the
Yeah.
on the right, the other rock.
This
forming
one?
up.
Yeah. So
Eye,
nose?
nose, mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's staring at his junk.
Like his
Yup.
penis is as big as he is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, probably just jealous.
Yeah, lady.
I mean, that guy's certainly jealous.
Or maybe he was the one that made that penis. I don't want to assume anything about his relationships or anything. Go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry, I forgot about you ladies. There were penises too. They were, pretty big, and medium, and
Medium.
Beanie!
Like mine.
Oh my god.
Human for scale.
Yup.
and they was they were circumcised. And they were gigantic. It was huge creatures here, and they were just those. There were pagans here too. Let me see. Where's Oops, no, that's not that.
Oh, it's too small.
I don't know. I got it.
It's in his private folder.
He's just got. Wait, hold on.
Oh, we can see his
He's got a whole folder full of dicks.
He's got
name?
penis-free.png.
I love it.
Penis cells, penis cross, penis god. I want to know what's in the penis god, JPEG.
Why the fuck was this not on the bingo card?
What if it's
I
just a
don't-
picture of Dr. Tapioca Weasel as under penis god? Will we end the stream?
I got 3 of them, Don't make me open this trench coat.
This is just the piece, I don't know if I want to. I would just love like a 4-hour access into Roger's files here.
We got Penis into Vagina 2, which is the prequel to Penis into Vagina.
Penis rock.
Does it go? I mean, does it go?
It's Peru.
Yeah, I don't know if we get
Petrified
more penis action
trees.
later on,
Yeah. Phallic, maybe.
but okay, this one looks.
What's the name of that folder? Is it like shit that was in my mouth?
It's documents, apparently. He just puts all this in his documents folder.
No, I got them all over the place.
He's got them all over the place.
See? Pagans. What can I say? This is extremely interesting. Death erection. You saw those were erect penises. I mean,
I didn't
obviously.
get it.
A death erection,
obviously.
angel loss, terminal erection, is a post-mortem erection, technically a priapism. Observed in the
Alright,
corpses of men.
Wait,
Can't
you hold.
get to 5 speed.
So, I
I
don't.
do
definitely
like
could
calling
use
it
a good
angel
tune.
lust, I gotta say.
Like, I've got a shame Scott too.
But I kind of think we
I
could
love
still get
coming to my show.
into
That was
fourth
what
with the
yesterday was
setup.
for.
You missed. I know Scott probably would prefer the caves at the earlier part of the video over the.
Oh,
mountains
you know
that we're
what?
looking
Yeah,
at now.
Scott. We you missed all the rock chunks, and we've moved on to rock
Yeah, we
hard
got-
penises.
And he
we had
massaged
this,
the feather though. Yeah.
Yeah.
and we
You
had
gotta
this
go back
All
beautiful-
right, we'll restart. I just wanted to do that to see how many speeds are in the transmission.
This, which honestly looks more like the end of a rectum to me. I didn't bring it up
But
before.
that
but
does kind of look like
It's like a colonoscopy.
That
It
of
looks
a
like a
kind.
colon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get
Yeah,
back
I've seen
to
a
the giant
colonoscopy
bones.
video before, so I yeah.
You have nothing but yourself. No one but yourself to blame. All right, moving on. Oh, awesome, Scott. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome to the show. We're happy to see you. You can see it in the rock formations.
Now we're talking about death erections. Because,
Which is
Death
a hell of a
erections.
band name, but nobody's used it.
Well, actually, no, angel lust redirects here, which is really dumb.
Wow.
Do you
Angel
see
lust
that?
is wrong, too.
I can't read
You
shit,
saw those
but
were erect penises.
That right there says angel lust redirects here. So if you click on a link to angel lust and it takes you to death erection, like
Yeah, I'm guessing it's based on the reaction that people that the living like, oh, they must have been turned on when they died because everybody had death erections. They must have saw angels in the afterlife.
Shit.
That's probably how that comes from.
Why did I restart? I don't care about this. It's not a championship. Although I'll be honest with you, it's really tight.
Angel lust, terminal erection,
in the sense
is a post-mortem erection, technically a priapism, observed in the corpses of men.
Mistakes kill you because these cars are so slow.
Particularly by hanging.
And so just like all Gran Turismo situations, you just don't have
because he's got like I don't know
time to fuck around.
Oh no, yeah, that's the thing.
And you don't really have time to make up for mistakes.
A lot to look into here.
At least
I haven't looked into penises too closely.
Are you sure you haven't?
Autoerotic titans.
Just got
Oh
punted.
my god, he's seriously having a giggle fit over death erections. Like, this is insane.
Yup.
Titan already made the argument that it's a cloaca, just so you know.
She did.
Anyway, let's get into this. We're going to go into all the caves and all of the different body parts. They're all different on the world. It's what it is. We are going to close this case. It's insanity that we're just a little group of people sitting in the woods somewhere.
I really don't want Roger going into my body.
This is where you're gonna go down.
You know what though? Tapioca Weasel, Rule 34, I'm just going to say it. There are people who are... I'm sure, Roger, there's a Mud Fossil University Rule 34 page.
Yeah. He's a crazy looking dude.
What are you doing with that?
Wait, you've seen him?
Much better story.
I think so.
Talking about this when it's just so freaking obvious. And the pushback is from the educators. Absolutely dead set against you knowing this. Because it pretty much goes into the realm of religion and God and stuff. And all of the different texts, and I read them all. I mean, I started right from Hesiod right up the line. And even all the ancient biblical texts, the Hebrew texts, all of the things, Enoch, all of those stuff that they don't laugh at. Giants, this and that. Well, yeah. Anyway, I wonder what drowning victims, if the drowning victims have erections. But before the boner of an executed 18th century man goes on display, I didn't find any.
Holy shit. You know, every time like we come here, I am mortified by another one of Roger's kinks.
Yeah, he really is the gift that keeps on giving. Even into death.
Oh my gosh, you guys know with video clips and sound bites of this video.
A little too early there.
Oh, I could have so much fun editing.
What section we were in?
Oh yeah, no. Especially
Bree, calm down. Everybody don't piss off Bree.
Don't make threats, Bree.
You think about drowning victims having boners. I tell you, my friends. What a world.
Yeah, we're definitely not gaining enough in the straights here.
Did you have
one guy
a video
up on
that
this
you wanted to watch?
It's just
he said it's not that great in the straights,
Mud Fossil
but
channel, but I watched it through after I sent the
quicker
link,
on
and
the
they really
track.
don't talk too much about Mud
It's
Fossil.
pretty much what we need.
A quick run through of it. I do, or just pull it up so you can see that there's other caves that people are other Mud Fossil channels. You might be able to find something on her channel different too.
Is he talking about ancient vaginas?
It's she talks about
There's another video about the vaginas. I'd have to.
Did you give him the link, Maya, or do I need to pull it back up? Like he had.
You know what? Did you
I
send
do
it
not
to
have.
I just dropped it in Gather.
I did not. Then. Wait, and so what's it about?
I'll get it. Hold on. It's just this mud fossil channel thing.
You can also share it. I don't have to be the one controlling the video.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I just I don't know. Woo!
Your volume went down because
Oh, Steph, yeah.
the lab gremlins.
All right.
Let's see. The share should be pretty self-explanatory for me
One more
here.
thing.
Got sound. There we go. Can you all see?
There we go.
Yeah, this was the mud fossil channel that I found. She does metal detecting and stuff
Yeah,
too.
see how
but
much
she
I'm
also
falling behind
does-
in the straightaway?
You can. She's got mud fossil
So
stuff.
we're pretty much on that
Giant
strategy
vagina
anyway,
here.
of having to be quicker throughout the curves and the
Giant
braking
cave tour and a
sections.
petrified vagina.
What? This is a thing. I had no idea this was a thing.
Wow.
Oh, this has got mood music too. This is
Oh,
great.
man.
Let's just find the wine. It's like,
Hold on. Let's see what we got here.
Okay, yeah.
The Origins. Oh, it's just the Origins Halloween.
The origin of Halloween? What?
I don't know what the hell it has. Oh, hold on, because this is also called the Gates of Hell, which if the Gates of Hell is shaped like a vagina,
more than likely.
I mean, you know, because bitches be tripping.
That's right.
good
Assholes.
heavy breathing.
These guys are so funny. Oh,
Ready,
man.
guys? Let's speed it
Come
up
on,
while
come
we
on.
go.
Don't do this. Don't do
Oh,
this.
Bree, do a full
I'm
screen.
just out here minding my business, trying to get through this race. And people out here punting me.
That better?
Yes.
Gate
All right, we
to
somehow
hell.
stayed in it, but
Through a giant
I
vagina.
don't know.
Okay.
That definitely, see that right
Yes,
there
your
is like
vagina,
what
you-
we'll have to take into account at the end
Vaginas
of the
are known
race.
for the right angles.
Consider what we'd be able to do if that didn't happen.
Well, I guess it.
But that's what the only reason I brought this up was because it was the video that I was watching when I like right before that. But she had another video that I was wanting to show you guys.
After studying his teaching, I can't go back to bullshit? Really? He got proof?
Oh my god.
We're climbing down a giant's vagina. That's what we're doing. Checking out if she had any diseases. Really? This person has taken Roger at his word.
Yeah. He's got like a cult of followers. Holding the short like the button is inside.
Why?
Inside in us.
Is this fine without the sound? Or y'all want that annoying music that was?
Yeah, the annoying music was annoying. I mean, are they talking or?
I don't think so. I think she just does like written stuff over top of it. But we explored this why.
Oh, that was a competitive ass
splash
corner
around
right
and
there, baby.
These people.
Fossilized vagina.
Yeah.
I'm trying to push
Oh.
this guy. Why?
So he's gonna dig around in the badge. Shoot, I need to pause it when it brings up the things. I got it going so fast. When it brings up the text. Oh,
Like,
I didn't go all the way, but I will be back to explore the whole thing with the
Ah,
light
sure,
and
sure, sure.
shoes, okay? She
this
just-
is like it. Like, it's an interesting cave though. It is like just like kind of long and it's pretty straight, and it
Yeah.
has like a nice floor to it.
It almost seems like it's like a fault cave, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like two faults coming together. It's in Ireland somewhere. They bring their kids.
Like, just hold it.
Bring your kids
Just
into a
bring it
giant
down. I
vagina.
just need to stay in control.
I mean, it's nothing
It's
they
fun for
haven't
the whole
seen before.
family.
Well, you know, in
Fucker.
the UK, they're more.
The last corner to get him. All right, though. We'll take that, too. That knocks this one down. We only got to finish in the top 3. That was fun. That was fun. That was fun. Good shit, good shit, good shit. Alrighty. Let's pop a couple more
What
of
does
these
that
gummies.
mean?
I don't know.
I'm cool with that.
Real caves or vaginas. You know, one of those fake non-vaginal caves.
No way. There's signs of other people right next to this cave entrance that was clearly
Alright,
built
so-
by people.
Yeah, like, so what's this? Like, how do
they
you
just climb
justify?
out-
If there's
they
one,
just-
if you go in one side and come out of another side, how do you justify?
Yeah, where's the other side of the vagina?
check out that
right?
tune
Where's
real
the other
quick.
entrance? Or a
Well,
cloaca, I guess you could say
they
it's the
did.
mouth.
This is the same. This is the same thing they came out of.
Is that what they went into? I
Yeah,
thought they. Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I thought they
I
turned
could-
like
Go back to the beginning and just briefly.
yeah. Let's check and see what it looked like at the beginning. Hold on.
I could be totally wrong.
No, it does look very much the same.
Okay.
Much.
Right?
Yeah. Okay,
Alright.
so that is that.
Hey Doc, did you want to see the other? Did you want to show the other one?
All right, let's try
For
this
a couple
tune out.
minutes, or did Bree have another one?
I had
Yeah,
one.
she had
just,
she had one more.
Oh, you had one more. Okay.
It's this channel. It's just really something really short. She has reptilian stuff, but
Did we get a car for that?
like reptiles hidden in plain sight. Then
Oh, no,
she
we're just
had
finishing
one
the
that
cup. We get the
was right
reward
here.
after we do all of them.
Yeah, I've been looking around at different.
All right, so we got the stamp for that one. Let's go to... Let's go to...
You like naked people?
Oh no, yucky.
This one? Dumbass, this one. I'm so glad. Yang, I didn't even know. I think we finished the main thrust of the story mode, right? So I'm pretty like...
Yeah,
I'm not much of a gamer, and obviously I still suck at this, and
Wow,
we've been playing it
this-
on, you know, like
She really into this statue.
Yeah,
but
this
easy
it's like
difficulty or
really
whatever,
dwelling on it.
it's nice to get
yeah,
on this
but
one,
8-minute
like, play
video.
through the game.
We're almost didn't stop doing that until.
All right, car settings.
A
We're gonna
minute and a
follow
half
this tune
in.
right here.
What's this about?
That's
We're
from-
still, we're still looking at sculptures. Yeah, she's got.
Like,
All right, we gotta
Where
go
are
get a
the
customized
reptiles?
Right.
suspension.
what? Hold on. Are we supposed to be
Yeah, they're
thinking that
reptiles.
these are reptiles?
That's an angry baby. Where's the reptiles? You lied.
No, these are all the reptiles.
Hold on, there it was. That's the reptile she's talking about. This guy at the end with the freaking end card over top of it. Sorry, this was a dud. But she is a Roger fan, as you saw when she was talking about.
Oh yeah,
It's
I
actually
know.
over the
That, no one
performancing anyway.
disputes that.
No, I gotta tune it.
No, but what was the other video? Because I know that was that the one that we were 4 minutes in and he was like being stupid.
But that's what I'm more interested in, like how the suspension changes and all that.
Well, we also had this one.
No, we were looking at 2 of them.
Eventually, I think we might
Well-
get super nerdy in different games about tuning and shit.
No, because remember we were trying to
At least that's an ambition I have.
you know what? Discord isn't updating.
Yeah, no, it was. Well, yeah, he in this one he talks about the same vagina. It's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
I swear to God. Here, I'll show you. It's
Vagina is an ancient heart surgery.
Yeah. I'm sharing
no.
it. Can you see it? For one thing, this is just
It's Roger once again, Mud Fossil University
also
today
an
with the
intro.
most
Vagina is
Got
an
to speed
ancient
this up.
heart surgery.
gratuitous
You've got to speed this up.
route to understanding what we're seeing here. And you say, well, what is that?
They want the low RPM turbo.
Are you not
Yeah,
fucking
low
with me
RPM
right now?
makes sense, right? Boosty,
Yeah,
get more
yeah.
boost right
Yeah.
away, right around the corner.
I think it's a
You just,
heart.
this car
And
gets
I'm
into the
gonna go
medium
through
RPMs,
No,
but not
it's
too
still
much.
1.25.
Rarely
Evolution.
gets to high
Sent
RPMs.
this
talks
to
too
me
slow.
So that
over
makes
a year or
sense.
so ago.
Yeah.
And I
That's
think we
fine. All right, let's
correspond.
buy
I
it,
mean, I
see what
go through a
happens.
lot of this stuff, so it's a little hazy. But I remember looking at this, thinking, "Wow, I've never seen one
We'll see how much
where the artery
difference is
or the vein or
obvious.
whatever it is petrified like that. Usually,
low RPM.
it was different. Let me put it this way: it's
What
a
is
different
this?
thing. than
Like,
I've seen. So,
What?
how do I understand something like this? Well, I didn't understand it. But once I understood a blastula
All right.
and how
That
that
looks like a
develops into
worm.
an abdominal cavity, and how that evolves into a
Wait, hold on. Is that like a worm next to a slug? And he just-
I don't know.
Are you asking
vagina.
me to identify this fossil
I
right
mean,
now?
I'm telling you, it's
It
circular.
just, yeah, it just looks
Yeah,
like a
low
rock to me.
RPM. All right, we'll go with that one.
Everything that he's talking about is a crinoid until I see.
Let's start from the blastula. Okay, when I say you got to start at the beginning, you got
So he goes into
to is
that.
a weak scene.
And then he
Everything
goes
else here
right
is right
back
off of
here.
the start. This is a
I
scene.
need to get
I mean,
a
what can I say? It's a
muffler.
vagina.
Yeah,
It's a
all right,
gigantic vagina.
There we go.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He just and it's not the exact same clip.
No, but he's like
Different
tying
angle?
it. I think he's going
It's
over
muffler
this
and a
it's
brake
just yeah.
control.
It's
like
it's
as a
in his, like-
recap, and then he's gonna tie it into heart surgery, right?
Yeah, because like that makes sense.
And it's in Bulgaria, Romania, one of those. It's a Trajan monument that they went and worshipped at. And it is literally was from a giant human vagina. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was human. Now, how can I make that absolute assertion? I've had all kind of geologists and people, oh, you this is a silly guy talking about foolish, silly things. They carved that. It was just erosion and just water ran off and all that, it ran down all this stuff. No. Those people need to get a little biology lesson. Now, what are we looking at right there? Right, this comes
Anyway.
Run your finger down it.
I'll get the
Yeah.
racing one unless I can't for some reason.
I've shown this a
So
number
then
of
he
times.
goes on to talking about how these are hearts.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, this does like kind of look like a heart if you slice it open. Got just an enormously enlarged like ventricle,
Okay.
and it's made out of like cool rocky stuff. I don't know.
And this I relate to the transition metals. All these colors are from transition metals. That's what causes these colors is transition metals. And you can see how specific the tissue is. This is a heart cut in half. It's an opalized heart. And these form in blood-rich, wet, long-duration environments with just the right pHs. It was in Australia primarily. This comes from the Yoa
opalized
region in
heart.
Australia, and it's terrestrial
Obviously.
creatures.
All right,
in
and
the
then you make it
lower
real
regions,
quick
in
on
the
this
lowlands, they have the marine
front
creatures that
balance
turn
brake?
into
I don't know.
clam shells and all that kind of
Oh
stuff.
no, I
lobsters and
think
things.
the
They turn into
towards the rear so that you
opals.
can
Because the opals are all from organic
corner
creatures.
while
They say, oh no,
turning.
they're not organic. Yes, they are.
so you can turn in while braking.
Opals
Clam
are from
shells and so
organic
forth are still organic.
creatures?
They're made
All right,
by
measure
a creature. And that creature creates these little cells, and the little cells
They
get
got
invaded with
$3.99. I don't know
the,
how they got even higher than
the
ours.
opalized metals. Well, here,
But how? Why? I don't.
I guess I
Opals
could.
are
All
comprised
right, I
of
guess I
tiny
could put the
silica
exhaust
spheres
manifold
when
on.
silica-rich water seeps into deep cracks and voids in the Earth's crust. It's separated into two groups: common opal and precious opal.
Oh, I don't know why I didn't go with it. All right, here we
So
go.
not from silica-rich water seeps into deep cracks and voids in the Earth's crust, not from what did he say? Creatures like what kind of creatures did he say it was?
Clams.
Clams.
All right, let's see how this
No,
goes.
those are pearls.
I thought those were oysters.
Are they?
I think it's
Oysters in the
Oh,
pearls.
oysters do clam. Oh, I'm sorry. Oysters do pearls, and then clams don't do anything, do
Yeah, they do a little bit of something, but nothing.
So our
like
goal is
the
going to
most-
be to apply less
See, I'm
braking
learning more from Stephanie
than
than I've ever learned.
the computer. The idea is that we don't have really great straightaway
enough.
speed,
Sure.
but we should be able
This
to
is
pass
cellular.
if
Very
we're
smooth
not
It's a low bar.
braking when the
Plant cells
computer's
have
braking.
two
See, like they're braking. I'm not
Oh,
braking,
this makes
not
sense.
braking, not braking, not braking.
You know, this kind of looks like if you like zoomed in on the
Again,
TV's
not braking, not
Yeah.
that was
braking.
like damaged by water.
All right, that's too much. All right, so that's an example of where we definitely need to brake. I knew I need to brake. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know this track, but I was like, we're going up over hill and shit. This doesn't seem safe.
Now, what does that mean? See these different colors? I'm saying that these are different little factories, and every one of these little colors has a different need and a different process and a different action.
I'm just
because of the
lifting
different
off the
colors.
accelerator.
That's what transition metals do. They
and
aid
I
in
wrecked it.
carboxylation, which means moving
How hard
products
does it
through
pull
your
you?
body. And if you don't have the correct colors, in
The
the correct
car?
places, you're going to be sick. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking that these are the correct
It
colors.
pulls.
the correct places.
It's pulling
This
pretty
color,
hard, but
orange here, orange here, orange here, orange here. They need those yellow, yellow.
I think it could be
yellow,
worse.
yellow. Every
Also,
cell
I think
chunk needs
I'm gonna see if
the
I
same
hit it
sort
with
of
all the weight
bacteria.
reduction.
And,
What?
And it's broken down into these little boxes.
Wait, what's
and
the
inside of those,
What?
What is the claim here?
There's no. Well, I mean,
I gotta-
We're looking at a heart. That's claim number one, which is bizarre.
Try to get it to the point where I don't have to brake
What does
as
that
much,
mean?
but
What's on the
not too
screen
much
and the
momentum.
colors, the receipt here. What does that have to do with the heart? You lost me
Just a little
somewhere,
bit of
okay.
braking there to turn it, and then right through. Yeah.
Unless,
He'll get back to it.
maybe.
oh,
You know,
Okay.
like it could be.
Here, let's see
Sometimes
the
with
tangent.
Roger, you just gotta like take the leap of faith, and most of the time it
It's a little
doesn't pay
sloppy,
off
really
at all
good
because he's a madman. But you know, anything's possible.
Anything is possible. It's Roger. I mean, you know.
those are absolutely, no question whatsoever, transition
braked
metals
there.
of different nature. So I say they're doing different things. And it's 100% obvious that the different transition metals, the only reason these colors are there because of transition metals. So anytime you see a color, and you see all these different little colors over here,
We know.
that's
we
the
know
transition
that.
metals that are floating
Wait,
in your
stop,
blood.
stop,
And
stop.
those transition metals
Hold
carry.
up.
Wait, yeah. So that's what that was. He thinks that what he showed us. He thinks is what the inside of that is.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So
See.
he's drawn
Yeah.
correlation. All right.
Yeah.
Carry products around your blood. So they are the most important thing, and the tissues absolutely require them to become stable, and they need a specific tissue type and chemistry to work. And I've been
Right,
fighting
I'm not
about this forever.
particularly
You need a
crazy about
database that
this
tells you
one.
what is the transition metals in your body. They only have a handful of them. There's almost 100. And if they're not correct, you're going to be sick one way or the other, and people are getting sick, and all these different chronic diseases are due to the fact that
Because
they
we're
don't have
just
the correct transition.
lapping.
You know, this guy's gonna start
Around the
telling
track
people
in
to
order.
Just metals, and that's not gonna go anywhere good.
Transition metals in the correct quantities, and they haven't got the correct abilities to deal with bringing in products and removing products. And a lot of that is carboxylation, carbonic acid, and I'll show you the lungs. Okay, I told you it would be
Yeah,
circuitous.
this might be a better
and,
tune
my
for
word.
like an endurance race or something.
You've seen the things that I do. We started off with this, what I'm going to call a heart. I'm almost sure this is a heart. Now,
Almost.
why did I
He
show you
was
all
it
that
was a
other stuff?
lung.
Because
That looks way more like a smoker's lung than it does a heart. But okay, we're going with heart.
I don't know what it looks like.
Looks like a rock.
It's like a fossil to me, but yeah.
Not a puzzle.
Yeah, this is not gonna work.
Because as I told you before, I don't see this normally happen. This is not what I would consider a normal event. Then I look around, I see what else can I, come up with looking at this.
All right, let's see what we
This
can
is
do
not
here.
a normal erosion pattern. This is not the normal, crunchy looking. This is cut. My point being is this looks like it was cut with a scalpel. This side,
Wow.
I don't know, ripped away or whatever it is, but this looks like this originally had been cut with a scalpel here. Now, I want to show you something else. You see that?
So they just
This is
cut
a
it with a
heart.
scalpel and walked away.
That is a bypass. You see,
No,
There's
he
a way
just-
to set these
That's
all
his whole
back.
shtick. He
I
just
forget what it
switches
is.
between pictures of actual organs and pictures of rocks with inclusions and things like that. Quite bizarre.
Yeah,
but
claims
it
looks
doesn't.
like
They
why,
don't
but
look
it isn't.
anything alike. They don't look anything alike, right? Like, this doesn't look anything like a heart at all. Even a little bit. I have no idea how you get there.
I thought there was.
And
Roger logic.
All right.
See that?
Um,
This blows my mind. That we might have been looking at early heart surgery. All right, this is the same heart as that opalized heart, and that is very similar
this is
looking,
back
right
to
on
the
a crack,
default.
just on the edge, just split open, like they cut into it. And even an opalized one looks like it might have had some heart damage. I'll show you. All right, you see this? I noticed this spot right here.
that is a really good
This spot right here. Now, if
a
there's
cool
any heart
rock,
surgeons
yeah.
that are not looking, if that is something that happens, like this particular area in the heart and this particular area in the other chamber of the heart are associated, or I don't know. I'm just looking at it and seeing this brownish tissue doesn't look like it's vital compared to all of these other gorgeous looking colors. The colors indicate
All right.
That's the
vitality.
fat.
Now, this is either
obviously.
just an extremely strong wall, like the chain,
That's only
think
on
that's
one
the main
side
thing
of
we
this razor
changed,
sharp
though.
cut you did.
Yeah,
the
that's
suspension?
you'd think that would be kind of a dead giveaway that they're not symmetrical at all.
Right?
All right,
Like,
so I think we need to adjust the
Yeah.
transmission.
yeah, they don't.
I mean,
you know,
for
what
us,
Where is
sure,
the trans?
but this is
Lower your bar, guys.
I mean, it's
Yeah, let's go get
it's
a
in a
customized
hole.
one.
It's in a deep, deep hole. I can't push it any lower.
blood flows there.
That's true.
And this here,
Right? Like, I mean, I'm every day. You know, it's a hobby. I get out and I dig the hole that of my expectations a little lower. so
Roger,
that, you
and
know.
he still far
Yeah.
exceeds the
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to like
I'm gonna go
borrow
all the way
some
through with the weight
excavation
reduction.
equipment. It's gonna be a problem.
Then I'm gonna get the transmission.
the fascia, you know, that muscular area, I
And
guess,
the
is
exhaust
similar to
manifold.
that. But this has its own characteristic. And that, I don't know, just guessing. But
Clutch and
you've seen what I
flywheel
showed
too.
you.
All right,
and I
now
showed
it's
you that I
fully
think we
raced
might
now.
So
have
far, your guesses
And we'll
are
tune
way
it
off
down
the
to
mark,
400.
Roger.
surgery.
Yes.
I want
Actually, we
I
might need a
think he's
ballast too.
brilliant. I mean, right?
to make another point. This was found by Tish Egerton. You know, I get things from everybody all around the world. And this was over a year ago, and I've been working with Tish for a
Is it
year. She's
dragon?
found a whole ton of these things. That is the foot of a biologically engineered creature. Now, there's all kind of biology in here. This
Well, that's quite a take.
is tendinous material, but then you have these little spindles and springs and so forth. I have a whole series of videos on this. We call these
All right.
no toes. There were no real physical toes on the tips of them. Well, they were in there, but they were surrounded by tissue.
Let's see
And
what
then
that
there's
does.
torsion springs. The heel across
I
the heel.
believe
They're
this.
enormous, these creatures. And
I just don't. I don't even know what to say to this.
I think he thinks that's a spring, is what he said.
Oh, hey Doc, this is a great question.
He you know what you have to understand about Roger is that he is a genius
I need a
who
power
is
restrictor.
leading the way in a new paradigm of geology and alternate reality, as it were, that I think we should all try and emulate.
He's a fucking idiot.
Looks
So-
like that too.
So the
Looks
first
like
video
for all
we
the world
had,
like a cluster of barnacles, really.
right? It does,
Such
it
as
really
end up being
does.
such a
So
complicated
the
cup.
very first video we watched was
All right,
Roger
let's see.
explaining through the Nag Hammadi text that he
Yeah.
cherry picked how you know, things like Tiamat being slayed and making up the earth and those types of stories are true and have been fossilized, and you can find body parts of dead and slain ancient figures all throughout the earth. And he's uncovered ancient vaginas and ancient penises and now an ancient foot
Yeah.
and ancient hearts and ancient lungs. So, Roger believes
Apparently-
that all rocks are body parts, and Roger is in charge of uncovering their
This
true
doesn't
nature.
look anything like a foot from any angle. I don't like. Is this the heel? What's this on the heel?
All right, let's give it a go.
Right?
I don't. So
Are the-
apparently
is
there
this
may
like a
or may not have been toes that were covered by skin. I don't know. I'm trying to
Just
figure out
squint
where
really
he.
hard. Squint hard and tilt your head. No. Where do you
They had
go
this.
from
They,
here?
That tune did not. That tune was not the right one for this. Maybe for an endurance race.
all have the same symmetry.
let's let 'em
They have
explain.
pins in them, and this moved up this way, and it's all spring loaded. Different. It's spring loaded. I'll show you the springs, and then we're going to go from there real quick. I know I go along with it, and somebody's all screaming about,
He
"Oh, you're
thinks
taking
that
too long
these
doing
things
this
are
stuff." Well,
springs.
go watch. That's all. All right, this is the no toes. I found these myself. I discovered this about 2012, somewhere around here, and that is the foot, and they come right around like a shoe. And
What? That's just a rock, or it's...
He calls this race of giants no toes, right? And he thinks that they're all like had elephantine feet because they were so big. Which he's right about the structure of a foot on something that gets really big. It becomes more elephantine. That's why sauropods their foot has that weird pillar-like structure as well. Just something that the body does is the mass gets higher and higher of the organism. But once
Oh, my goodness.
the mass of the organisms that Roger proposes for his giants and his mud fossil theory are well beyond what the square cube law would ever allow anything to support. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, you're totally right. That's like why I put physically impossible giant creatures like on Bingo Square.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like
So this is where you would ideally want to do most of the passing.
Well, it wasn't
Oh
true.
my
I was
goodness,
going to cut it,
gang.
and then Tish got a hold of me. Tish Egerton. She got a hold of me,
man.
Again,
and
this
she
is not
had
the
a
car.
foot she found. And within like
what?
Let's shoot him.
Just no. Go Roger. Go Roger. Go
minutes.
Roger.
Her husband saw one of my videos about going out. It says find your own in 15 minutes or less. I think it was called Mud Fossils Find Your Own in 15 minutes or less. So he said to her, because she is into crystals. She has a
I
business.
think
It's called.
it feels like
Optical
we just have
Awakenings, I
the
believe.
slowest car on the
And,
track.
That
course he
sounds
does.
encouraging.
Yeah.
So
Do they
she
sell
said, "Well, yeah,
people's-
let's go out and take a look." 15 minutes later, she finds feet, and even a set of them, and then bones, all kinds of things, all mud fossil stuff. So she gets a hold of me, and she says, "Wow, we found this stuff within 15 minutes. You're right." So we start communicating back and forth, doing Skypes and this and that. Now,
The
this is
pareidolia
the
is
thing
strong with this.
well, I mean, she found tons of
Yes.
stuff, but this, and she found them in a number of different.
Look at him just
modes
driving
of
away from
erosion,
me.
which is just almost like having a CAT scan, because it's absolutely unbelievable what this.
In what
displays.
sense?
Now, well, you see the heel here? You see the strap running off the heel? It's right there. That's the heel. That's the strap.
That's no.
There's a stirrup up here where the bone straddles the stirrup.
No, it's not.
Huh?
It's a fucking
Family
rock.
goes up and holds onto it.
What are you,
No,
Now,
Roger.
we got a
He's
different
like
story.
that.
Here we have
Rock,
bones in the heel.
man.
Roger?
There's the
Hey.
ball joint.
That's good. All right, now,
Roger. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, man. Those are like little snails or something. I don't know. It's not a foot. How does he think this is a foot?
Well, he's explaining how he thinks it's a foot because it looks
Yeah.
like a
True.
picture of a foot he once saw. Therefore,
But-
foot.
But it doesn't, though. He's wrong.
here we have
about
bones
that.
in the human.
Bones
This is
there.
some kind of cyborg. Now that's facing this way, the foot.
What?
This one's facing that direction. The toes would have been here. Now you see they're broken off.
Some
The
sort of
toes
cyborg.
are in the front here, like here, but they're surrounded. And her other one up there, you can see this one up above. This one here
Yeah, Roger.
is started to
feet
erode. That was
and
normally like this.
Vaginas and
Gang,
pricks. So
Balls.
he's a-
Roger
he's-
is into
he's-
balls.
we may do something we should have
and
done a long
well,
time ago.
feet have balls.
Yeah. I don't know why those are called the balls of the feet.
I don't know either.
It's
Is it
perplexing. It's
ballsy?
always perplexed me. The other part looks way more like a ball, right? The heel.
Yeah.
This one's in a state of erosion where the toes are beginning to be seen, but normally.
Do you guys have a lot of problem with foot erosion though?
Well,
Like just erosion.
There are powders for that. Dr. Scholl's, I think, takes care of that stuff.
Well, yeah, but I mean, erosion's powerful. I think
This is just straight processional
like
racing. We're just going around the track in order.
Normally that would have been covered just like this. Now, the toes are gone. They fall right off like little sausages. And she's got one that shows they got little plugged in round cavities, and they like little sausages. They were in there, and then all wrapped up in tissue like this.
All right, let's see if there's anything we can do about this. If not, we might just buy the cars.
This is,
that looks
again,
more like a giant tooth than anything else.
The human type of foot with bones. This has springs. I looked at this
Fastest way to be done.
absolutely for a very, very long time, and I understand it
He
extremely
thinks
well.
these are springs, like
Why does he believe this?
because he's an idiot. Because
To entertain us. He believes it to entertain
All
us.
right, let's see what we can do.
Oh my
We'll
gosh.
give it a try or two. with
He's
the team.
just a straight up moron.
What does he think a cyborg
All right,
is?
car settings.
And they can be fossilized.
Let's see what we can cook up in the kitchen for this.
Well, I mean, the man, you know,
And it is a torsion spring, and as this
It's
lifts
not
up,
a torsion
this whole thing
okay, I actually
twists like
understand
this
what he means
and
by
puts it
torsion
under its
spring
own
now,
pressure.
though, and,
There's
like,
bumper
that
pads
makes
here,
more
and there's
sense,
a
actually.
wire to a piece of metal
That might
or
be what
whatever it
they're
is. I'm not
called,
sure.
too.
I haven't
just-
had it in my own hands. We've only done Skypes. But there's some kind of attachment here that runs around, and another attachment right there. And the bumper pad is here. This comes up, and as it does, this pulls. This thing wraps this way, so the whole thing comes up that way. So tension is here, tension is here, and when you put it back down, it all falls back down together. In us, we have ligaments and all this different stuff that.
You know, see,
What?
if he had just started with that part, honestly, that was like he introduces a thing and then specifies the detailed parts of like which thing is like doing what and how, you know, the basic thing works, and then he can put that together. But no, he's at the end of his video, and we're like basically at the end of our time.
Yeah, that's
I
just it.
don't-
You're just gonna end it there.
I don't understand like how this is a cyborg. There are springs and there are different layers, and if it's a cyborg, why are we comparing
Yeah,
it
I
to
don't know. I don't know
human
what else
foot?
we're gonna get much out of.
I don't know.
Because his reasons.
Oh yeah.
And we'll try it the other way. I guess we could go trying
Apparently.
to stretch the transmission out.
That's new this week to me too. So,
Well, he didn't spend much time on that part. I mean, he might have gone into more detail in like the parts of it that we skipped because it's him just sort of he does this. He just
you have to
like goes
you have
over
to,
the same
you have
stuff.
to answer this question. But I don't know if it's a question, but like I too would like to know
What do I
how
have to-
you get fossils just laying around on top of the soil, like it, you know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get it to
Well,
like
yeah.
go through
he probably thinks they're.
so that it's in fifth gear.
I don't know.
Stretching out. See,
There's
we
a
actually
playlist
reached fifth
where he,
gear on
like,
the top.
apparently- What's it called?
It's normally
It's-
how I judge a transmission is it hitting the top gear on the fastest part
Oh,
of the
my YouTube
course.
history is such a- yeah, it's full of Roger.
It probably is.
It's so bad. Like, you know what happens to my recommendations?
After
Like,
Roger, like
Yeah,
I
after
don't know.
Roger, it's like, like YouTube sends me like, do you want help? They send me
I
all this
know,
stuff.
right? It's like we're gonna stop recommending videos and just psychiatrists.
I swear to God, he has a playlist entitled MFU Unified Theory. What a
Oh,
champion.
beautiful. Did anybody get bingo?
Everybody got me. I'm pretty
Everybody got
sure.
I got a couple of bingos at least.
Like, yeah, I mean, I didn't
Really?
call him. I didn't call
Man.
him. I
All right, so
actually
I'm
would
just
not have
lifting
called
up
too
the
many
gas,
tabs.
Lifting off the brake here.
Maybe on this one.
Yeah, I
hold
didn't see a bunch of tabs. But
I
I
didn't
didn't.
get too many tabs when he was talking about.
There
the-
was one
the-
video,
the-
but he had like a reasonable number of tabs.
Yeah, I didn't.
It
didn't
was a
notice
lot,
it.
but it wasn't like way too many. I was like,
Well, it was like 15 or so. Yeah. it
Well, I
wasn't
mean,
like 15.
Bree, I don't know if you were here the week that Leo was in here. He actually we just got the stream count and got like it was over 90. It was insane.
I've never had that many tabs. I do get a lot.
No
of
one
tabs,
has. Only Roger. I didn't even know it could do
Radio,
that.
and people are getting sick of
And he knew where shit was. He was just like, yeah. Holy shit.
I think he's struggling a little bit, but yeah. Man's got skills.
Skills. Is that what we're going with?
I mean, you know, I like to be kind to people.
5 laps of racing to get to.
All right.
Nope.
All right.
All right, we're done.
Yeah, we're just
Can't win 'em
about
all,
at
gang.
2 hours. So
You're,
All right.
you're muted, Bree, I think.
We should have done this from the
I muted
beginning.
myself
We
for the
wasted
sneeze.
so much
Yeah.
money.
all right,
Yeah, it was a big sneeze too.
I know what to do.
Stephanie.
Allergic
who-
to Roger.
Let's try to be
Stephanie,
slick, gang.
who are you?
Here's what
Where
we're gonna
are you?
do.
What do you have coming up this week?
I'm
We're going to the
Stephanie. I'm a
cafe.
soundmaker. I have a lot of sales to push out this week, repairs to get onto people's boats, and so I'll be concentrating on that and maybe doing a thing or two here and there. I'm not sure what.
All
But
right.
we'll see.
All right, Dr. Tapioca Weasel, who are you? Where are you? And what do you have coming up this week?
I'm mostly
Oh, gang,
here,
it's the worst.
and I'm in chat.
We can't. I thought we could just
like,
buy
the
the
week,
cars. We
you
can't
know.
just buy the cars.
Sometimes more and sometimes
We actually
less.
have to like
Lurking.
come in third.
Yeah,
So.
Dr. Tapioca
In the
Weasel has found us a new
races.
idiot to play around with for next
Yeah.
week. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully you guys
Yeah.
like as much as you like MFU and Gina, and come back next week for if you want more
That's
wacky
crazy. All
Tapioca
right,
Weasel here.
let's see. Somebody's
Bree,
got to have a
you
tune
always
for
have a bunch of stuff going on, so tell everybody who you are, where to find you, and what you have coming up this week.
Why am I so blurry?
I-
I don't know how I got so blurry. There I go. I fixed myself.
There you
Oh,
go.
hey, I'm Bree. I am from Hive Science, and I have a show every Saturday morning at 9:30. So yesterday, and then coming up next week, I'm doing my countdown to the 100th episode of my favorite show to do on there, which is Cryptic Corner. It's always
Oh, that
taken
is
the first half
awesome.
of the
Gang,
Yeah.
it's gonna be all right.
so.
No,
it'll be
yeah,
the
That's
first-
awesome.
If you don't know Bree, how did you find me?
Yeah, me and Maya
No,
been,
she-
yeah.
Right. No, yeah,
I was
one
one of the people who was always like, "Hey Maya, what's your channel? What's your channel called? Hey Maya, when are you gonna make a channel so I can go to your channel and talk?" And it was this type of channel too. So, because one of her things was always like, "I get so sick of people talking about religion, and you hardly ever
Yeah.
hear religion."
No, I won't
Yeah.
talk about it on here. There's
Yeah.
why.
But if you do like religion, the second part of my show is Creation Watch. I tackle some young Earth creationism, but I also talk some
All right, let's try to
talk
grab
some fun
this.
stuff like mud fossils and Electric Universe
Let's
was
see.
one that I
There's
recently
3
did.
videos here. Let's pull them
But
all
we
up
also
see
and
what
we
they
also
are.
do science. Next Wednesday, I'm supposed to be on Talking Time with Caffeine on Vandalia 1998, talking about wasps.
Lamont.
And then on the
Really?
21st, on the 21st,
What if you
for,
could do
with,
SEO
returning episode of What's
smarter
the Buzz, I'm
and
having
faster?
Planner Walk on.
With Wix, you can edit your
Um,
meta tags.
And we are going to be returning to Alien Art's study of Martian archaeology. So, yeah, that'll be fun.
Awesome. Yeah, and definitely you have to come by Bree's morning show. We were just saying it's kind of like she's like Hive Side, the science gal. Well, I mean, because like I don't know, are there any Bill?
Oh yeah,
Nye
I can't
fans?
find the Suzuki
I'm kind
Cappuccino
of dating myself
91.
here.
I remember Bill Nye was like a big
Oh,
deal.
these are all the
when I was
same
little.
thing.
Yeah. Not for
Yeah.
kids, though. I just want to stress that enough.
For
It's
adults.
like
Yeah.
this is like secondary education for adults. It's not necessarily for like fun. It's fun stuff. It's like what we did here, except for about cryptozoology and cryptid videos and stuff like that. So,
They
yeah.
just posted 3
Are you gonna
times.
do?
It's a fun. Sometime I will. Yeah. And,
Andrew putting
so
you
I
on blast.
got to see. I try to set things up to theme them as much as possible. So anything that comes from the UK,
Oh, gang, this is a
I try
Tukey
to do
for a
around St.
car, or
Patrick's Day,
tuning
especially
for a
that's
car. I
associated
don't
with the
think we can
Fae,
get our hands on.
like Kelpies are with the fairy folk. So that would be something I do in March, unless there's this special day like July. I'll do a lot of shark stuff, but July is my birthday too. So
Okay.
I'm turning 40. Can you believe it? Ugh.
About that.
No, I know. You don't look a day over 18.
Oh, you're so sweet. You know, just the way to butter me up.
No, I mean, you're going to love 40. It's greater over here.
We'll see.
Okay. We may have a 29th birthday for Brie.
Yeah.
There we go.
Over the summer. But doesn't mean she still doesn't look a day over 18.
Yeah, we're gonna, and maybe I'll go caving this year.
All right, but try to stay out of the ancient.
Yeah, I hate these races. All right, let's see.
Yeah, I need to go explore these vaginas and.
I just
start
don't know
lunking
if that car
lunking.
is gonna be competitive. It's only got 91 horsepower. All right, let's see.
Oh, that was a good one.
And I can't find tunes for the other ones.
That's awesome. We love her hair. So, all right, everybody. Thank you for coming to the show. Hopefully, we see you next week. Bye.
All right, Maya just finished up.
Hey everybody, it's that spooky time of year again, which of course means spooky decorations and spooky costumes, and of course, spooky movies.
Honey, you can't be mad that I wasn't
I
scared
don't
by
know
that
if we
movie.
watched this
It
one
was a
already.
bait.
All right, hang on a sec. Let's find this car thing, and then I'll get back to that. All right. All right, so that's all about the cappuccino. Me can't find the goddamn cappuccino. All right, here's another tune for the Copen. We could try. I don't know. It's tough. Yikes. All right. So many choices. All right, let's see if we can find that damn. Actually, I guess let's try the tune. Let's go in that order. We should try the tune first. Then we should consider the different car. Then we should consider scrapping the championship. Give me a minute to try to pull it up. All right. I'm gonna have to get the LSD thing. I'm just not set up to pull up stuff from the YouTube chat on that computer.
Good afternoon and welcome to Women's Atheists Unload here on Skeptic Haven. I am your host and heretic Ryan, and today I will be joined by my co-host Sunny, and we get to sit down and chat with Sydney, who is an ex-fundie that has learned to tell her
Nice.
stories in a way that shows resilience through the healing power of
I
laughter
just got the
and
tune up for a
storytelling.
minute.
Stick around to hear more of her story.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that.
Welcome back to Skeptic Haven, where we enjoy having open and honest conversations to help empower people. And Sunny, hello. I would say that it sounds like Sydney Davis Jr. agrees with that sentiment.
I would say so. Hey, Sydney.
Hey, what's
Hello.
up? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. She is a stand-up comedian, storyteller, a writer who has captivated audiences across the country with her wit, humor, and vulnerability. Raised in a religious environment in Arkansas, Sydney bravely embarked on a journey of self-discovery and healing at such a young age, ultimately finding her voice and passion in the world of comedy. So happy to have you here.
That was the most beautiful introduction I've ever had in my whole life. That was wonderful. I feel like I learned a little bit about me just then.
Pat her on the back.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, no, really, we are excited to have you here. We love having empowered people, especially knowing that, you know, they've come from a religious background and are now kind of pursuing something that might have been unknown to them beforehand, you know?
Yeah. Thank you for having me. I love that you have this platform. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And I'm like shocked that it took me this long to find out about it, but I'm a fan. I'm already a fan.
Yeah, we're doing all right over here, chugging along. Yeah. Sunny is such a great co-host, and we will probably just be giving you the back and forth with questions and whatnot, but you feel free to answer however you need to. But, you know, what I found so fascinating when I first saw your story, like I said to you backstage, is that at the age of 16, you decided to go jet off from Arkansas to Chicago, was it?
Yeah.
And pursue like this career in comedy.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was, yes. So like I knew it was interesting while it was happening, but I didn't realize like just how bizarre that is until I was a lot older. Because I came from a very supportive household. I wasn't one of those kids that like picked something up and quit every 10 seconds. Like my brother and I have always been very, when we start something, we see it through until, you know, we get as good at it as possible. So I basically realized one day when I was like 14, I was a huge fan of Saturday Night Live. I realized that was somebody's job. It like occurred to me that somebody got to do that. They got to go to work and do that. Yeah. Right. And so I was like, how does somebody do that? And my mom was like, I don't know. And so we looked it up and we found out that the majority of the people on SNL come from the second city, which there's a Chicago one, there's a Toronto one. At the time, there was a Hollywood one. Unfortunately, that one did not make it through the pandemic. And so we were like, why don't we go check out some Second City shows? So I believe it was Thanksgiving break that year when I was probably in 9th or 10th grade that we went and we saw a show, and it was just fantastic. Like watching these people do improv and sketch comedy, I was like, this is what I've been trying to do with my life, but I didn't know there was a name for it. I didn't know there was a platform for it. I had no idea. I just really liked writing stuff, and I really liked making people laugh, and I really liked just coming up with stuff off the cuff. But where I was from, that was theater. But I didn't feel like theater. Like I am not a good actress. I'm not an actress at all. Like that's not, when people try to get me to act, I'm like, I promise you, you don't want that. And so I knew acting, I thought acting was like all you could do. I thought that was like the only kind of sphere similar to what I was looking for. But when I saw them, I was like this is it, like sketch comedy.
I can do that.
Yeah, improv, stand up, like this is what I've been wanting to do. So we saw 2 or 3 shows while we were there. And at the second city, there's a
Hang on, I'm
Starbucks
just
on North and
one of
Wells,
these
like right there in the
instructions is
same
really
building.
weird.
And we were at that Starbucks the next morning, and sitting there was
all
a
right, hang
gentleman
on,
who
I
I'd
think.
seen on the show the night before.
All right, I think
so
I
I
got
was,
it.
I was
All right, let's
geeking out
see.
because to me that was like my version of a celebrity, and it took me like 10 minutes to
Back over
be able to finally go up
here.
and talk to him. But I did. I went up and I finally just asked him, if you had advice for anybody who does what I saw you do last night, what would you say? And he said, I can't give you better advice than to move here. He's like, if you're serious about it, if that's really what you want to do, you have to live here. You have to immerse yourself in it. You have to get the connections that you need. I'm sure he meant when I was a grown up. Like, I'm sure he meant when, you know what I mean? I don't think he meant like tomorrow. I think he meant like when you're like an adult, like when you're out of high school. Because even though I was like 15 when I talked to this guy, I probably looked like I was 13 or 4, or like maybe even 12. I still have the picture from that day. Because I made him take a picture with me, of course. And I'm like wearing a Second City shirt. I'm being that person. You know what I mean? And so then I talked to my mom about it. And my mom knows that I'm a very dedicated person. Like, even when I was in theater and I was in like competitive acting and stuff at that time, but I was only doing comedy stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, I cannot act. I can't stress to you enough how much. And she said, that sounds pretty serious. Is this something you really want to do? And I said, yeah, this is really like, it's just speaking to me like more than anything else. And she said, okay, she was a teacher at the time. And she said, I can hold my job. I can take a sabbatical for 1 year. So we can do 1 year. And after that year, I'm coming back. Whether you're coming back with me, that's, yet to be determined. But the rules were I had to keep my grades up. I had to get a job to help like pay for like the move. And like, we were all going to kind of just like help support the lifestyle up in Chicago. And if either one of those slipped, if I started like skipping out on work or my grades were failing or something like that, we were moving back. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So then my brother, who had just started college, he was like, well, don't go without me. And so he came with us. So we all went there. He was in school in Arkansas and he transferred to a school in Chicago, and he's still there. I'm in Nashville now, but he's actually still there. He met his spouse there as well. But and it just took off from there. I just caught this bug. And so I got some scholarships to take the teen classes. And then I took the adult classes. And then around like the age of 25, I was like spamming them with my resume the whole time. I was like, hire me. I want to work here. Hire me. So they hired me when I was like 25. And then I've been on the faculty ever since. And then when I was there in person, I was doing like stand-up shows and storytelling shows and different events and stuff like that for them. It just took off.
No. That's so impressive. That is impressive.
I know. And like coming from a funny background, like that's just something we could never do. So I'm like looking at it at astonishment, and even still that you were raised in that religious environment, but still just kind of had that ability. That it really is amazing. Why do you think that it's such a passion for you? I mean,
I think so. My dad. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you? I did not mean.
No. I'm just trying to understand. Like, you just went for it. What was the burning desire? Do you think the connection?
So my dad was always in theater before he passed away. He was an artist. He was an illustrator. He was involved in theater. He was in debate. And my mom has always been a writer. She's been a journalist. She's been a public speaking professor. So I think it was just the two minds like melding. I think it was just the genetics on both sides. Love to talk, love to make people laugh. And I thought up until that time I wanted to be a cartoonist. My dream was to have like a syndicated comic strip. So humor had always been part of my thing. I was just drawing and like putting it on paper and wanting it to be in the newspaper. But then I realized one day, like, I can tell those jokes. I can write my skits and like tell them out loud or something like that, as opposed to assigning them to little characters. And so I think humor has always just been part of it. And I mentioned backstage, it also helps when you don't know you have ADHD until you're like 30 years old. I literally got diagnosed like over the pandemic. So that definitely helped. I'm not going to lie.
Do it all.
Yes. Yeah. And so my brother is the more serious one. He's a playwright, very, very talented. He directs theater. He was an actor for a while. And so I think he got like the serious side, and I think I got the like goofy, non-theatrical, more comedy side. I don't know. Communicating to people in a way that makes them laugh that's just how I communicate. Even when I'm talking about something like really messed up, like I just do it in a way, like right now, like I just do it in a way that like I laugh even when it's a terrible story.
Yeah, I think dark humor is probably just kind of this natural thing that you kind of have whenever you, I don't know, I just feel like when you just from infancy heard these interesting, weird stories, it just kind of makes, and then you have life that kind of just fills the gaps, you know, and life isn't perfect.
Yes.
So you just have this, at least I do, I just have this mind that can look anywhere and everywhere. I'm just very...
Yes. Yeah, and like, so I have the religious background, but then I also have the Southern background. And not only do I have the Southern background, but I have like the deep South Southern background. So it's like, there's material. People ask me all the time, they're like, how do you write material? I'm like, I don't write anything. I've never written anything in my entire life. I just record what people say around me and what they do around me, and then I just monetize it before they have a chance to. Like, that's just what happens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've told people stories about my family where they're like, this is not real. And I was like, it is so real. I can prove it. I can show you how real this is. Again, didn't know that stuff was odd until I was in my teens and like doing storytelling and stand-up, and people were laughing, and I was like, oh, so this is funny. It turns out it's just really messed up most of the time, but it's still funny at the same time. Because don't they say trauma plus time equals comedy or something like that? Isn't that?
That's very true. Very true. Yep. As a fellow Southerner, I can say that I am so feeling everything you're saying.
Right.
It's amazing how just going out to work or going to Walmart can create a funny experience when you live in the South.
Literally though, yeah. And when you have like as many extended relatives as I do, just hijinks ensue. That's just what happens. Yeah.
So what? I'm really curious. You were talking about your story with your family, and everybody moves out there. What is it about your family that allowed them to do that? I'm just thinking if I had asked that of my parents, they'd have been like, yeah, great, have fun at that whenever you're 20 or 21. What do you think it is, especially, I agree with Ryan, especially with the Fundy background? It just seems so odd. Do you have any idea what allowed your family to support you in that way and just up and move?
Yeah. So my mom has always been very supportive. And, when my dad was alive, he passed away very shortly after I was born. He was always an artist, and she always felt like people never took his passion sincerely. Like, she remembers he would say, I want to be an artist, and people would be like, well, how are you going to pay your bills? Like, what's your real job going to be? Ha ha ha, And so it was always really important to her that she support our passions the same way that he would have if he were still alive, and the same way that she would have supported his if he were still alive. And also, even though I was like that wild, like, voice too loud, outdoor voice kind of kid in every class, I was very dedicated. Like, it's a very weird dynamic. It's like I was all over the place, but I was very dedicated when it came to like writing, like theater related stuff, like comedy. I took that stuff seriously, and she knew that. She knew that I wasn't just one of those kids who try a million things and drop a million things and make my parents spend all this money to get me enrolled in stuff and then never practice. Like, we would miss birthday parties to prepare for, tournaments and stuff like that, for like competitive acting and speech and debate and stuff like that. But I think with the religious aspect, so I call myself Fundy adjacent. So my mom was very liberal when it came to like Christian women. When it comes to like Christian, I think she's Republican. She's refused my whole life to tell me her political affiliation. Like, I learned at the age of like 8 that it's like rude.
Do that.
Right. It's like rude to ask people. So she literally won't tell me. But I know that she did not vote for Trump. But she's always told me it's none of my business, and I just thought it. So I'm pretty sure she's Republican. Could be wrong. But she's very liberal. Like, she's never had an issue with gay people. She's never had an issue with anything like that. And I think the reason that she identified with Christianity and with like the Baptist church is because the way that she was raised, of course, and the culture, right? Like the Baptist church is like steeped in Southern culture, and when that's where you were raised, that's where you feel most comfortable. People are very kind. She'd known a lot of these people her whole life, so it only made sense that she continued seeing them at church and things like that. But also, she used to say that like our talent was given to us by God, and that by using the talents that God gave us, that's like our version of like worship and our version of praising God. Everybody has like a different way to praise God, and that if you use your talent to praise God, you're you're basically like worshiping in your own way. So that's why like she doesn't like nasty language. She doesn't like that kind of stuff because she says that like you're not using your talent to praise God or to thank God by doing nasty stuff like that.
That was interesting.
And so like a lot of my material, she'll be like, now does that glorify God? Like that does not glorify God. Like right, like come on,
like this.
And she's still, well, and also this is the same lady who let me watch any movie that was nominated for an Academy Award before I was allowed to watch The Simpsons. I didn't see The Simpsons until I was like 25, but I'd seen Saving Private Ryan multiple times. It doesn't make sense.
Oh Lord Jesus!
So she supports like arts, culture, knowledge, education. She was the first person in her family to graduate high school. She was the only one to go to college and graduate from college. So there's that side of her, and then there's also like the Christian side of her that's like, make sure while you're crushing it and whatever you're doing that you're thanking God for those talents and those abilities and that opportunity. So I call myself Fundy adjacent because we went to church with Fundy people. Like I have said this a million times and I will keep saying it till the day I die. I went to church with the Duggars before they started their own church. I literally on my tombstone, it'll just be like, I think this girl went to church with the Duggars. It won't say anything else. It won't say I was a comedian.
That is my claim to fame.
Yes. And so we like, even as Christians, there were weirder Christians, you know what I mean? Like even like even as Christians, like we knew that there were Christians that were like more strict. You know, they had to grow their hair out long. They had to wear skirts that touched the floor. And it wasn't that they were bad. They were just, they thought a little bit different in terms of Christian than us. Like they were a little bit more serious of a Christian than us. And they wanted to like express themselves in the name of God a little bit different than us. So like I could wear pants, I could wear capris, I could wear those sorts of things. And it didn't necessarily make them like better Christians, but we recognized that there was just like a different level there.
I'd love to do something with her, Carrie-Ann, if we can get that figured out.
That, where you were just like, even as a 9-year-old kid, you're like,
all right,
it's not that serious. Like you can, like you can, for example, I remember a friend was playing with me and we were like joking around, we were playing around, and I said, I loved Pocahontas and I wanted to be Pocahontas so bad. And I asked her, I was like, if you could be anyone you wanted to be, who would you be? And she looked at me, I swear to you, we were like first grade, second grade. And she goes, I wouldn't want to be anyone else because God made me who I am. And we were just like,
can't even play the game.
Yeah. And I remember thinking for a second, like, wait, does that make me like a bad Christian? And then I was like, nah. No, it's
yeah,
good.
I think the
like,
medium
was
doing things.
Yeah, you know,
things.
my Southern wants to just say bliss. You know, just bliss. My goodness.
Test the learning practice.
But, yeah, so that's kind of like, and I recognize the older I get and the more that I talk to people through my podcast who were like fundy, like fundamentalist or evangelical or super religious, the more I realize like I lucked out. I got really lucky because there's a lot of things that I never would have been allowed to do had we been like fundamentalists. Like had we been closer to more of like the quiverful lifestyle, sort of like the Duggars. And I don't mean that term disrespectfully. I know some people view quiverful to be like a slang, rude term for like their type of Christian. I don't mean that at all. I'm just calling it the label that it has until it's illegal to call it that. But yeah, and so the older I get, the more I'm like, I lucked out a million times. I lucked out with the family that I come from, the parents that I have, the background that I come from, this like interest in comedy. And as somebody who works at Second City, and now I work at Third Coast Comedy Club here in Nashville, I teach adult classes with like stand-up and storytelling. And it's wild how many people are waiting until they're 60 or 70 to try out any of that stuff because nobody in their life supports them. Their spouse thinks it's dumb, their kids think it's dumb, their parents wouldn't let them do it, and they believed them. And to me, that's wild. That's like first,
and they can do it to themselves. I mean, I think about some things that I wanted to do, and I talked myself out of it just because we have that negative self-talk sometimes, and usually that comes from the people around us. Don't realize.
Exactly. And it's just wild to be 30 years younger than them and the first person in their life to be like, you're very funny, and just watch that, just like that brain is, I can't even fathom what that's like. And you know, when you're a woman who puts anything on the internet, you hear it all, right? You hear every comment. Like I've posted audio only, and people called me a fat ass and told me to lose weight. Like it's ridiculous.
Oh Lord Jesus!
Yeah,
please,
literally.
I
I'm
know
like
all about it. Yeah.
Right. And so I know what negativity is like, and I know what naysayers are like, and I know what rude comments are like. But it's rare that I've ever had an experience where somebody I truly thought should believe in me has like not believed in me, you know, with the exception of like ex-boyfriends, but like see them later. But yeah, I hope I answered. I forgot what the original question was, but I hope that was the proper answer.
Oh, absolutely. Great answer.
I'm kind of curious. So, like, you know how like dark humor, we're saying trauma and things like that. Was there anything about, like, what was it that kind of propelled you into atheism? Like, was there anything in particular, or just as you're experiencing life, it just kind of goes that way when you're around, exposed to different thought?
Yeah, a little bit of both. So I remained a devout Christian until I was probably 25 or 26. And I remember like I would do a comedy show that was on Sunday mornings at Second City. And then I would go to church afterward. And like comedians would go hang out or get brunch, and they'd be like, "Oh, Sydney's got to go to church. Like we'll see her later." They were very respectful about it, which you would think like comedians would roast you about it all the time, but they never touched that. They're like, "No, Sydney's got to go to church. See her later." But you know, there was the usual stuff that I think people cite as like not making sense, like why is it that God only creates miracles for some people and not others? You know, why is it that my mom has been a devout Christian her entire life, and yet her husband was still taken from her at such a young age with 2 little kids? You know, why did that happen to me? You know, why was I raised without my dad when I definitely could have used my dad around? You know, and things like I lost a kidney when I was like 21, just stuff like that, where you're like, if God is really looking out for me, why does so much shit happen? Like, why does all this bad stuff happen to people I love? It wasn't just like selfish, it was stuff happening to people I love. Like, why does God allow for the horrible wars to happen and genocides to happen? And you know, people say he's got a reason for everything, and I'm like, there's no reason good enough to make me like the guy. There's no reason. I'm sure he's got a reason, but whatever it is, I don't like that he's not a nice guy. Like, I'm sorry. And at first it was Christianity that didn't make sense, and I thought, you know, maybe I should explore Judaism, maybe I should explore something else. But so I was in debate for many years. The way that I paid my way through college was I was a debater. And it just didn't make sense to me that Monday through Saturday, I needed facts, I needed evidence, I needed good evidence. If it was just Wikipedia, get out of my face with it. Find me real evidence. I need sources, I need validity, and yet on Sundays I didn't need any of that. And yet that was supposed to be my eternal salvation at question, you know? And I started to kind of think about that with everyone. Like the adults in my life, they can prove you wrong with facts and evidence on anything in 30 seconds. Very intelligent people, right? Like my mom's getting her PhD. Like I was surrounded by intelligent people. And yet, on Sundays, that doesn't matter. We don't need to see these things. We don't need to have answers for everything. And I'm like, interesting. So why can't you just have faith that I am right most of the time and stop Googling stuff to try and like prove me wrong? I don't understand. So
right, make it make sense.
Right, and so I started questioning things for several years. A lot of things didn't make sense. Like once I got in trouble at church because they, of course, separated the men from the women. I will say the boys from the girls because we were young, but still of like marrying age in the church. And we were being taught by this woman who, because she was married for a year, she knows like everything because that's how like church works. And she was teaching us about how like it's our job to like serve our husbands, yada yada yada. It's not our job to like try to be preachers. And I, not trying to be an asshole at all, was like, what's the difference between what you're doing and preaching? And she was like, what do you mean? And I was like, you're sitting in front of all of us, telling us God's word, teaching us how to be better Christians. What is it that you're doing? But I was genuinely curious. I wanted to know what this was. If it wasn't preaching, what was this? And like, you could see like the cogs, like just kind of, right, just that sort of thing. And like, I was being punished for asking questions that I thought were very good questions. And I still wanted the answer to, even after I didn't get the answer, I'm like, but I still need my question answered. And then I did shrooms. And that was the nail in the coffin. And then I did shrooms. And
All right, let's see what we can do. We got up to 5. I don't know, right? We're right on that edge. We can play a tune. You can see the tune gets us a lot closer to making it possible.
But when I was tripping, on shrooms,
so
and it was like, hey, like, this is your thoughts.
Our tune has gone from not viable to
and they were good questions, and they were all political and religious questions. Because at the time, I thought, and this is ridiculous to me now, but at the time, I thought I was a Christian Republican Southern girl. Like, that's what I really thought. This was like prior to 2016, when like it was a different thing to identify. I feel like as those two, or at least at my age, it was. But when I woke up the day after I had shrooms, I was like, I don't believe this stuff. It doesn't make sense. I'm a Democrat. I'm, an atheist. Like, it just, I had the questions for a long time, but it's like a part of my brain opened that just wasn't going to close again. It's like, nope, this is us now. This is who we are as a person. And I'm grateful every single day for that experience, because I don't know who I would be if I had not had that experience. It changed I honestly, truly believe that it changed my intelligence. It changed my critical thinking process. It changed my tolerance towards people that weren't like me. It literally rewired how my brain worked. And I woke up and I was like, I did a lot of crappy stuff when I was younger. I said a lot of crappy things. I had like a small mind. From now on, I'm going to try and be the best person that I can possibly be starting today. And I'm so grateful for that experience, because it was wild. I do not recommend trying to watch Hunchback of Notre Dame while on shrooms. It's the scariest movie you've ever seen in your life. Horrible mistake. I tried to recreate that experience like a year later. Girl, I was like...
I just gotta have images of him in the gargoyles.
So listen, I was having like a horrifying time, and I realized I wasn't even past the opening musical number. Like, I was having like the worst experience. I didn't even get past the part where like the little jester is like singing and dancing. I hadn't even gotten to the part where she like leaves him on the step of the church. I was like, this is too much. Like, don't. So don't do that. But yeah, changed my life instantaneously, like overnight. But I like to think it wasn't instantly. It was a long time coming.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like accumulation of things, and then just sometimes you have that pivotal epiphany moment where just things kind of start clicking for you. Yeah, I think we all kind of feel that same way. It's not just necessarily one thing that breaks that camel's back.
Exactly. And like I said, it's like there was a box that I was like forcing closed, because I feel like, I don't know about your experiences, but I feel like when you first start to question things, you force it down. You're like, no, I'm going to double down on Christianity. I'm going to make sure I'm even better as a Christian, because I'm so scared that it's like letting go. Yeah.
I do that just to make sure.
That causes all that nice religious trauma, the self-guilt and shame and all of that.
Yes. Yep.
But girl, I absolutely love the way that you decided to kind of exit religion. You just took and went full-on heathen. You're going to do shrooms. You're going to be a Democrat, and then you're going to start saying you're an atheist. I mean, wow, the trifecta.
Shaved half my head. Yeah. No, I went through like that period I think most people go through, where like for like a couple months you're like that angry atheist. You're like, yeah, I want to watch all the debates. I want to watch everything that's like so-and-so destroys so-and-so. Like your face. Yeah, but then it's you relax and you're like, grow up.
It's okay. Although I do think that those debates can be very helpful if you're trying to deconstruct, because it kind of puts you in that position of like, oh goodness, do I think like that? Do I actually look like that? Because that looks a little stupid.
Well, and not only that, but like, especially when they're interviewing people that as a Christian you find to be important people, and you're like, oh, they're proving wrong this person that I thought for sure was like blessed by God to be able to answer like anything. Yeah. So the debates themselves, I think, are very helpful. It's just that like rebellious teen phase you go through where you're like, I'm gonna like, whether you ask or not, I'm gonna let you know, that you're just like, come on. And maybe that was just my ADD. I don't know.
Well, it looks like we have a question from our viewership, and it's from Secular Rarity, by the way. Hey, Secular Rarity, we love you. By the way, SR and I will be on our call-in show tomorrow night here on Skeptic Haven, so be sure and check that out. So SR asks, what has been one of the strangest things you have her in one of your interviews on your podcast?
I'll go with the interviews that are out that you can listen to. There's a couple that I can't put out. Probably the weirdest one I've ever heard is I talk to a lot of cult survivors. And some of the things I hear about what their parents justify as like allowed and not allowed, or like godly and not godly, is just absolutely wild. And the weirdest part is it sounds pretty in line with what the Bible says. Like, that's the weirdest part, is like the things that they're like, no, you can't do this and you can't do that. You're like, the Bible does actually say that. Like, the Bible really does say those things. And it almost makes you, in a weird way, stick with me here, it's going to sound weird for a second. It almost makes you
I like weird.
Respect cult leaders and like families in the cult and like parents, usually fathers in a cult, more than you respect just like run-of-the-mill Baptists, because at least they know what the Bible says and at least they're following the rules, right? Like, that's like when you are just like a Kroger brand Baptist, you're like, hey, there's this weird part of the Bible that says if your daughter's not a virgin, you should take her out in the streets and stone her in front of the village. And you're like, no, that's not what that says. It was a metaphor. See, back then things were different and like yada, yada, yada. Cults are like, yeah, so don't do that.
Don't mess around.
Yeah, like don't,
F around,
like,
find out.
Yeah, like, hey, like the Bible says you shouldn't eat pork, you shouldn't wear mixed fabrics, and you're doing both on Super Bowl Sunday. And you're like, no. See, back then it was different because, like, when you ate pork, you got sick, and, like, they were telling people, and fundamentalists are like, so don't. Like, so you're just going to wear cotton from now on, like, and it better touch the floor. Yeah. So
forever
it's like,
and always.
It's messed up, and I hate it. But at least that makes more sense because it's literally following the rules that it says in the Bible. But then,
like, that's respectable.
right. And you're like, at least you know what you're
go
talking
for
about.
Go for it.
At least you're quoting the, I don't know, it's weird. It's like it's like whenever you're watching a show and the main character is a bad guy, but also you're rooting for them. Like, that's kind of how it feels. It's like, I don't like you. You're a bad person. I never want your kid to experience living with you ever again. But at least you know the Bible. Like, at least you know your scripture. So those are always the weird ones where you're like, why would they do that? Like, that sounds crazy. And then the person who I'm interviewing is like, well, I mean, if you read, Deuteronomy 3:5 or whatever, you're like, oh, shoot. Like, yeah, you're right. It does say that. Wow. I totally forgot about that. Whoa. So it's like, it's this
fuck my
range
life,
of emotions where you're like, I'm so glad they're out of it and they feel about it. But that's wild that guy is actually following
I lightweight think we can do this.
Oh. So that's the
Let's
weird
try
part.
something. Let's try
also,
something.
One of the weirdest parts.
We're gonna
is
go
like
between that, which got us close, and let's try the medium
I'm like sent back
turbo.
to like VeggieTale PTSD, like that's
and try a couple tweaks on that.
or like Awanas, or like they'll say a scripture and my brain will like autofill the rest, and I'm just like,
oh, that was the medium.
not today,
There's a
Satan.
lot of that,
Not today.
Were we doing low?
Right. Yeah, exactly. You're like, Aaron Ra, save me, please. I pray to thee, Aaron.
That's high. Let's try high.
That's the kind of sky daddy that we need. We don't deserve it, but that's the kind of sky daddy that we need. Aaron Ra.
Yes.
Father, son,
oh my
Aaron
gosh.
Ra. Yeah.
If you're watching this,
Wait, hang on a sec.
forgive us of our sins.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I feel washed in the blood of the Aaron Ra Church. Continue.
Or the beer of the Aaron Ra.
There it is.
Yeah. The spirit of the beer may wash over you, and you're new again. Just as it
All right,
should be.
I think now we're using the high one. That fucks me because I don't know if this one you really liked was low or medium.
Like religious experiences, like in your comedy, your storytelling, and whatnot. Do you ever get like pushback from the audience? Like, do you ever get people who are like, "Fuck"?
So oddly enough, I've done stand-up, I've done storytelling, I've done improv, I've done some sketch stuff, I've put stuff on like Amazon
Also, I
before.
should mess with the break balance too.
I've done
on,
some
like-
sketch stuff too, but not that kind of sketch.
I've done some sketch stuff.
Oh, that was the setting that we put it on for.
But
I see.
oddly enough, anytime I talk about religion, especially like with my podcast or like in my comedy,
The point is to
I
get this
get
turn in.
nothing but positive response, even from people who disagree with me. It's so odd as a woman to like put stuff on the internet and get nothing but nice comments, and you're like, wait a second, what's going on here? Like, what is this? Yeah, no, people usually, even religious people,
All right, that was a good
laugh
switch.
at like the jokes and like the
Actually, that's a term where you'd like to have it on the front.
Even in my stand-up, I try to be respectful. I am my number one target. I don't like to roast other people. I don't like to take seats from tables that I don't belong at. It's usually I'm making fun of myself. I'm calling myself a redneck. I'm calling myself white trash. I'm making fun of my experiences. So everybody, whether they're atheist, whether they're Christian, whether they're Northern, whether they're Southern, they feel like they're joining in on the joke instead of they're the butt of the joke. And that just seems to be a much more successful style I have found than the years where I tried to be like edgy or whatever. And if people think like, oh, like just try being a little tougher, it's like, it's not about that. The quality is literally better in my personal experience when I make myself the joke and I allow people to join in on that joke as opposed to making them the butt of the joke.
This is a great segue for a question from someone in our viewership. And it's Logan Fisher asks, is there a religious topic you avoid in your comedy? Great question.
If it has anything to do with religions that aren't mine, like I would never make a joke about like Islam or Judaism. I would never make a joke about anybody I've spoken to like on the podcast or anything like that. Like I talked to this person and they said, yeah, no, if it's about me, if it's about like my experiences, it's all out there. Like it's pretty much, it's whatever, you know. To me, it's like if you live it, you can joke about it all you want. As long as it's true, you can joke about it all you want.
It's your life, it's your story.
Right. And if somebody else is like, well, I'm Baptist and I didn't grow up that way, I'm like, well, good for you. That is wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Would you like a Thank you. Would you like a cookie? Oh my God.
Thank you for your opinion. I love it.
Because it really is. That's the purpose is that you're telling your story. You're inviting the audience in instead of punching down, which I really appreciate. I really find that kind of comedy, like you said, more entertaining. And because I don't have to go like, ooh, that cringe. Like I feel bad for like, you know, I don't enjoy. I guess I used to because I was raised differently back in the day, like years ago.
I think
but
we
now
all
I'm like,
used to. Yeah, I think we all, I think like, especially like 2003 through 2010, like roast comedy was king, you know, we loved that stuff. We loved all the stuff, whether it was ours or there's somebody else's, you know, I'm sure there's clips out there that would get me canceled if I cared, but, you know, but it's just like, so what are you going to do? I've already shaved my head like to the scalp, like there's not a lot you can do.
There's so much more you can do to like, I think it looks great on, I mean, you rock it.
Thanks. I just got my first
it was an accident.
Post shave, I just got my first trim because it was like my hair grows like out before it grows down, so it was just like it was looking like a halo.
Yeah, you kind of need to fade it a little bit so you got a little bit of length. Yeah, I get it. I used to do hair, so I understand.
I've got this little Backstreet Boy thing going.
I like it. Oh, sorry. That's not the. It's gonna be May. Okay, I got it out of the way now.
Had to get that out.
That was in sync, but you know what I'm saying. Did you say we had a question from the audience and I bypassed that, or
no?
Was that you gotta go.
No, yeah, I've already done it. It's done.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not. I'm time. Hi guys, I'm high right now. Personal high. I'm excited talking to a queen. Okay, and is it comedian or do I have? Am I supposed to say comedian?
I think just I think in like 2018 they decided it was all just comedian, kind of like actor. Like people just say actor to describe everybody now. I don't. Either way, I'm fine. Like I don't know, but I just keep it safe when I'm talking to people and just call them all comedians or all like actors. I don't mind either one.
Sure. Yeah, when I was writing it up, I was like, am I supposed to say comedian? What is that? Is that just an accent? Like,
I'm one of those comedians.
Putting them on
you know
southern accent.
Yeah, I'm from Arkansas and I'm a comedian.
So I guess your mom doesn't come and support your comedy shows, I'm assuming, because she doesn't know you're atheist does she?
So I still don't know. I'm not sure.
What
she told me years ago that she doesn't like podcasts. She told me years ago she doesn't like podcasts.
Okay.
So I know she's supportive of the podcast because she likes all the things, but like the view count doesn't change, and like she hasn't said anything to me about any of it.
Okay.
She supports my comedy. She's one of those. She's one of those moms where, like, to everybody else, she's like, I love her comedy. To me, she's like, did you have to say that nasty thing? Like, did you really have to say that? And I don't even say nasty stuff, but, like, once I did a show at Dangerfields in New York, and I didn't say anything nasty. I said nothing nasty. I told a normal set, but everyone else told Holocaust jokes. And she like laid into me. I was like, these are not my friends. I do not know these people. We met them at the same time.
Don't associate me, please.
And she was like, that's not funny. And like the one person who didn't tell a Holocaust joke told an abortion joke. And she was like, this is not funny. Like, I can't believe they would say this. And I'm like, I said none of these. I don't know these people. They're not my friends. I didn't book them. You met them at the same time that I did.
See, now I'm really interested in the abortion joke.
I don't even remember what it was.
Yeah,
it was so it was so like,
it was bad.
I was like sweating.
A good abortion joke. It was a bad abortion
Right,
joke.
and like I could feel like lasers from like her table just like burning my scalp. But I don't even remember what it was.
All right,
I just remember
we're gonna have to get a
I think
good
I was on
run
a
at
show with
those.
like 12 comedians, and
If not, we're
all
going
of
back
them
to
told a
medium.
Holocaust joke, and then one person threw in like an abortion joke, and I was just like, huh, like. I was from Arkansas. Like I had just gone there.
I'm Arkansas. You should just walk on the stage. I'm from Arkansas.
And then it's conflicting because you're like, I would never tell a Holocaust joke. I think it's a terrible joke. But I also am not in a position to ever tell a Jewish person that they cannot tell a Holocaust joke. Like, so you're conflicted. You're like, which is it? Like, you know?
Yeah, it's one of those where like, I don't know. I don't think I should be laughing here. Like, I don't.
Right. You're like,
laughing.
You're like, the club loves this, which is wonderful. I don't. Does it make me worse if I like? What do I do? Right? It's very uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah. What do you do? Well, how long have you been doing your podcast? Because you've been talking about that. How long have you been doing it?
It started in December of 2021, so a little over a year, like a year and 5 or 6 months or something like that. Yeah.
And how have you found that? Do you like doing it?
Love it.
Well, obviously you're doing it, but
love it. It's like
you get to meet a lot of people.
Yes, I enjoy it probably more than I enjoy stand-up and storytelling. I love it.
Awesome.
It's like the perfect combination of meeting new people and also getting all the tea. You can ask them whatever you want. I'm the nosiest person. I am the nosiest person. And like, I want to ask them anything, and like, I can just ask them, and they can just answer. And if they don't want to answer, I don't have to put that part in the podcast. It's great. But most people, I've never had anybody be like, I don't want to answer that ever. I think because it's like so I talk to everybody. I talk to religious people. I talk to non-religious. I talk to atheists, spiritual, whatever religion you come from, whatever you still support. Like, I talk to everybody. Talk to scientists, psychologists, therapists. And so I think when they can go back and they can see that you like treat everyone the same, they are willing to talk to you very honestly. But I also fulfill that part of my like Southern woman where I'm like, I gotta know all the tea. Like, tell me the tea, like, sis. Like, I'm gonna word it differently, but like also wow. And you can just like react to their life and just, I can literally just be like, what? Wow. And like, it's not rude.
Yeah.
So I love it. I've met so many really cool people. I've learned so much. Like Secular Rarity, met him. I met like so many people. I was telling somebody, like, the webcam I'm using was recommended by a guest. Like, the lights I have in the back were recommended by a guest. StreamYard was recommended by a guest. Like, you just pick up a little bit, even from the people you don't agree with, like, religiously. You take away something different every time, and it's just awesome.
Do you have a general theme for your podcast?
Yeah, so it's called Growing Up Fundy, and I talk to people who grew up within any religion. It can be Islam, it can be, most of them are evangelical and fundamentalist, but it can be from any cult, any sect, any denomination, and we talk about how it impacted like who they are today. So a lot of people are atheists now, or they're agnostic. Some of them are still religious, but they're in a different religion. Some of them are pastors and preachers. I talk to everybody. Some of them are even YouTubers and podcast hosts themselves, and we just talk about their experience and like things they learned and
whereas
things
like
they
I think
took
right
with
now
them
you
that
could
they
use more
still
Jews.
practice and things they left behind and all sorts of stuff. We just talk about how they became who they are today versus what the beginning was like for them. And then I talk to people who specialize in stuff that's like adjacent to religion. So I'll talk to people about like history, psychology, stuff like that like might explain a little bit behind why people believe certain things or why they're so willing to join a religion, things like that.
Go straight corner in the better house.
I think one of the things that Sonny, you might concur, maybe you have something to add to it, but one of the things that I enjoy about talking to people is because I learn so much about myself too. Like, I don't always know how to always know how to express myself, and that comes from my funny background, ex-Jehovah's Witness, because you don't really learn how to express yourself. And I don't know, like I see other people living, similar, familiar lives, different, obviously, because we don't have our own experiences.
Right.
But there's this takeaway, and also this feeling of like, oh, I wasn't alone in that
Yes.
feeling.
Yes. Yes. You have so
Which
much in
comforting.
common. And then there's like one or two tidbits where you're like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
What?
okay, well, at least I didn't have that. Like, there's sometimes that moment where, like, okay, well, I got the. I didn't have the-
You're like, yes. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, it's wild. But I love that, like, and something else that I've noticed is when you're talking to people, even from like totally opposite ends of the spectrum, you find out after like they open up and they talk to you and they're honest, you find out that a lot of times your end goal is the same, just the way that you feel is the correct way to get there is totally different. Like even when you're talking to people who still identify as like evangelical or fundamentalist, at the end of the day, like none of you want the little children to suffer. None of you want dogs to be homeless. None of you want people to die because they can't afford cancer treatment. Like, okay, so how do you plan on fixing that? Their responses to that answer are just a lot different than my responses would be. But at the end of the day, when when we lower that whole, you have to defend yourself right now because it's a debate, and instead we're just having a conversation and they're allowed to say whatever they want, at the end of the day, you find out you actually have a lot more in common than you thought, which I'm still trying to figure out if that's scary or not, for them or for me, I'm not sure. But like,
That's
like,
human.
I think the earth is round. You think the earth is flat, but we all want the people on this round or flat earth to not suffer immensely while they're here, right?
I'm sorry.
Well, are we sure about that? Now, wait, hold on. No,
Most people.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to some extent, people think that they're doing the right thing.
They think, right. And that's like something else I've learned to be much, much more empathetic to people who I used to be like, what the are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking? Because when you sit down and you talk to them, you're like, I disagree with literally everything you said, but at least now I understand that you truly think you're doing the right thing. You truly think that you are helping them, you are leading them in the right direction. It's totally misguided and it's destructive and it's harmful, but at least now I've met you and I know that you're not lying about it to anybody. You're like, it is just as genuine to you as mine is to me. You just see yours a little bit differently than I do.
And the coolest thing, along with what you're saying, is that I think one thing we have missed or lost in our culture, our social media type culture, is that we don't sit down and talk to people about these discussions face to face anymore. It is, you have the anonymity of the keyboard, and when we're having these discussions, we're face to face, virtually. We're having to look at each other. We're thinking about the words that we say and how we say them, and then the people who view it see that as well.
Yes. Right. Yep. 100%. And that's why, like, I go by my name on everything. Like, I put my name on everything. It's on the Instagram, it's on the podcast, it's on the website, because I never want to, like, hide behind an anonymous, like, label or picture. I never wanted to be, like, I want, when people Google me, I want them to see, like, the like, comedy overlapping with, like, the podcast stuff.
So, yeah. Both Ryder are like, oh my gosh, because we don't hear either of them.
But at the same time, like,
over here.
At the same time, though, it can be like. At the same time, though, like in the past, I have been in my boss's office when they've been like, "So I saw that TikTok about that time you tried a diaper."
So, you weren't supposed to see that,
right? But my name was on it. It hit their feed or For You page or whatever, that sort of thing. So it's like, while I do that and I feel confident about it, I completely understand why some people might want to have like a little animated logo or like a fake name or something. But like, you're either going to find my stand-up or you're going to find my podcast. So it's like, it's out there. And if you're not going to hire me or be my friend or whatever for either one of those, we probably didn't have a lot in common to begin with. I would have loved to talk to you, but that's totally fine if you want to take yourself out of that knowing me pool or hiring me or whatever, Yeah. I mean, I'm in my 30s. It's like, I'm not going to be in any pageants.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like, you do you. I'm going to do me. We don't have to agree. You know, I'm gonna move on from here. Maybe my content is not for you. Like I've had to ask people, like, please, like, block me, stop coming back because you don't like what you're seeing, but you're asking for what you're seeing to come across your For You page. Like I don't know how else to expressly tell you that. Like you're gonna keep seeing this face and these ideas.
Yes.
If you don't go away, it's all on you. You're in your control.
Yes. Yeah, and I think also, like, when you've been doing stand-up for almost 16 years and people still think they can hurt your feelings, it's like, brother, I monetize hurting my own feelings. Like
What is what I do for a living?
Yeah, like there was once my brother was making like a thing on film for us, and I was sending him screenshots of all the worst
we are
comments
doomed
I've ever
to
gotten.
fourth.
And he calls me and he's like, "Are these real?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Are you okay?"
That wasn't that bad.
Like what? I
Couple of mistakes and
I
we'll
keep a
be
folder
right
of the worst
there.
ones
Now
and
let's
a folder
go.
of the
Let's
best
go
ones.
fuck with
Because like the best ones help me when I'm having a
God,
bad
they got me
day.
thinking
The
I
worst
could
ones
actually
help
do
me
it.
when I'm a
And
little
then
high
you
on my
jump
horse.
in,
You know what I'm
jump
saying?
in.
Like they keep you grounded. It's like I'm feeling a little too attractive today. I'm gonna read about what a fat ass I am and how I need to like stop eating so much pizza or some like shut my mouth or whatever.
Oh, that's too funny. I love it. So I'm guessing that with your podcast, I mean, when I read through all of the things you've done, so Second City, improv. So when you storytell, like, what does that entail? Like, how does that?
Yeah. So I always tell the truth. In my stand-up, in my storytelling, I always tell the truth. Because one, if somebody doesn't like it, I'm like, well, it's true. So I don't know, like it happened, I don't know. But I use a lot of the same material for both. And so a lot of times I like to frame it as just like having a conversation with the audience. Like if I'm telling you a story and we're sitting in our living room, you know, just having coffee, it's going to be the same delivery style as if I'm on stage, like talking to the audience about it. Because one, for the longest time, when I was, especially in my early 20s, you know, the hustle and grind culture is so real that like I really didn't have any other friends. Like that was it. That was like the people I spoke to when I was on stage.
Carrie Ann, you should try to get in touch with the
week, you know,
the person they're interviewing.
but also
this comedian
because people,
person.
I've found that people love to relate to
later
who
on,
they're
Carrie.
seeing on stage, but what they love to relate even more to the person they see on stage is they love to feel better than them. If you can tell them a story that makes them feel better than you, they will love you forever, right? So you can make them laugh. You can be like, here's how we're the same. And they're like, oh, they're the same as me. And you're like, but here's how I'm worse than you and I'm a dumbass. And
Hey,
like, well,
Lena.
at least I'm not you. I'm going to leave here feeling great about myself today because I didn't
Hey
do
James,
that.
sorry, I had to
Thank
leave
you
and
for
grab
that
food
treasure.
real quick.
That's all good. How's
Yeah,
it
and it
going?
just, I don't know.
Been
I
munching,
just,
watching you race.
I realized
Nice.
early on
Fourth
that, like,
isn't bad.
a lot
Fourth
of the
is
stuff that happens
But
in
you
our
got to
day-to-day
get third
life,
for their
because it happens
challenge
to
to
us,
get
we
the
think
Yeah,
it's
to
for
get the
normal.
thing.
But when
yeah.
we start to tell other people about it and they're like, excuse me, like, what are you talking about? It's like not normal at all. And they're very entertained by it, especially if you're telling the truth. Because at least you can say, like, none of this is made up. I'm telling the truth 100%, you know? So I hope that answered your question. I just tell the truth and I just keep it like...
Oh, yeah. I often wonder sometimes, well,
Break different.
like I'm guessing like a lot of these stories probably are made up, but then I do feel there's some stories you can I say you can just tell, but that I feel like the story is just so genuine, and the comedy is just like it's a gift.
What you're describing is 100% true. Is 100% true. I tell my students all the time, the audience knows when they're being lied to. I don't know how. To date, I do not know how. But what you're talking about is very real. They always know when the story is true and when it's fake and when they're being lied to. Yeah, and that doesn't mean it's not funny, but it's missing that element of relatability and like shock and surprise that comes when you're telling a real story. Like when I'm telling a real story and it's embarrassing or it's like cringeworthy, my face will still turn red. I'll do this like nervous chuckle like this where I'm like, I'm not laughing because I don't think it's funny. I'm just laughing because I can't believe I did that shit. That's like so like right, and you get like a tightness in your chest that like makes your voice rise a little bit, you know.
Oh god, yeah. Oh, I hate that.
That's real. Right, and you can't fake that stuff. I could get up and be like, here's a crazy thing that happened and like make up a story, but my body language just isn't going to be the same. And my favorite type of story to tell is one where like it gets worse and worse, and you can literally hear the audience being like, no.
It got worse.
Yeah. And so like people love that. They love that because they would never dream of getting up and telling those stories and like talking about some of that stuff. They love that. And you know, people are like, where do you come up with what you're going to talk about? I think about like the top 10 things I hope nobody ever finds out about me for the rest of my life. And I immediately use it. Like, you can't blackmail me if I've already put it on YouTube. Like, it doesn't, you know what I mean? Yeah.
That's awesome. How cathartic is that? I wish we all were safe to do that. I mean, I think when you're a comedian and you're doing a stand-up routine, you have a safety in that, because people almost expect you to do that. Whereas the rest of us, if we went around telling those things, people are like, yeah, we need to get her some help.
Yeah. Well, they still say that. That doesn't go away. They still like, are you, like when I first shaved my head, one of my friends, who's another comedian, she messaged me and she's like, if it's for fashion, looks wonderful. If it's for anything else, like emotions, give me a call. She's like, if it's if we're feeling feelings, just give me a shout. Yeah, and also if you are 100% telling the truth, that's helpful. And if you know that you told a genuinely funny story that was like embarrassing, relatable, cringeworthy, and at no point used anybody else as a punchline, it was only you the whole time, it just feels a lot better too, where you're like, I made them laugh and I didn't have to take a crap on anybody. I didn't have to punch down. I didn't have to do any of that. But it takes a long time to get there. Like, if you start comedy tomorrow, you're probably going to write some stuff that later on you're going to be like, oh, I wish I hadn't, like, you know, done whatever that was. And I'm sure there's bits out there where people are like, this bitch, like, here, cancel her or whatever. I'm going to be like, from what? From what? From 5 Patreon subscribers? Come at me. Come at me.
Yeah, please, I want you to. I need more comedy.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Yeah. It's not about you. It's about me. No, I like that. And I'm guessing that you probably, well, I would think that you probably have audience members who really connect with you for that reason. Has anybody just kind of foamed at the mouth, like, giving you their experience in a funny world after here? Yeah, I just knew it. I don't know why, but something just told me that would be the case.
Yes.
Not that that's bad. Not that there's anything wrong.
No. I meet people all the time. Like, I was at a party like 2 months ago. It was like a belated New Year's party. And somebody came up to me and they were like, hey, like, our friend said that you have that podcast. And I was like, yeah. And they just started telling me about the cult they grew up in. It was wild. And I was fascinated by it. I was like, please tell me. Like, well, you know, you're standing in the middle of like a belated New Year's party and you never think that, like, you're going to be, like, in a corner talking to somebody about cults or whatever. It does change, like, the trajectory of your life, especially when everybody else at the party is a comedian. Like, you don't think you're going to be having that conversation. Yeah.
That is
so crazy. Have you seen a shift, do you think, in comedy where people are trying to make it more like eccentric versus that kind of punch down comedy?
I have. I really have. And I don't, it's not what it's not what the older people are going to claim. You can't tell a joke anymore. You can't meme. It's literally like, oh, we don't have to be like mean to be funny. Like, we don't have to. I think people are growing up. I think we're growing up. I think we're starting to recognize, oh, awesome. Thank you, Jessica. I think we're older. I think we're starting to realize things like the Me Too movement and like all these different movements that we're living through, I think are really opening people's eyes to, this isn't a woke thing. This isn't a liberal agenda thing. This is, oh, I can be funny and like be nice to people. Like, I can be funny and like only make fun of myself or only self-deprecate. And I truly think it's because, and like I won't take like a whole hour to talk about this, but I truly think it's because our generations are getting more and more open about like therapy and counseling, that it's not the first time these people have told their stories. So now they're comfortable telling these stories. Whereas before, we were deflecting by like making fun of other people, making fun of other things, like telling fake stories that never happened. The last couple of generations have been so much more open about things like going to therapy, going to counseling, recognizing that a lot of people have a lot of the same like religious trauma that they had, that they thought they were suffering from alone. Because of things like TikTok, we're sharing so many ideas and experiences with each other now that we don't have to lash out to be funny. We can like keep it in, and we know that people will relate to that experience. I think that has more to do with it than like not wanting to offend people. It's more like, actually, it turns out my true stories are very relatable and are funny, and I just didn't know that many people had the same experiences as me.
Great.
Well, really quickly, I wanted to let everyone know that if you like this type of content, please make sure to subscribe to either the channel, or you can go to our Patreon account. We were having a discussion about this. This is so hard for Ryan and I because we can't decide whether it's Patreons, patrons. We want patrons from Patreon, and that just doesn't come out of my mouth very well.
It is patrons.
So I wanted to say thank you to our current patrons, which are, let me get back over to that, which are Eric Azols, I hope I didn't say that wrong, Tara S., Ryan, Denise Murphy, Dan D., Michael Wiseman, Kathy Cotton, Cindy Plaza, myself, Aaron Colson, and Phil Calderon. And don't forget to check out our other shows on Skeptic Haven. We have the Secular Soapbox on Wednesdays. The Bible Says What? The Sunny Spot, that's on Thursdays. We've moved it around, so it's hard for me to remember them all. The Global Atheist comes on, and Women Atheists Unload here today on Saturdays. And then we have Let's Talk on Sundays. So be sure and check all of that out.
Yeah. Well, first, before we go, I want to know, do you have anything up and coming? I saw that you have stuff on Amazon that people can watch, right? There's y'all make sure there's links down here in the description, so make sure you click them and check out Sydney. But what do you have coming up? Anything that we can watch out for?
Yeah, so my special Trash is on Amazon Prime, so if you want to check that out, I'd love it. If you are interested in being a guest on Growing Up Fundy, if that's something that sounds like it kind of speaks to you, you can go to growingupfundypodcast.com, or you can look me up on YouTube. It's on my YouTube channel as well. I have links to the form you can submit anywhere you want. We're always doing that. I'm going to be at the Secular Student Alliance Conference, if you're going to that, next month. So you can hear me talk about podcasts about Growing Up Fundy. But other than that, I'm always putting stuff out on my YouTube channel. I'm always putting stuff out on podcasts and things like that. So if you just subscribe to me wherever you find Sidney Davis Jr., there's going to be something coming out. It's a lot of parrot content. I have parrots. If you don't like parrots, don't subscribe to me. I talk about parrots a lot. I put videos of parrots.
Like real parrots.
I
love
really
parrots.
interesting.
I have
parrots.
8 parrots. It happened real quick. I have 8 parrots. Yes.
Wow. She said it happened real quick, just like that.
Happened real quick.
Accidentally.
I love them all.
Yes.
Yes. And I also have a dog. She's like laying right behind me, but there's lots of parrots in my house. So if you like parrot content, you'll find it on my Instagram and my TikTok and all that. But anywhere, Sidney Davis Jr., that's going to be me. So.
I want to go see the parrots.
Check my Instagram. There's videos, pictures. We just got a new one yesterday. She's adorable. Her name's Queenie. She's a little baby. Yeah, we rescue parrots from like all over, so we've got a lot of parrots.
I see. Oh, that's awesome. I love see. And you even is there anything that you're like not doing? I guess since
acting.
You teach. We didn't even get to talk about the fact that you teach, right?
Yeah, I'm not acting. That is not what I'm doing. I'm not acting.
So
that's the one thing. Like,
there we go. We found something.
I'm a terrible actor.
Well, I mean, you acted like you had a good time today, so I don't know. I hope.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, this is wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. This is really fantastic.
Yeah, we enjoyed having you. Would you have any like words of advice for our audience, for anybody maybe who's even thinking about like, I don't know, maybe not even just comedy, but like you said, storytelling, if comedy might not be your thing. I mean, something else. Do you have advice about that?
Yeah, 100%. Start writing down everything. Start writing down everything in your phone, in your voice memos. If something strikes you as weird or embarrassing or cringy or funny, write it down, put it somewhere. Like have it like in the back of your mind. And then
I do that because I'm old.
Yeah, I mean, like everybody should do it. And like, especially if somebody is listening to this and they are old, especially them. Especially, we could all learn.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, and then just do some looking around. Every major city has a comedy page. If there's a major city near you, there's always an active comedy page. You can lurk. You can look at the open mics and the shows they have available. You can just hang out. You can start seeing like repeat names of people who run shows and run open mics. TikTok is a great way to put your comedy content out there. YouTube, start a YouTube channel. A podcast is a really fantastic way to put your comedy, your stories, your sense of humor out there. Just, you have to start. You'll always wonder what it would be like if you don't start. So whatever it is you want to do, start. Just begin episode 1, video 1, TikTok number 1. That's the hardest part. And once you're past that, you're golden. Just, you gotta start. Yeah.
Go for it.
I'm going to be the first one to bail. My husband is a musician, and we have to run down to Charlotte for his show. And so I'm going to say goodnight to you guys. But it was a great show, and I'm so glad that I got to meet you, Sydney, and I look forward to seeing you again. So you guys have a wonderful rest of the show, and I will see y'all later.
See ya.
So on that note, I think that we'll take us out. Sydney, it was really great talking to you. I'm going to make sure I hit all the buttons so that way I follow you and we can hook up maybe. Maybe I'll even fill out your podcast.
Please do. I was just about to say, I would love to have you on an episode or a live stream or whatever you prefer to do. I do live streams as well. So please seriously hit me up if that's something you're interested in. I would love to have you on one.
Absolutely. I will click the link and I'll push all the buttons and I will check that out. I would like to thank everybody in the audience and for everyone who asked questions. Y'all are so awesome, helping us bring all the content that we have here, because we do have really good content. We have really great interviews. So as I wrap up today's episode, again, thank you, Sydney. Thank you for sharing your incredible journey. It's been really inspiring, and I'm glad that you've found a way to heal through humor and laughter. I kind of try to do that myself, and I think that there's a very special gift that you have to do it, and I don't have it, but you do. So I really appreciate you coming here and joining our community. And again, thank you everybody who likes and subscribes and pushes the content out. Yeah, it's been a great experience being here with you, and have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, speaking fast, I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past and the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness, hilarious, you think you're with my time, you're delirious, mysterious, because you are the...
I'll find something else after this one. Hey, Steph.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, Lena.
Good show tonight.
Great stream. Yep.
Hey, it was fun. A lot of laughing. I don't know what was going on with my microphone. It was really weird. That's never happened before. It's very strange.
What's strange is I didn't notice. And you know I always notice sound.
I was really weird, and it was in Windows. I don't know what the hell was going on. All of a sudden, Windows would drop the mic level down to half level. It's like, what the fuck?
Rewatching this I was rewatching that Mr. Lizard video again, Steph. What'd you think of that?
I think it's masterful. I mean, I'm really glad that Mr. Lizard uncovered that little bit. Have you seen that, Jay?
No.
Oh. Not necessary to get your panties in a twist, but it's
Jay
pretty
never
fucking
checks
good.
Discord.
Wait, did you send it to me, Maya?
Hold on, I'm gonna put this in there.
I'm like, I try to always check my messages for you.
Good friend Will Freeman and his Aryan beliefs.
It's incredibly enlightening as to what we're dealing with here. Like, that's all I can say. So hold the phone.
All right.
I really don't need to optimize it for video because there's not an awful lot, but I will do.
Maya, you talking about the Pocket Locker Discord?
No.
I DM'd you in Discord. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And play. I'll go back here and optimize for video, which is a pain in the ass. I don't know why they fucking put it the other way
The
around.
goddamn thing. I've been using the app because the optimized for video hasn't even been working lately.
Okay.
I sent them a.
It's silent. There's.
Okay.
It's silent except for one little clip, which happened to be from my channel, which is, oh my god, I'm getting clipped on my channel. I'm surprised old fuckface Doug hasn't clipped me. Do you hear the audio?
No, give me 1 sec. You said
wait,
it's silent?
wait. I probably have it muted. Hold on.
All right, hang
You
on.
can see my legs, though.
No, I don't have it muted. Oh, wait. Do I have it? Yeah, I
That's the
do have it
important
muted.
part.
Hold
Look how
on.
nice my legs are.
Hold on. Back here.
Seeing all this.
Let me say again for everybody.
Wait, well, let me
I
go back
do
to that
know.
part. Go
I've
back to that part.
always
Go back to that
known.
part. So Mr. Lizard put this
You need-
on. So recently,
yeah.
there's been an argument about William Freeman's. Hang on. Let's search this
Raccoon.
up. Raccoon. Usage of a raccoon image is racist, or even if he is racist at all. Okay, let's go.
I'll pause for so you can get the screens.
Yeah, I got the screens. All right. Seeing all of this while seeing that a good chunk of it, raccoon imagery claims was Luce's best. There is this clip of William I found of him outright saying he uses it, bait, and provoke black people would have a problem. Seeing all of this while... What does this mean? Seeing all this while seeing that a good chunk of it...
Seeing all this while... Okay, let me read it. Seeing all this while seemed... While it's... I think there's been some missing words.
Yeah.
Seeing all this...
Oh, I see.
While
I see.
it seemed that a good chunk of
The raccoon
its
imagery
raccoon imagery, yeah.
claims was loose
Very
at best. I don't know how people keep saying that when you just Google it and it comes right up. But yeah, go ahead.
Just give him some time.
No, it's fine. I know where he's going. But yeah, that's cool. All right, go ahead.
But found this clip.
All right.
Let me say again for everybody, I do know. I've always known that people can choose to be offended by that avatar. I just don't care if that's how they take it because it's still just a raccoon. Okay? My totem, my raccoon talisman shows me where race grifters are, shows me where the sensitive bitches are. It keeps me from making the mistake of being friends to these sensitive pansies. Okay? That's what it's good for. It's a guardian totem. Okay, my totem, my raccoon talisman shows me where race grifters are, shows me where the sensitive bitches are, shows me where race grifters are, shows me where the sensitive bitches are, shows me where race grifters are, shows me where the sensitive bitches are.
The person he is saying is a race grifter and a sensitive bitch is Jay Bundy. He says uses it to identify people who would have a problem with it within the context. That is the main point of contention. Yeah, well done.
So it's not over. We get Nazis. Hold on.
Nice.
It gets way better.
The context being that racial slur in question is that a stereotype of black people as seen in many old cartoons.
All right, Jay, I'm about to jump in the shower, but I just want it to be known that I was right. I called Nazi last week.
You, again, the streak.
Just say it.
Appreciate you, Maya. That's I like to bring to something that is relevant and yet nobody brought up or even knows about. Okay, cool. And that is William's belief that he gets from Robert C. Guy he believes has a good knowledge to give on science and history. A guy William basically worships and will get mad at anyone debunks the man. Ooh, the tea.
So, needless to say, I think next Saturday I am going to be doing a video about one of this guy's videos. So, we'll see if William wants to keep showing up on my chat if I'm dunking on his hero. Because this guy's like an idiot looking at his channel.
He promotes a racist ideas to followers. He will at times be overt or covert about it. Anyone who pays attention is quite. I think it's only fair to give evidence of Robert's racist belief. I like this video. So the version
subscribe to Mr. Lizard. He's been a subscriber on my channel for years.
Did you get that, Jay?
Yeah, that there's an ancient Aryan race responsible for all civilizations in the past, it said, or something?
Mm-hmm.
Age, which incidentally is where Noah settled in the Bible.
This
Mount
is from this
Ararat,
guy's channel.
which is part of the Caucasus Mountains in modern Turkey and Armenia, and where the term Caucasian comes from, and from where the Aryans spread their languages.
I gotta pause it here. Note he's picturing an article from the Daily Mail, which is like a fucking Nazi publication in London. It's the UK's worst fucking paper.
Domesticated animals and agricultural civilization from, and why they were considered the ethnic blue-eyed nobility of every agricultural society of the Holocene, no exceptions. This may help to explain this quote by Rudolf Steiner when he said,
who is an
quote,
incredible
the
fucking
greatest
neo-Nazi.
part of the Atlantean population declined, and from a small portion are descended the so-called Aryans, who comprise present-day civilized humanity.
The blue-eyed nobility from the Caucasus Mountains.
Or as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad put it, blue-eyed devils. Yeah, that's.
Ancient Aryan is the pseudo-archaeology and pseudoscience that is meant to put the made-up idea of Caucasians as above all other races and is directly influenced by Nazi ideology. Nazis in particular, who obsessed with proving the German people were descendants of the ancient Aryans, going as far as to create forgeries. Yeah, that's why mine gonna be tap dancing all on fucking graves. Like I told you.
I like the little.
You got Nazi obsession with the occult and the creation of House Atlantis. Ooh. The term Caucasian, such a word, comes to the idea of the Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid races. Pseudoscience of this include craniology, IQ, and their test, intelligence being genetic, and polygenism, all of which Robert has promoted. Damn, Mr. Lizard's just been lurking and paying attention.
So modern Africans are a hybrid race of the ghost species, which I suspect is Homo erectus, or another very archaic hominin, and Europeans who already had interbred with Neanderthal. In other words, there absolutely and conclusively was no out of Africa, in the sense of sub-Saharan African people leaving Africa and magically mutating into Asians and then Caucasians.
Concept should not surprise anyone to find out that humanity is not one race that left Africa.
Apparently, Erica covered this asshole.
and turned into other races, but a result of distinctly different genetic ancestry from different upright walking species that do not share the same history, the same behavior, the same blood type compatibility, or the same intelligence, regardless of how you define that term, or the same intelligence.
Oh my lord. He also refers to his opposition, especially over his racist, realist beliefs, as Marxist and communist, whether or not this is and this is the thing. We be treating these motherfuckers like they need to have a seat at the table.
They don't.
They do not. They most certainly do not.
They need to have a seat in the prison in Spandau. They need to have a seat. Okay, you go join Okay,
yes.
You love this shit?
Yes.
Go join Rudolf Hess.
I don't know if you heard. There's a place where everyone is given equal voice. Oh man.
Afrocentric view of prehistory, generations history.
But he really does say it all the time.
Before mainstream archaeology came to subscribe the general public to its Afrocentric view of prehistory, generations prior to when Darwinian theory was turned into a pseudo-religious cult.
It's just not a reach.
Rather than the modern concept of feminism, which is nothing more than Marxist ideology exploiting women to bring about a political agenda. Evidence was either hidden or destroyed, and discussion of it was considered racially insensitive or supremacist, and not in alignment with the growing sentiment which was developed into the modern Afrocentric fairy tale demanding a strictly African hypothesized origin or supposed simian-based cradle of civilization. Being Marxist or communist or part of an egalitarian movement does not change biological reality. Either does censorship, name-calling, or obsessive political correctness. Scientific correctness does not care about political correctness.
Scientific correctness. Ooh, just McCarthyism on that Steph tip. It was used as a means to go after people like MLK Jr. There you go. It was used by white supremacists to fight against desegregation, interracial marriage, and the civil rights movement as a whole. Still seen in those fight against CRT, okay. Marxism, communism, and all other associated things was used by Nazis to very similar slander. This was done in the name of Bolshevism, more commonly known as great. Interesting enough, this Marxist fear-mongering is used to this day by people who wish to eradicate LGBT. A lot of their talking points calls to mind things that sex research. Yep. Nothing new on this. Proper test also is very same with the word of course. Anti-woke.
Any anthropologist that does not agree or understand what I just said should go ask their university for a refund, as their degree is not worth the woke paper it was printed on.
And
yeah, Mr. Lizard's pretty based.
yeah. Wake up, Ethiopia.
This I did not know.
Mm.
Too bad about the typos, but
Oh my goodness. Him. Wow. Wow. Yep. Yep.
Talk about disgusting, am I right?
Is William racist? I don't know. You be the judge. Damn.
This Zephyr guy's got a video called Ancient Aryans Around the
I
Globe.
like that. The last word we did.
Cope.
And now for the comments. I just left a comment on there. Wow, that's quite a swamp. Thanks for covering. Quite educational indeed. Maya goes, great video. You got another subscriber out of it.
Oh, look at
Freeman.
William. Oh,
Freeman
my
writes,
goodness.
bravo. I love it, Lizard.
Yeah, and then when somebody's like, I didn't know he existed, William Freeman's like, bingo. Fuck.
Now this one here.
Who's
Pal
that?
420 atheist guy.
Sammy.
Sammy.
Sammy. Wasn't Sammy problematic up in all this?
Uh-huh.
Maya had a run-in with Sammy about all this. I have a long history with Sammy as a good friend, so this has been really hard on me.
So anyway, Mr. Lizard clearly watched the whole thing and came out of it woke and just taught us a lesson or two as to where this asshole gets his.
Absolutely.
Where all these assholes get their stuff, including Sammy. I watch Zephyr. What's that make me? Fucking racist, Sammy. Sorry, man. Mr. Lizard, do you watch him for educational purposes or to make fun of his racism and stupidity? It's like, oh, yeah. So there you go. Thought you'd enjoy that. I sure did.
Where's William Freeman at praising Zephyr?
Well, you said where's praise and Zephyr? Sorry,
where's the video? So it mentions that he praises Zephyr and says don't talk crap about him or whatever. I didn't see that though. Where's that at?
Oh, haven't seen that.
So
I have no idea.
We do have him in the comments saying bingo.
Yeah,
and not denying any of it.
Yeah,
that's crazy. You were so spot on, Maya.
Yeah.
Maya was like, these people are actual Nazis, and this dude's like, yep.
And as it turns out, they are in fact actual Nazis.
Oh man. Yeah, I got that vibe from Freeman. Like he was just one of those dudes sold out on the vision. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Oh man. All right, let's.
You want to move on to something more lighthearted for a palate cleanser?
Well, I'm trying to see what I can find. Where?
I'm can it pretty shortly here. Need to do work tomorrow.
That's what we all should be doing. I don't know. Weird. All right, we could look at this, I guess.
So, I'm dead serious. That's what happened. They said they meant to send it 6 months ago, but, you know, it got stuck, and so, whatever. There you go. The teacher is still teaching. The investigation closed, and she still has her job, and nothing changed. She's still doing all of this stuff. Stuff she's been doing for 15 years, by the way.
Oh,
she was saying this
going
stuff
over
back
God
when
is not
AlphaFour
dead.
Zero's mom was in this school with this teacher.
Along with a pledge not to engage in similar discussion of Jesus in the future.
They pretend to be victims when in reality they are actually victimizing people. I have personal, first-hand experience with this exact situation, and I know how it goes. They turn into terrorists and attack the person that's complaining about it.
I'm confident that we can move forward on that basis.
No.
Oh, no.
I can't.
Look, they're not asking you to denounce Jesus. If they were asking you to denounce Jesus, then that'd be a problem. But you have a captive audience and are forcing them to listen to your garbage as an agent of the state. You are representing one religion over another as an agent of the government. That is unacceptable. She should apologize and move on with her life. Well, you know, in this situation, what she did wasn't illegal. But Ashworth should have. I mean, the teacher that I was dealing with, she should have at the very least apologized and agreed not to do it again.
All right, I did have a couple ideas. Let's try something.
I'd like to request a brief recess to have a word. Excuse me. Grace, this is exactly what we're hoping for. I mean, this is the part where you say you're sorry, thank your lawyer, go back to your classroom, pick up your life, and move on.
I can't do that.
Why?
I gave an honest answer to a student's legitimate question in a history
Grace.
Yeah, she did. And it would have never gotten this far in real life.
Grace, you don't want to do this. It's the wrong decision.
Is it?
All right.
I would rather stand with God and be judged by the world than stand with the world and be judged by God.
Like, this whole thing is based off of a false premise. This never would have happened in the first place.
I am not going to be afraid to say the name Jesus.
I know her. She's not going to go for it.
How do we make this go away and not get blood on our hands?
That's the easy part. We let the ACLU do it.
Oh yeah, the ACLU is viewed as like the root of all evil by Christians, which is bizarre. They simply stand for people's civil liberties. You stand against the ACLU, something's wrong. You have gone down a bad road somewhere along the way, because they simply want to protect people and nothing more. It's just bizarre. The pure, unadulterated hatred they seem to have for the ACLU.
They'll file suit against Ms. Wesley, and if she's found liable, which she will be.
No, she wouldn't. That's just completely made up. They would not file suit against her.
And we fire her.
All right, let's see.
But the school
Let's just
district
see where
will
this
certainly
goes.
be named as a co-defendant.
Probably
We
an
don't
awful,
have the
terrible
financial
idea.
wherewithal to fight that.
They've already been in touch. They aren't interested in punishing the school. They want her.
Are you sure?
Trust me. They've been dreaming of a case like this.
This is completely made up. The ACLU knew about my situation and chose not to pick it up. In fact, FFRF chose not to pick it up. Although FFRF is suing the same district for doing something else. Like, my school district that did all of that shit eventually did, like, I don't know, a year later or something. It turns out we're holding mandatory revivals that students were required to attend. And what happened when these students complained about it and staged a walkout? The school board and the others, like, you know, the superintendent, the principal, offered a sincere, heartfelt apology and said it was the teachers that commanded the students to go to these revivals or be counted absent. It wasn't me. It wasn't the school board that did it. The school board and the principal and the other people along the chain blamed the teachers for it, interestingly. But now they're being sued. Now the school system, the district, the school district is being sued for, I don't know, I don't need, I think they're being sued for like $1. I think it's just like they're trying to get a precedent set, basically, to prevent revivals from coming in ever again, pretty much. So yeah, the ACLU doesn't care about these cases, really. It has to be real egregious for the ACLU to come in and do something, pretty much.
While Miss Wesley apologizes for any inconvenience her actions may have caused, Miss Wesley stands by her statements, and she does not retract or recant them either in full or in part.
So noted. Sure. Having little choice, this board recommends continued suspension, henceforth without pay. Pending review by a court of competent jurisdiction to determine whether or not Ms. Wesley violated local, state, or federal guidelines.
Yeah, so in my case, I think that they did an investigation and then the investigation closed almost immediately, within like a day or two, and said the teacher did nothing wrong.
Proceeding is adjourned.
That's how it really plays out in the real world. When a teacher shoves Jesus down kids' throats against their will, the teacher's praised for it in reality. They pay lip service to the laws. Yeah, I know, you have freedom of religion and you have separation of church and state. Okay, great. So I guess we'll launch an investigation, but you know how it's going to turn out in the end. I think this is the ACLU guy, just big evil monsters trying to ruin innocent Christians' lives.
Last thing we need is a bunch of religious fanatics protesting outside of our house.
We'll work to keep it out of the media for now. But next year, when you're applying to all the colleges, you'll be able to tell the story of how Brooke was part of a landmark constitutional case concerning the separation of church and state. Believe me, there is not an Ivy League admissions board that could resist that.
Yeah, I don't think that's even true. That sounds like... I mean, if you were part of a real landmark case or something, fine, but this isn't a landmark case. This precedent already exists. This isn't setting new precedent. This is just reestablishing already existing precedent.
I think of the other children out there, innocent children, who are subjected to their repressive belief system.
I'm not forgetting the financial opportunities.
Yes? Miss Wesley is an employee of the school board. We went in court and we established her misconduct as said paid employee. Well, there's nothing to change his policy faster than a big, expensive settlement.
Yeah, so FFRF sued the school district for $1. Again, they don't make money off of this stuff, almost ever. It's not about money, although it is deserved in my case. After the pain and suffering emotional torment that we went through, we most definitely deserve a payment from the district that we will never see. But FFRF realizes how that looks to get money in a settlement, even though it's deserved. So they always sue for $1, from my understanding. And he'll probably get it in this most recent case.
We're going to prove once and for all that God is dead.
Give me a break. As if anybody at the ACLU cares about any of this stuff.
Brooke is a minor, as far as reporters are concerned. She has no rights.
Just, well, I mean, that's those precedents that minors have very few rights continue to be set by Republicans, the far right. They don't want minors to have rights.
This
They
team
want
is
them to
obviously
shut up
ass.
and do exactly as they explain or tell them to do. So the fact that they're saying this as if it's like something the left wants, completely made up.
That simply means I won't be asking her to be a witness. I feel supremely confident about this.
Okay.
This is just absurd, everything about it.
All right.
So I guess there's
I'll take maybe like one more shot at this.
Corrupt evildoers who are like out for themselves and trying to get one over on everybody around them, right? Just absurd, dude.
Injunctive relief.
And they're asking that you be fired, plus revocation of your teaching certificate,
What? How am I supposed to?
plus attorney's fees. Essentially, you'll lose everything.
Why are they doing this?
They want to make an example of you.
This is fabricated. She wouldn't be sued
All right, where the
or
hell's
get
the
in
turbo?
trouble in
'Cause
any way,
this-
shape, or
this
form for
feels
what
like
she did. But Ashworth, it's completely deserved on the part of the teacher that like did what she did in Alpha Fort Zero's house class. She deserves that because she intended to violate people's rights. She said, I try to say this quietly so I don't get in too much trouble. But, and then went on to preach about Jesus, thus favoring one religion over another. In this woman's case, she was just giving an academic answer. There's nothing wrong with that. They live in a fever dream where they're a victim 24/7.
To them, your beliefs are like a disease whose time is come and gone. Sort of like smallpox or polio or plague.
That's not how the rest of the world views Christians.
The plague.
I'm trying to slide around.
So what do we do?
We win.
More music. I mean, I'm honestly pretty confident that they put this music in an attempt to bypass existing copyright laws. But I'm going to challenge it all the way up if that's what it takes. This music sucks anyways. And I'm going to cut the music out where I can.
Hey, what's going on? Brooke is exercising her right to protest. Idiot.
Hey, shut up, loser. At least she's standing for something.
There was a walkout in a recent case where teachers forced students to attend a revival at school during school hours. There was a walkout in, I think at Huntington High in West Virginia, Cabell County School District. And it was similar to what's happening here. But it was, you know, a completely different situation. They were forcing kids to attend this revival. In this case, this teacher's just answering a question.
Brooke, you need to stop this immediately. Okay, Brooke, this is the last time I'm going to tell you. If you don't stop this right now, there are going to be some consequences.
Actually, I don't think that there will, because this is a sidewalk, which is public property. My dad's a lawyer.
Well, actually, the sidewalk is on school property. I suggest you girls aren't late for class.
Yes, ma'am.
You're allowed to speak. Like, these signs say you're not allowed to speak. Yes, you are. You're just not allowed to force children to listen to your religious beliefs who have no other choice when you're acting as a representative of the state. Go nuts. Speak to your heart's content at your church or on your sidewalk or whatever. You notice how this principal came up and pointed out that they're not allowed to do this in this specific spot at this specific moment. So there are 4 rules like this. They're all for it. They just don't want those rules to apply to their people. They want them to apply to everybody else.
Hey.
Dude, I have lost track of how many chances I've run through so far. What am I at? 20 now? Probably 30, right?
What are you doing?
I'm just, you know, reading the paper while my laptop goes through my online jury orientation.
Shouldn't you be paying attention?
Please remember, consumption of alcoholic beverages, non-prescription drugs, and weapons are prohibited in the courtroom.
Still, isn't it your civic duty?
Theoretically, yeah, but Matthew 22:14.
You're called. You are chosen.
Exactly. 300 people show up. They sit around for 8 hours, and at the end of the day, they all go home having not been selected.
You know, I wonder how they did that. That was really impressive. He hits the space bar. The video is playing before he hits space bar, or whatever button he hit. I guess volume on button. So, and then he hits the volume on button, and it just so happened to be playing the exact spot that they wanted to capture in the film. That was really interesting how they did that from an editing perspective.
8 hours, and at the end of the day, they all go home having not been selected. Statistically, I have a better chance of being
Gotta get some coffee.
Okay, and he's gonna end up on the jury of this woman, right? That's being mistreated terribly by the ACLU. Oh my God.
It's called voir dire. It means that we get a chance to eliminate any potential juror that may have a bias against you.
It wouldn't reach this point in the trial or in the process for years, probably. It would take forever to get to the point where they're picking jurors and stuff. That's absurd.
Sir.
Oh. Thank you, sir. So how are you feeling?
I'm good.
This is a bit of an arduous process of all these jurors, and it's going to take the whole day, but I think this is what we need in place.
More music. It's so subtle that you can hear it just barely in the background. I'm convinced that they put music in like that to foil, you know, any criticism, to kind of try to stop criticism from happening. I've seen people do that plenty of times before. Scientology does it too.
All rise for the Honorable Judge Robert Stennis.
In order in the matter of Thorley versus Wesley.
You may be seated.
I recognize that guy from somewhere, not sure where.
So it says here, what does it say? It says you're a psychic?
Yes.
Ah. Do you know who's going to win this case? No, don't answer that. We're going to challenge this juror.
All right, this tune's trash.
What? I guess anybody spiritual is what they're trying to communicate. I mean, you can strike anybody for any reason, or no reason at all. You don't have to, you know, keep somebody just because. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing here. I mean, making fun of somebody isn't good, but yeah, I mean, he's allowed to strike whoever.
Miss Bailey, what's your favorite TV show?
Pretty Little Liars.
God, I remember that TV show. I had a girlfriend who was absolutely obsessed with it and made me watch every episode. It was just...
Challenge, Your Honor.
Sorry, let me step back.
Pretty Little Liars.
Peremptory challenge, Your Honor.
All right.
What is your favorite TV show?
Duck.
We have to,
Peremptory challenge, Your Honor. Duck Dynasty.
Miss Smith.
Because if you like Duck Dynasty, then you're a Jesus, I guess.
Are you involved in any community or charitable organization?
All right, let's try these cards
Salvation
out.
Army?
They're at least super interesting.
We'll accept this juror, Your Honor.
Juror.
Again, Salvation Army. If you remember earlier, there was a guy It may have been in another part. I don't know. But there's a guy moving boxes out that had the Salvation Army patch on his back. You remember? Every single frame in this TV show, in this movie, is here for a reason. Every single frame.
Number 9. You're a teacher.
I'm a retired teacher.
Ever have any disciplinary run-ins with the
I can't believe this
administration?
car's in
Never.
Acceptable to the plaintiff, Your Honor?
Acceptable, Your Honor.
Peremptory challenge, Your Honor.
We'll take her, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Preemptive challenge, Your Honor.
Number 2 just screams Marine. I don't want him.
You mean blowing our last challenge?
Well, we have no choice. What part of God-conquering core do you want to put on that jury?
Look, they're pretending that this is like a bad thing. They're preventing bias from slipping in. The other side's doing the exact same thing. You noticing this? The religious side is striking and accepting
so there's the
people
Suzuki
that they believe will be
VGT.
favorable to their cause or whatever, right?
710
That's what you do
PP
in a
turbo,
jury
really nice.
like thing. In voir dire, you pick jurors that you think will be favorable to you. That's okay. That's how you do it. And the other side is doing it too, but it's wrong when they do it, and it's right when we do it. You see how this works? The hypocrisy
let's go see if there's any
is
restrictions on that
obscene.
shit too.
It's like so glaring and in your face. How are they like not seeing the hypocrisy for what it is?
What was your last paid position?
Artillery forward
That's kind of the one
observer,
I
United
want to
States
use.
Marine Corps.
Let's go make sure I can use it.
Peremptory challenge, Your Honor. Thank you.
Like, they don't need a reason to strike somebody. They can just do it because that's how this works. You want to get a jury of your peers, of people who have as little bias as humanly possible. So if either side believes that there's bias from anybody at all, they will be stricken from the jury. That's fair.
850 or
That's how
less.
this
Okay.
works.
There's probably
Your
a
Honor,
lot of super nice
we'd like to
cars
challenge
for
for
this.
cause.
Why is that?
Oh, Your Honor, the man's an ordained minister. Need I say more?
Yeah, there's bias here, obviously.
The juror is excused.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis, Miss Sandler?
Discriminatory, Your Honor.
Well, yeah, you're discriminating because you want to cut bias out, obviously. There's discrimination in the
world's-
jury
here we go.
selection process. That's how this
Y'all
works.
know where
it's
it
supposed
is.
To work
We're
this
Team
way.
Toyota. We're
Cut
probably gonna
people
rock
out
with the
who may
Toyota.
have bias one way
Well,
or another.
we'll look around a little bit.
Peremptory challenges cannot be used to discriminate against a certain class of juror based on
let's
race,
see if
ethnic
there's an
background,
AMG
religion,
Mercedes.
or gender. And the fact that religious belief is tangential to this case doesn't change that.
I don't know if that's even true. Maybe. But either way, you're discriminating against people so that you don't have bias. That's the whole point of this process.
Yowzers. I'm not dropping a mill. I already decided that. That is
Upon further
fucking
reflection, I
badass.
find the respondent's assertion is correct. The stand.
Oh, that looks cool.
You're not her pastor, are you?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I must protest here.
Mr. Kane, now you had a set number of peremptory challenges, all of which you have used.
No, there's only that
Therefore,
right.
it's up to opposing counsel.
We accept him, Your Honor.
Welcome to the jury, sir. Henceforth, juror number 12. I hope you enjoy your service to the
Oh, these
committee.
are so nice.
Better chance of being struck by lightning.
But I'm going with the Toyota. I can't afford these $1 million.
Better chance of being struck by
VGT
lightning, and then
cars.
lightning goes off in the background, implying
They
that
are
he is
cool
going
looking,
to
though.
enjoy his service. Okay.
It amazes me how.
I mean, I'm sure that it's going to be the type of situation where he has to save this poor innocent woman from all of these evil jurors who just are out to get
SRT
her, and he
Tomahawks. These are some of the
valiantly
fastest cars in the
convinces
game.
every juror out there to vote with him in favor of her, right?
We as human beings think.
All right, let's get it. Team Toyota.
When I was battling for my life, I was willing to hold on to anything.
Right, so if you missed the first part and even the first episode of this movie series, she used to be an atheist, humanist,
Oh, that
vegan
one's a lot
evolutionist,
better.
cancer patient. And she met
There's the
some
Group 3
people that she was
VGT.
harassing, the newsboys, some
Oh, and
religious
then that
rock
one.
group or something. And they prayed over her and cured her cancer, basically. And now
underpowered
she
is this
seems to
one?
be a believer.
Battling for my life.
Oh, and she's an influencer too. She's a blogger, I think.
I'm
willing to
wondering
hold
if
on
I could
to anything,
get this one up to 850.
including God, even though I really didn't believe in him until that moment.
I don't know. It's risky.
I was convinced that I felt him. But now that I'm officially in remission, I find myself questioning everything. So, effective immediately, this blog is the personal diary of one woman's exploration of faith.
Oh, you know what else, gang?
So the
it
blog
won't let me
turned
add a
from
ton of
just
parts
whatever it
afterwards
was
either.
before, I don't have any
because
to an
it's
evangelical
already all
Christian
raced
nutter
up
butter
and
blog,
shit.
basically. Dude, I cannot get this
This is really
Chansey's
interesting.
lucky egg for the life.
Let's see what
of me.
that
What is
Suzuki's
happening
talking
right
about.
now?
Cancer-free.
Yeah, it's 7:10.
Hey, Martin, how's it going?
Ah, fuck it. Let's see. Let's also look at the Nissan. It's probably a GTR.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just a VGT
It
concept.
seems that for every question you answered, 3 or 4 more questions spring up.
This is like
All right,
a
let's see what
new
happens.
convert
Fuck
who's
it.
got basically no experience with Christian.
Yeah, but that's a good thing, right? It's like what Einstein said about science. Picture what you know, like the light of a candle. As the circle of knowledge expands, so does the circumference of darkness around.
I'm actually learning, even though it might not feel like it.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I've been studying the Beatitudes. They're very hard. One
Oh,
might say
nice. All right.
impossible to follow completely.
The Beatitudes. Is this Catholic? I don't hate this pastor. Yeah, so they made all of the good characters in this TV show as likable as humanly possible to a moderate audience. Just a fun, loving,
Let's just see where
nice
we're at with the card.
guy, right? Somebody that you couldn't hate if you tried. They did that on purpose. In reality, the pastor this pastor here and the
We probably got
beliefs
all
that he
the Vision
has
Gran Turismos
align
in
with
here.
Greg Locke. He
Yeah,
fucking
Jags,
hates
Porsche,
the gay community. You know,
BMW,
he fucking hates
everybody's here.
trans people. That's the kind of belief system that this guy has. Hopes that, you know, they die in a ditch somewhere.
No, I remember this fucking
So they
track.
can portray him as nice, and certainly will, but it's all a fabrication, every last
Alright,
bit.
well,
of it.
you
The
just
Beatitudes
wipe that
are
from your
not
memories.
Catholic in particular. Oh, okay, I thought they were for some reason. My mistake.
Here in Luke's account, Jesus says, "Do unto others as you have them do unto you." But how is that possible? How can I react to the needs of everyone else the same as my own, even for one day, let alone my whole life? And how can I reconcile my inability to do so with Scripture?
Questions? Okay, scoot over.
So he's just going to be a nice, fun-loving guy, and he's going to be self-sacrificing. He's going to help this kid out with his questions and sit down, take time out of his day, and do something nice for him, even though he's literally paid to do this job.
What is it, Luke?
6:20.
Jesus said to his disciples, "You who are poor are blessed, because the kingdom of God is yours. You who are now hungry are blessed, because you will be filled. You who now weep are blessed, because you will laugh. You are blessed when people hate you, when they exclude you,
We'll get it,
insult
we'll get it,
you,
we'll get it. This
and
card's
slander your
dope.
name as
Actually,
you release
also,
the sun."
do I want to go back to
Beautiful courthouse, right?
offset
I love
view.
that marble and stuff. Is that what that is, marble?
Let me see. Settings.
You can't win.
Thanks. I'll take that under advisement.
Oh, come on, you know I'm right. I mean, why do it? Why go through this whole exercise, huh?
Default's a little bit better for depth
To set
perception.
precedent. That's why people do anything.
Offset.
No, I looked up your history.
I
You
mean,
get a little
do
bit more
anything in the
peripheral
court
vision.
system. For the record, the court system, you know, activism and stuff like that, it's all very, very strategic. All of this is strategic. Rosa Parks, for example, was placed on that bus to do exactly what she did. There was a woman who the same thing happened to Rosa Parks, happened to her just a month before Rosa Parks. But they couldn't like use her as the basis for a lawsuit to force the bus system to stop segregating like that because she was an unwed mother, and that looked bad, and they knew that that's what they would use against her in the court system. So they found somebody who was above reproach. Rosa Parks had a perfectly clean life in every way. And they said, okay, go ahead and get on the bus and see what happens. And if your rights are violated, then we will sue on your behalf. And that's exactly what happened. Her rights were violated because those were the rules. And they sued on her behalf and won. Lawsuits are very strategic the way they're all set up. And as a matter of fact, even the lawsuits that are picked up and are left alone are strategic. Sometimes you don't want to sue to set precedent. Sometimes you want to leave a lawsuit alone, even when somebody's rights are being violated in certain specific districts because the judges are unfavorable, or the judges are more favorable in this area, or whatever. So you want to be really careful about the lawsuits you pick up because it could end very badly for you if you're not careful. And it could set bad precedent if you're not careful. So, yeah, this is the game. This is how the game is played. And they're just exposing a little bit of it and trying to make the ACLU look corrupt and the Christian coalition look above reproach. It's just absurd on every level.
Do this whole exercise, huh? Here, thanks. No, I looked up your history. You're better than this. You were third in your class at Stanford Law. You clerked for a judge on the Ninth Circuit. And why are you slumming like this?
Maybe I believe that people that don't do anything wrong shouldn't suffer at the hands of the law.
You know what hate is, Tom? I'm not talking about the fairy tale stuff. I mean real hate. I hate what people like your client stand for.
That's absurd. The ACLU, and even I, do not hate what people like, you know, I don't hate Christianity. What is he even talking about? This is fabricated persecution that does not exist in the real world. He absolutely insists on being portrayed as a villain. It's absurd. I am as atheist as you get, pretty much. It doesn't get more atheist than me. And I don't hate anybody for anything.
And what they're doing to our society. And Stennis does too. Even if he doesn't admit it.
Well, the jury doesn't hear it.
Ah, but that's a secret, Tommy. They don't need to hate her. They just need to see a tiny flaw in her. A half-truth. A small inconsistency. Just a little bit of doubt.
So now they're saying he's giving him his legal strategy, which is to lie to the jury, which is illegal, of course. And yeah, juries are really easy to manipulate, which makes it dangerous. But if, you know, the judge
I will check too to see if there's a tune for this
place,
card.
there would probably be a mistrial over it. Like, this is just absurd.
And they'll find against her.
But there may not be.
Nice shoes.
Even that right there was a subtle hint. That's what makes this propaganda. The ACLU guy is rich, has a ton of money, has nice things, nice shoes, and even has the money to take care of them. And the Christian coalition, the people fighting for Christians, have almost nothing. They have scuffed shoes. They're poor. They're broke. That's the idea they're trying to communicate. When in reality, it's actually the exact opposite of what they're portraying here. It's the other way around. It said nice shoes to draw attention to the fact that they're scuffed, and his are not. That's what makes this propaganda. It's just absurd. And on top of all of that, they use the copyright systems against people to prevent criticism, to dodge criticism. I had to pull this down from YouTube and switch to a smaller platform that has smaller reach because they have this copyright system built out to protect them from criticism. I mean, really think about the lengths that these people are going to. It's just disgusting.
You ready?
Congress shall make no law.
I mean, just to kind of go back to that for a second. I had yesterday on my YouTube channel when I was streaming, I had 500 people watching. On my main channel, I had 1,000 people watching when I talked about God's Not Dead. And earlier when I was streaming this, before it got taken down, I had about 350, 400. And now I have 173 because the copyright system took the stream down on YouTube. That's how this works. That's how they evade criticism. It's dirt.
You ready?
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The first half of this passage is known as the Establishment Clause. The second half is known as the Free Exercise Clause. Now, there has been an ongoing debate about what the role of government should be, because in practice, these two provisions are often in conflict, which is what brings us here today.
What? They're in conflict? What's he talking? No, they're not. They're not in conflict. The Establishment Clause says the government shall stay out of religion, and the Free Exercise Clause says religion shall be freely exercised by people to their heart's content. The idea is there is a separation. Now, these people want to make it seem as though there is a conflict between them because they want to blur the line. They want to break that separation down. The First Amendment is basically saying government will stay in government and religion will stay in religion, and they won't mess with each other in any way or intermingle at all. There's no conflict here. They didn't write two sentences and put them next to each other that directly contradicted each other. That's absurd. They are just looking for any angle they can, these crusaders, these right-wing extremists that produced this film, looking for any opportunity they can to break down that church-state separation barrier.
In the matter of Thawley versus Wesley, is the plaintiff prepared to make its opening statement?
We are, Your Honor.
Then proceed.
The point is, when you're acting as a representative of the government, you cannot exercise your free religion. And there are a billion examples of this precedent being set, of this type of thing. When you're in government, your speech is censored while you're acting as an agent of the government in a ton of ways. If you work within a classified sector, you're not allowed to go to the news and blab about the things that you see on a daily basis. You're not allowed to tell them about the experiences that you had in Afghanistan as like a sniper, unless that stuff has been declassified. That is the government censoring your free speech, but there's an exception to it. They're allowed to do that in some certain circumstances. If you are an agent of the government and you are acting in an official capacity, the government is allowed to censor your freedom of speech because you are supposed to be doing one specific thing and explaining the curriculum, say if you're a teacher, explaining the curriculum exactly as it's laid out. You're not free to spread your beliefs to students as an agent of the government because of the first sentence in the First Amendment of the Constitution. That's how it works. There is no conflict here. They just want you to think there is.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a jury of this size, I'm imagining that there are probably among your ranks a few Christians, hopefully practicing ones.
Pretty much everybody. Nearly every single person in the U.S. is a Christian.
This is super sweet racing
I don't know
concept
what
cars.
it is, like 80% or 70% maybe, somewhere in there, identified as Christian.
And that's a good thing, that's fine. Because Christianity is not on trial here, even though my opponent will try to convince you that
trying to
it
go down,
is.
but it's nice to know I got speed on the other Toyota.
Nor is faith on trial. Only Ms. Wesley is on trial here today. Now ask any fourth grader, they're probably familiar with the phrase, separation of church and state.
Yeah, that phrase came from a letter that was sent between Danbury Baptist Church and Thomas Jefferson in reference to the First Amendment. Separation of church and state is the protection that people have from a church taking control of the state. Now, it's clear as day right now that that's happened. The evangelical movement, the people that made this film, have by and large taken over the judicial system. They have judges appointed from here to Texas, but they're going to pretend that, you know, there's no such thing as separation of church and state, because that's a common refrain.
Oh, y'all, we gotta. This is fun. This
That
is
is
fun.
guaranteed
This is
to us
fun.
under our laws. The plaintiffs are the parents
I'm
of the
into
student
it.
in Miss Wesley's class.
It feels like we have good
Who was
pace in this
subjected
car.
to
But
hearing
y'all know how
the
it
teachings
is.
of
We're gonna
Jesus
have to be
Christ
on the edge to get
being favorably compared to the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi.
the work done in a
We all
reasonable
know
time.
that Jesus is part of a particular religious tradition. These parents who are trying to raise a daughter to be a free thinker, free of any religious dogma, are wholly offended.
They're not offended, and this situation would never have happened. I wasn't offended that, you know, Miss Ashworth spread her nonsense propaganda about hating gay people to my kid. I wasn't offended by that. I was pissed off because she's violating everybody's constitutional rights. She's violating our protections that are guaranteed by the law. It's not offense. I don't care about being offended.
By what went on in that classroom. And she, reciting the words that were allegedly attributed to Jesus, who allegedly lived 2,000 years ago, gave a clear and compelling indication of what she believes, what she supports, what she endorses. Now, let me put it this way. I don't mean to offend anyone who may be a Muslim here, and I do not want to slight the Prophet of Islam, but if you would ask me a question concerning the Quran, the sacred text of Islam, and I could come up with the answer with great speed and accuracy, and I could quote the proper surah or chapter, then it would be reasonable for you to infer that I was not only a follower of Islam, but that I considered it to be superior to all other forms of religion.
No, it's not reasonable to assume that you consider it to be superior, but it might be fair to assume that you're a follower of Islam. So what? There's nothing wrong with that. People are free agents. You know, you can do whatever you want outside of school, and people are free to be aware that you are a Christian. But when you have a captive audience that you are forcing to listen to what you say, as a government official, you are not allowed to spread your beliefs to them by force, which is what sitting in a classroom is. You are forced to sit in that classroom. If you are allowed to, if you want to stand up and leave that classroom, you will be marked absent. And if you're marked absent enough, you'll be marked truant. A truant officer will come out and find you and put you in foster care and force you to go to school every day, if nothing else. These students have no choice but to be in that classroom listening to what she says. They must listen to her. They don't even have a choice to switch school districts more often than not. They must go to that teacher. You are acting as an agent of the state, and as an agent of the state, you are not allowed to spread your beliefs to others like that. That's the idea behind separation of church and state. Of course, this whole situation is made up. What she did wouldn't have been illegal. It isn't even really wrong, honestly, in my opinion. Not that badly. I couldn't possibly care less, but they wanted to drag moderates in who might otherwise disagree if the situation was more egregious.
If I did this in a house of worship, that would be fine. But if I did it in an 11th grade classroom, in a public school, that would be preaching, not teaching. So why in the world are we here today? Why? Because Miss Wesley refused to apologize. And that means that her true motivation in that moment in her classroom was to take an innocent question and turn it into an opportunity to preach.
Again, she wasn't even preaching in that situation. Like, what she did was not illegal.
Ruin my rage.
If we grant Miss Wesley the right to do that, and by extension,
this car is
everyone
fun.
else, to violate the law based solely on our own private beliefs, then our society will crumble.
And this is getting us
Well,
ready
it means
for
you'll have
real cars.
Satanists
This is.
praying with children
These are all
in
like.
classrooms,
Most of these cars aren't real. They're like concept cars.
Again, not this situation because this is completely fabricated. But in other situations, like if teachers are allowed to pray with students, then you better believe that the Satanic Temple and the Church of Satan are gonna they're gonna start praying with their students, and it'll be legal at that point. So. You're gonna have to knock that one around the noggin when deciding this, kids, right? We get into fascist territory when they create a tier of second-class citizens where the Bible is the only one that's allowed to be prayed to or about, where Jesus is the only one that's allowed to be discussed in classrooms, and discussions of Satan or Allah or Vishnu or Buddha or anybody else are forbidden explicitly. That's when we live in a two-tier society, basically. And unfortunately, we're on our way there. It's concerning.
I believe that. So I implore you, please do not set this precedent. Do not. The future of our republic depends on it.
So, they're completely ignoring the argument here that this opens it up for everybody else. Do you want Satanists praying with your children in classrooms? Almost every Christian that I know would say no. Then you cannot allow Christians to pray with students either. Either you're allowed to do it and everyone else is too, or nobody else is. The problem, of course, is that Christian extremists know that moderate Hindus or Buddhists or Muslims or whatever in the United States don't care. They don't want to pray with students. They have no interest in any of that. So the only people that'll be praying with students are Christian extremists, pretty much. And that's why they want to open this pathway up to allow teachers to pray with students. And unfortunately, there are only so many Satanists out there to basically stage a peaceful protest and pray with the students the way that would be necessary to adequately protest, to make a point about this. And eventually that'll die down anyway, so they don't really care. The extremists will win out in the end. That's their thought process. This is a previously humanist, evolutionist, atheist, vegan nutter butter who hates God and anybody who likes God. But she had cancer. She was prayed over by some famous rock group, and then she was cured of her cancer. So I think she's a believer. She had
I almost saved it, but I'm
she had
trash.
a blog. Apparently, she's an influencer. It was previously an atheist blog, and now it's a Christian blog.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick. Actually, I want to take a quick.
What's going on? Brooke is exercising her right to protest.
Brooke, I need you to stop this immediately. Brooke, this is the last time I'm
Shit! I thought it was gonna take me back to replays. Here we go.
Hey, Marlene. Yeah, I just saw the video. What's going on?
So, you remember my friend Brooke?
Yeah?
Well, she got a teacher in trouble for asking her about Jesus.
I'm just trying to get a good look at the car.
Now she's
Actually,
not even supposed to talk about it, and we can't even cover it in our school paper.
Is there any way that I could meet with her?
The teacher?
yeah, I think
Like,
it's
this whole
got an
thing is
86 on it.
fabricated, the way that this whole... Again, I experienced this firsthand.
No.
36, never mind.
Mr. Ambler, opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have here a copy of the Constitution of the United States of America, and its Bill of Rights. Arguably the two most important documents in the history of our great nation. But despite Mr. Kane's impassioned rhetoric, you know what you won't find in that? No matter how hard you look. The phrase separation of church and state.
Yeah, this is a common argument on the right. It's completely irrelevant. There is a separation of church and state. It was discussed by the guy who contributed to the writing of the Constitution, Thomas Jefferson. James Madison wrote most of the Constitution, but Thomas Jefferson contributed, ideologically at the very least. And when asked about what that section meant by Danbury Baptist Church, because there was a state church in Connecticut, it was a Calvinist denomination.
All right, I lied. We're going to do one more and then we'll take a
What
quick
did you
break.
mean by this? And Jefferson wrote back and said, you know, he said all kinds of stuff. He explained very clearly and specifically exactly what he meant. We don't have to wonder. We don't have to, like, look at the commas into periods and see the sentence arrangement and the grammar to figure out what he meant, because he told us exactly what he meant. He interpreted it for us. He interpreted this for us. What he meant when he wrote, Congress shall make no laws establishing blah, 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 is separation of church and state. That's what it means. That's what he meant when he wrote that.
That's right. It's not in there. Never has been. Because that phrase comes from a letter written by Thomas Jefferson. Now, ironically,
yeah, that letter was describing the First Amendment, pretending that, like, there's no link between the two or something.
Jefferson was writing to a Baptist congregation, ensuring them they would always have the right to believe as they wished, free of government interference.
No, it was about a state church being established in Connecticut, and the fact that Danbury Baptist didn't like the fact that there was a state church that was in Connecticut.
But lately, that phrase has been taken out of context and twisted and contorted to mean the exact opposite. You know, one morning early this year, my client, Miss Wesley, she woke up as usual. She drove to work at her job as a teacher at Martin Luther King High School, a place where she was Teacher of the Year. Her lesson plan for...
Funny enough, Alpha 40's health teacher was Teacher of the Year, too.
Second period AP history that morning, it didn't include any mention of God or Jesus. She didn't have a Bible sitting on her desk in plain view. She didn't start her class with a blessing. She didn't lead her students in prayer. No.
God.
Right, would it be justified to have this lawsuit in those cases then? Is that
We'll
what
take
he's
the
saying?
shortcut for now.
I mean, that's what they believe, of course. But that's, yeah, I don't know if that's what he's saying.
All she did was answer a question. Because that is what she gets paid to do. Mr. Kane will insist loudly and often that
she gets paid to communicate the school's curriculum to the students, actually, not to voice her own personal beliefs. And again, she didn't do that in the question that she answered. So.
Paid to do. Mr. Kane will insist loudly and often that faith isn't on trial. But that is exactly
All right, good night, Lena.
what is on trial. The most basic human right of all, the right
Good
to...
night, Lena.
Mr. Kane's afraid.
Love you too.
He's afraid that the jury, the touchstone of common sense, might not agree with his tortured interpretation of the Constitution. You might understand that my client has rights that trump his agenda.
Yeah, well, those rights go right out the window when she took a paycheck for being a teacher. She's not
Have I not been
allowed
showing the
to
fucking racing this whole
proselytize.
time? I'm the worst.
And that
All
in
right, I'll be right
realizing
back.
that, you will hold, as I do, that my client is guilty of no wrongdoing and innocent of any and all claims against her. Thank you very much.
And now it's become this huge deal, and all she did was answer my question.
Why do you think your parents are doing this?
Because my mom thinks it'll help me get into Stanford.
That's just ridiculous. These situations almost certainly are not going to help any kids get into any better colleges. Like, everything about this movie is based on nonsense from the top to the bottom. And they seem to just be like repeating right-wing extremist talking points that have no connection to reality whatsoever. I don't know. This is just complete garbage to me. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. And if you want to see more of this, check out my website, owenmorgan.com. I'm going to be uploading more stuff like this on there.
You're a degree-seeking scholar. This isn't just a job. It's transferable college credit. Getting you...
Hey, Kevin.
Welcome to On Democracy, FP Wellman. I am FP Wellman. Welcome joining us on the Midas Touch Network tonight. CBS News had a poll come out this week of the possible, I guess, likely Republican primary voters. And we gotta believe, this thing's shocking. It says 2024 Republican voters are looking for a nominee, and they prefer a candidate who won. 85% of them wants him to challenge woke ideas. 66% want to oppose any gun restrictions. 61% they want a guy who will say Trump won. And then 57% want someone who makes liberals angry. And that is no shit the issues we face. So a lot of us are constantly asking ourselves, do we live in unprecedented times? I'm not sure. So I'm excited to have a guest this week that's going to ask that. I'm going to ask that question, and he's going to answer. So let's get on with the show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am Fred Wellman, as mentioned before the music. This is On Democracy. Hopefully you found the right place here on the Midas Touch Network and elsewhere. I am so excited to have you with us. I do keep asking myself if we live in historic times for years now. I mean, as we've dealt with, the various issues, the book's falling down, Matt. Is this truly a historic precedent? And I turn to history. I'm a student of history myself, not a professional, but I went to the military academy. I've studied these things, and I constantly see myself ourselves, turning to the past to understand where we are. So I'm really excited to have a guest who can actually put that perspective. And I've often turned to Kevin Cruz on Twitter or in a publication to put things in perspective and understand the moment we face. And he's very, very good at that. His writing has been really, I learned so much, and not to blow smoke up on him, he's not on camera yet, I don't think. But the underpinnings, for example, the underpinnings of modern traffic jams being rooted in segregation. He was part of the 2019, he wrote a piece in 2019 for the 1619 Project. I've witnessed that here in St. Louis, where our highways are directed right through Richmond Heights, and we get a traffic jam where it doglegs around a nice neighborhood that's been there for 200 years. So I always turn to Kevin for that, so I'm thrilled to welcome Kevin Cruz to the show. Kevin, great to be here. Kevin is a professor of history at Princeton University, specializing in the political, social, and urban suburban history of 20th century America, with a particular interest in conflicts over race, rights, and religion, the making of modern conservatism. Published books and dozens of articles, and your most recent publication here on the stand, which is too thick to sit on the stand that I have. We got to buy a new stand, Matt. Is Myth America. It's a collection of essays from historians taking on the biggest legends and lies about our past. Kevin's the co-editor of that. Kevin, welcome to the show. It's great to see you from coming and dialing in from Princeton in beautiful New Jersey.
Still good to be here, Fred.
I appreciate that. You know, I joke a lot that, and Matt's sick of it, I think, the joke, but I joke that I really only had this podcast to talk to cool people and use an excuse for them to come see. Because if I have a podcast, like, I can't just call you. So anyway, I've been wanting to talk to you for years. Thanks for being my latest cool dude to hang out with. You know, I really kind of want to jump right in with that big question, right? The big question from the top. Do we live in unprecedented times? And can the history of this country tell us what comes next for all of us? I think that's sort of your basis for your work, right? I mean, do we face... Is it truly an unprecedented time, and what comes next?
Well, look, I mean, as an historian, I'm required by law to answer. Nothing's truly unprecedented. We can always, I think, find a little bit of guidance in the past for where we are.
Right.
And yet, we don't always copy the past either, right? I mean, you know, so Mark Twain's line, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
Right.
I think is pretty apt. And as for where we go from here, again, as an historian, I'm required by law to tell you that my professional training is in hindsight. I'm really not trained well to make predictions, but I'll try my best to try to maybe speculate a little bit here. But I do think, all joking aside, and those caveats aside, we really are kind of off the rails here in the last, we're kind of the Trump era. Really took a turn and injected things into our politics, our political discourse, our public life. We just thought weren't part of what this country was, right? And it's what's really been alarming is how normal a lot of it has come to feel in a short amount of time, right? And we all have that feeling of, oh, this is unprecedented, and it happens 2 or 3 times, and we suddenly think, oh, well, this is just the politics as usual.
Precedented. Right? Now it's precedented.
So that's, I think, what historians have to guard against is actually how abnormal some of this stuff is.
Okay. Yeah, and that's something, I wrote a piece the other day for my Substack. Make sure to subscribe. and it's, I was joking at the end of the Substack, talking about the Republican Party, where they are today, and how this party I was a Republican until 2015, a voter, I was never an activist, but again, this is, I always say often on the show, that this isn't the party I was part of, that this is not, that's why I joined the Lincoln Party. The Trumpism and this authoritarian movement has become very different. But a lot of people feel like they just can't accept that the party may be gone, right? And again, look at the history of my Substack. At the end of it, I made a joke for a paragraph saying, hey, whatever happened to those Whigs, right? And the Whigs went away, I think, 1861, essentially, with just before the Civil War, as the party split over slavery. So it has been unusual that we've had just 2 political parties, essentially, since the 1860s. But there is a precedent in the past that parties do go away, right? I mean, there isn't a sure thing that Republicans are going to find. And this stems from my discussions a lot of where are the reasonable Republicans that are going to save the party. Right. And a lot of us who are in this profession say, well, it's not going to be saved. I mean, what does history tell us that, again, joking about the Whigs, and I know it may not be your area, but you have watched this civil rights and the changes in our country, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, and the party system isn't fixed or permanent. We've had several iterations over 3 or 4 major systems in the past. It's gotten a little more settled into our life and kind of cemented in ways that say the Whigs weren't secure, just with the fact that both the structures of politics, from gerrymandering to kind of the regional split between the parties has really cemented a lot of their holds here. They've got certainly a big media and business interests backing up both parties, and that it might be a little harder to change. But yeah, nothing is permanent in any country's history, and certainly not in America. And what's really remarkable about the Republican change is, we often say this, this isn't your father's party. It really isn't. My dad was a Republican, and the Republican of the Reagan era, was kind of held together by three different coalitions, three different parts of a coalition. The kind of the libertarian strand, the national defense focus, and social conservatives, right? And they were all kind of held together by really a general principle of get the government off our backs, right? And so groups that you normally would find at loggerheads of the libertarians and religious right agreed on that in 1980. They both had general complaints about the government. What happened, though, is as Republicans got into power and became the government, arguments started to develop between those groups, and they found themselves more and more at odds. It's always been the kind of the social conservatives who want the party to exercise government power on behalf of their causes have largely been a minor voice. But in the Trump era, the rest of the party has come around on this idea of using government power, right? We're seeing this all over at the state level in particular. All of these laws about what you can teach in school, about trans rights, about voting rights, about incarceration. There are a lot of real heavy-handed policies coming down by Republicans at the state level. And so the idea that this is the party that's going to get government off your back when it is the government and in your lives, very visceral things like abortion rights and, things like that. It really is a remarkable shift. So you're not alone in kind of questioning what's going on with the Republican Party.
Right, and it's a very authoritarian shift, and it does talk, as we talk of these shifts, you've studied extensively the shift. In the book, there's a great, we'll probably pull from the book quite a bit in this conversation. One of my favorite Kevin Cruz things to do is torching Dinesh D'Souza regularly on the internet, on the Twitter machine, and one of the, I think the chapter you wrote in the book is about that Southern strategy, that shift in the party. So, that is kind of where we are to. It is where we've been brought this day. Why do you think they cling to that idea that there was? It seems like it's become, again, a part of this generation of Republican is denial that they were everything. Is it because they have to deny they were that other party, or where is the basis of the Southern strategy and then the shift in the party, and here we are today where it's being denied? So.
Yeah, and again, so we only have to go back to the George W. Bush years to see the really remarkable change on this. So the Southern strategy, for those you don't know, is really in the 60s, but also kind of longer than that in both directions. Early in the 60s, it kind of came to the forefront, but the Republican Party kind of turned the page on its old identity as the party of Lincoln, the party of civil rights, and decided that if it was going to win national elections, it had to make peace with Southern conservatives, Southern white conservatives. And the sticking point there was their record on civil rights. They reached out to segregationists, and they welcomed them into the party where they'd long been at odds. Now, this is an obvious story, and in the 60s, it unfolds in plain sight in terms of reporters covering it in real time, politicians themselves making statements about what they're doing. I mean, as I talk about in the essay, you've got Bill Dickinson, one of the first Republican congressmen out of Alabama, when he switches from the Democratic Party, says, "I am joining the white man's party." It's not subtle.
No.
Prentice Walker, the first Republican congressman from Mississippi, after he wins his election, he, again, another former Democrat, he switched to the party because of civil rights. The first place he goes is to a meeting of the Association for the Protection of the White Race, a Klan front. This is not subtle. The Mississippi Republican Party in 1964 puts an embrace of segregation in its official party platform in 1964. Again, none of this is hidden. And we've known about this. Again, if you look at the archives for Nixon and Goldwater, it's all over their private documents. They talk about it in their memoirs. Nixon's strategists talk about this in the press. Kevin Phillips in 1970 is talking to the New York Times on the record about how they're going to get Negro-phobe white voters in the South to switch to the Republican Party. Okay, so all of this was on the record, which meant in the Bush era, there was a really, I think, a sincere effort on the part of the Bush administration to own up to this and turn the page. There was a real desire, I think, on the part of the Bush-era Republicans, whatever criticisms I have about Bush, I'm not a huge Bush fan, but on this point, I think there was a real sincere effort to turn the page. Bush himself, his cabinet was multiracial. We had Condi Rice and Colin Powell and Alberto Gonzalez. Tried to make real liberal moves on immigration reform. I think born out of his experiences in Texas. I think he understood that issue and really tried to change it. And as part of that, the party acknowledged this past and apologized for it. Two different chairmen of the RNC, Ken Millman and Michael Steele, at different times made speeches where they acknowledged this and apologized for it. I think it was a sincere effort to turn the page. Yep. Well, 10 years later, we get into the Trump era, and rather than trying to turn the page from that racist past, they were doing policies that echoed it. And so they couldn't apologize for this thing because they thought there was nothing to apologize for. So some people struck upon a really interesting idea, which was to pretend it never happened, right? So D'Souza does a lot of this. Political scientist Carol Swain wrote a piece in which she did a thing for Prager University, that's the springboard for my piece in the Myth America collection, about how the Southern strategy never happened and it was simply invented out of nothing by liberal academics in our own time. It's crazy. I mean, it is insane to argue this. The idea that I would have to write an essay showing that the Southern strategy was not a myth, if you told me that 10 years ago, I would have laughed at you. It was like, it'd be like, talking about the sun being the center of the solar system. We all know this, right? Right. So, but that's what I had to do in this piece, and sadly, it's necessary because it's really been a push on the part of these partisans to deny this very obvious fact of history.
Do you think? I think it's almost like they want to embrace those policies, so you have to, you have to skip that middle part. And those who everyone you just described is a rhino now, right?
Right. Yeah.
I had Michael Steele on the show a couple months ago. Like, same thing. Those guys are the rhinos now because they want to accept this past and acknowledge it. It's sad, but it does tie in.
And let me just say, the really ironic thing here is that the people who see themselves as kind of the real conservative Republicans,
right?
In erasing the Southern strategy story, they're erasing the story of what Goldwater transformed the party, right? Of Reagan's transformations, right? They're ignoring the real work. They're pretending that it was all kind of on autopilot from Lincoln to today and nothing changed. It's really remarkable.
It's bizarre. I mean, I can't tell you how often my mentions, as I think I mentioned in our pre-show, how it's nice to read comments that don't hate me. But the ones that do are always like, the Democrats, the KKK. I'm like, yeah, thanks for that history lesson. I had no idea. I had the unique experience of living in Richmond during the George Floyd protest. And I actually attended several events around the Robert Lee Monument, during that long occupation, that disgraceful monument to racism. A fascinating history there about how it was built. Why are these statues, I mean, again, tying into that what we just talked about, where they're rewriting history, this passion for the monument. And the monuments matter so much, and I'll tell you a personal part of it. The Charlottesville riots, and if those who watch the show are new, may not know, but my son-in-law is a National Guardsman of Virginia. At the time, he was a military policeman. My son-in-law guarded the Lee statue in Charlottesville during the Unite the Right rally. I have this visceral reaction to that day because I actually just got knee surgery, so I was stuck at home on a couch watching and every now and then I'd catch a glimpse of the soldiers in uniform and riot gear in the distance defending a fucking statue from conservatives, I'm doing air quotes, because of that. How does this all of a sudden this can't move on monuments play into that, and why is it so important that these things don't come down or they become symbols for their movement?
Yeah, it's really, the monument struggle is really interesting because the people who are defending them always say, this isn't about hate, this isn't about heritage, this is history we're protecting.
It's now history.
Okay, first of all, as an historian, let me just assure people listening at home, when we teach history, we actually don't use monuments. we use books and primary documents.
That's weird.
It's much easier to get them into the classroom than to lug a statue in, okay? So first of all, that's not the point. Second of all, we have to remember, these statues aren't some sort of history that was rooted in the South in 1865 and 1866, right after the Civil War, right? These are statues that were created long after the fact. Most of them in the 1910s and 1920s, at kind of the depths of Jim Crow. Another wave in the 1950s and 1960s during the Civil Rights Movement. And there's no accident that they appeared in those times, because they were not an effort to preserve history. They themselves were an effort to rewrite history, to advance this idea of a lost cause in which the Civil War wasn't about slavery. It was a noble cause. It wasn't about treason against the United States. These were good people and we should revere them. But also, we should revere the social order they represented. They were fighting to preserve slavery and white supremacy, and we need to hold that true today. And so you mentioned the one in Charlottesville. I went to school in Chapel Hill.
There you go.
And we had a statue there called Silent Sam.
Silent Sam.
And it was still on campus. It's gone now, but it was still on campus when I was there in the 90s.
Yep.
And we didn't really know the history of this. We knew it was vaguely Confederate, but in the time since, we've dug into the history of Silent Sam, and all you have to do to understand what these statues meant is to listen to the people who put them up.
Right.
All these speeches, all these statues had speeches that were given of dedication. The one in Chapel Hill, the guy behind it literally says, when we put the statue up, he reminisces about how not far from here, I whipped a Negro wench until her shirt was dripping with blood, right? And this statue is to remind her and people like her of the proper order. It's not subtle, okay? I always said if somebody wants to defend a Confederate monument, they should have to go read the speech that was given to dedicate that monument to a multiracial crowd today and see if they can get through it without realizing what they're endorsing. So these statues were themselves an effort to rewrite history. And also, we often hear people say, oh, well, these were a product of their time. You can't judge them by 2023. These were a product of their time. Whenever they were done, the 1910s, 1950s, these are a product of their time. No, people at the time saw what these were about. Yep. People at the time objected to them. Yep. And if you read this essay by Karen Cox in Myth America, who tackles this brilliantly, Karen notes that when these monuments went up, people were objecting to them. They were largely African Americans in the North, right? And so if you count them as people, and I think you should, then you can't say no one objected to them. People saw them at the time for what they were, and we've got to see them for what they were right now.
That's brilliant, and that ties nicely into my next question about the chapter that follows later from Glenda Gilmore about the myth of the good civil rights protest, right? And I really enjoyed that one because we talk about how there's this idea that those were very peaceful and civil, and of course Martin Luther King was a very peaceful, gentle man. And one of my favorites, I don't know if I'm sure you've seen it, The Rebellious Life of Mrs. Rosa Parks, the documentary on Netflix. We had Soledad O'Brien on the show a couple months ago. Yeah. She's one of the producers, and shows that not only was Mrs. Rosa Parks not this sweet old little lady who was just tired from a lot of, she was a young woman actually, and she was one hard-hitting activist, right? And so that it's interesting for Glenda to go into that this backlash, but I do see this myth. But I also can't help to see the action now is similar, right? With the outburst of protest intensity, the gun death, the reaction, but the reaction from the Republican supermajority to the reaction that it goes to that myth that this is the wrong way to protest, right? That was the good protest, right? I mean, talk a little bit about what that concept and how it frames the arguments we're having today. Even as we speak right now, Zoe Zephyr has been forced out of her position in the Montana legislature, is working out the hallway, right? So do you think that good protest idea frames that thing? Because I actually am writing a piece right now. Absolutely. Because they all use decorum, right? But decorum, right?
Yeah. So what Glenda talks about is we've reduced Martin Luther King Jr. in every possible way. On MLK Day, politicians, especially in the Republican Party, will trot out the only one line they think he ever spoke from the March on Washington about the content of their character, not the color of their skin. They've all got that one down. Without realizing that he was much more complex than that. Even if all you ever read from him is the I Have a Dream speech, it talks about police brutality, it talks about poverty, talks about militarism, talks about voting rights, talks about a whole lot of other things that we're still arguing about today. So King himself was much more complex, especially later in his life, right? But the last year of his life, King's approval rating in polls is like 33%. Yep. I mean, he was assassinated for a reason. A lot of people hated him. Right. But we have simplified and sterilized Martin Luther King Jr. now to the point where it's a simple story of he stood up, told us all racism was bad, we erased racism, problem solved. Right? So he's become very simple in both his argument, but also his tactics, right? King was disruptive, right? They held demonstrations to demonstrate how deeply racist America could be in a variety of ways. The government, private businesses, lots of different complaints here. And they did so in ways that were disruptive. You often hear people say, oh, well, this march is going to block traffic or it's going to hurt downtown business. That's the point. You want to disrupt things in order to get people's attention. But again, we have sterilized and sanitized King to the point, as Glenda notes in his piece, that he has become this saint that everyone loves and no one can imagine anyone was upset with. And what that does is it removes King at some distance from protest today. And they hold up that false image of King as a counterpoint to Black Lives Matter and other groups today to say, you're not protesting the right way.
Right.
Actually, they're protesting just like King. I mean, it was remarkable in terms of their complaints, in terms of the strategies, in terms of the techniques, in terms of the PR reach. It's all a lot of the same. I mean, there are some differences, but I mean, the echoes there are really important. But this issue of this image of the good civil rights protest is meant to undercut any kind of effort to draw a connection between the past and the present when it really is there.
Right, and you see it, and I was actually doing some research today, and it was interesting to me that in the three cases I'm looking at right now, we've all seen, right? Tennessee, the Tennessee 3, in Montana with Miss Zephyr being kicked out, with others. The quote they're actually saying to kick these legislators out and silence them is decorum. They violated decorum, right? and this sounds eerily familiar to me, right? They didn't like how the kids were like, and I was bringing up the one in Texas. I don't know if you saw the video from Texas last night where the state troopers beat up some LGBTQ T activists because the House Speaker felt they were violating decorum, right? So that it almost feels like here we are. I mean, I think you just threw sepia tone on these videos, we'd be right back where we were, right? I mean,
and the complaint about decorum was one King got all the time, right? You know, you're being rude, you're being too aggressive, you're being too pushy, you're violating our sense of peace. He talks about this in the letter from a Birmingham jail. He talks directly to white moderates who are saying, go slow, you're pushing too hard, you're being too rude. Right? And what I find amazing is when these state legislators keep on saying, oh, we don't want any critical race theory. In Texas, they said you should read two things, the March on Washington speech and the letter from Birmingham jail. Terrific. I think the person suggesting that should actually read them because I don't think he has.
Right.
Because they're full of critical race theory. They're full of all this stuff that they're complaining about today. The connections are crystal clear.
Because they've only read the quotes, right? They got the Cliff Notes version.
Yeah, they know one line and that's it.
Right, exactly. And that leads, and that goes to a great, again, segue number 19, I think, the white backlash chapter, which is, you know, as we watch these insane attacks on transgender care, I'm in Missouri, as I mentioned, the state AG right now is trying to use a rule, issue a decree basically outlawing gender-affirming care for any Missourian, any age, by putting all these rules in place. They have to have all these things, and it's before the courts right now. I read the chapter of White Backlash, which was basically putting the onus on black civil rights. You know, and I thought that was a fascinating chapter of how the idea. But here we are in 2023, and we're in the exact same place. The onus is being placed on the protesters. The woman who was beat up in Texas last night by state troopers. By the way, dozens of state troopers, while there was a manhunt allegedly for a mass murderer, they had plenty of time to go beat up peaceful protesters, and so that backlash. So again, past is precedent. Here we are again with a backlash. And in the last note, I was talking to somebody very dear to me, very close to me, who I love, and this person told me, this person's of the boomer generation, and it's Dylan Mulvaney thing, and the Bud Light issue, right, where they sent a beer can to Dylan Mulvaney, who's a transgender activist, and this person said to me, well, you know, you have to understand, they're just shoving it down our throats.
Yeah.
They literally said to me, they're moving too fast. And then I read this chapter on White Backlash, and I'm like, shit. So here we are again, Kevin. Talk to me. Where do we navigate our asses out of this? I mean, we're in the same place, right? And what do I tell a protester like, yeah, this happened fucking 40 years ago, too, or 50 years ago?
The chapter you're talking about by Larry Glickman at Cornell is, I think, just a brilliant piece. And as someone who's written about this topic, he really helped me kind of rethink how we frame it. And what Larry says is that this trope of white backlash, that phrase backlash, is really not the right one to use. Okay. Because what it does is, it puts all blame on the other side. That you have, in his accounting, you're talking about civil rights gains by African Americans, but as you note, you can use this for any kind of political backlash. It's certainly true today. And what it does is it says, well, those people provoked me, right? By insisting on their rights or just existing. They were shoving it down our throats. And our response is reactive. It's not our fault. We didn't start this, right? And we're going to push back on this. But also, there's a way in which the press talks about these things as if it's almost, you know, a natural phenomenon, right? Like, well, who could, if this was inevitable, they push for civil rights, you're going to have a backlash. No, a backlash is like any other social movement. It's got people behind it. Right. It's got people who push an agenda, whether you agree with it or not, it's like any kind of social movement. They push an agenda. They get things into the national dialogue. They are pressing for changes they want, right? And just because it's pushing back against someone as they perceive it doesn't mean it's any less of a conscious effort, right? And so what Larry's piece does is take people who are engaged in white backlash seriously, right? Treat them like you would any other social movement, with an agenda, with aims, with funders or whatever, and really take it seriously. And don't just assume this is a natural state of being, right? Because it lets the people engaged in this backlash off the hook. After that trope of pushing it down our throats, I could do a Google search in newspapers for that phrase, and it would go back to, I don't know how far back, but certainly through the 50s and 60s.
Right.
And what's remarkable is, again, things that now we wouldn't think of as being pushed down our throats were thought of in that way. People demanding civil rights change on the ground, representation in the media.
Catholics, right? I mean,
when you would have
almost
black
frame
actors on TV or film.
Oh, yeah.
An interracial friendship, you're pushing that down our throat. An interracial relationship, how dare you? You're pushing that down our throat, right? So these things now that we all take as normal, were seen at the time as things that Hollywood was pushing down our throats. So I think we need to have that longer perspective to understand that this is all part of a much longer process.
Yeah, and we have to take the fight. I mean, Moms for Liberty, for example, is very well funded. It's not grassroots by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
It is a very well funded far right organization. It is white backlash. It's still actually white backlash, I could argue, if they're trying to get rid of CRT and the books they ban are ones that have to do any of the African American experience or LGBTQ experience as sexualizing. And it's gotten, I think, even more caustic with everything's porn. Well, why do you want porn? No, it's good. I'm an old soldier, and I talk a lot when I write, and I talk about how we didn't end fascism in the 40s by acting like it wasn't happening, right? There was a global, once we did push back for a long time, not want to participate, but when we did, finally, we had a war, and we ended it that way. And I often say these culture war issues that are sometimes easily dismissed in other parts of the country are very real wars here in Missouri, for example, or places like Tennessee or Montana where they're. Do you think from the movies that pass, there's more our government? I mean, in your studies, is there more the Biden administration honestly could be doing? Is there more that we as activists could be doing to fight this rising authoritarianism, these attacks on our freedom? I mean, does history give us any guide on how is it maybe a better way for us to fight back? As we mentioned, just like this grassroots movement, which really isn't a grassroots movement.
Well, that's a great question. I mean, yeah, I would say I think the Department of Justice could be a little more involved with some of these things on the ground. I know they've got their hands full with a million different things.
Yeah.
I know there are good people there who mean well, but I'm always in favor of a little more aggression.
Yeah.
And by that I mean it's involvement and protecting people's rights, not thinking that this is something that is kind of fair game up for political debate. There are certain lines of safety and citizenship that should be preserved for all of us. And I think the DOJ probably has its hands full there, but it could be doing more.
Yeah.
I think what we can all do on our own is to push back against the framing of this as, again, and I use the culture war framing myself, but I think it's probably a mistake because it implies there are kind of two equal sides fighting over something that's kind of up in the air when it really is, marginalized communities fighting for their very existence, if not their lives. And that I think is troubling. And I think we can all kind of stand up for that a little more firmly. The media, I think, has a responsibility. I know they are constantly going on these kind of, Trump diner safaris. You probably get them in Missouri, I'm sure. They love Ohio and Pennsylvania, but Missouri will get them too. And, it's important to try to understand where people are coming from, but there's a line between understanding and validating. And what we learned in the 60s is we had the kind of, far fringe cranks out there. They didn't get a national spotlight. They weren't interviewed on Meet the Press, or Face the Nation. They maybe had a mimeographed handbill that reached a small audience. Thanks to Twitter and social media, they've got a national platform already. I don't know why the media feels the need to kind of amplify them, but they do. But I think we've got to really be aware that this isn't just politics as usual, right? There is, as we noted at the start, a much more authoritarian trend taking place in the Republican Party, and I think it's reaching an alarming point. And I think we all need to be on guard in it. And I think the last thing I'll say is to dovetail back to something we touched on a couple times. A lot of this is happening at the state level, and I think for the national media, the shiny object has long been national politics, and they kind of assume, local media is going to cover the state house. Well, local media has been eviscerated. And so I think we all need to really be watching what's going on in these state legislatures. I'm from Tennessee. The Tennessee State House has been in national news for interesting reasons lately. And we're seeing a light shine on these people who aren't used to it. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
There was a comedian, I think, who had a line about most people who are in state politics are only there because they have skeletons in their closet that preclude them from rising to higher office. So there's going to be a lot, I think, they can dig up there.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you got to the point. Tennessee Holler are the folks that expose, it's like a one-man show. He's exposing all this stuff in Tennessee.
Great stuff, yeah.
And that's that horrifying story out of Oklahoma where they caught him on tape talking about actually murdering journalists, and that was caught by a local paper that doesn't even have a website. Doesn't even have a website. They had to use a QR code on their print paper so people could get the tape. So you're right. I mean, the power of those locals, and I think it's gratifying to me because we joke on the show a lot that I'm still weirdly optimistic about things. I don't know how it's possible, but here I am. And that weird optimism is just that the power of that larger social media and the connection we have is that those folks are getting the attention they need. I think the last question I'll go to on topical is more of a personal one as we kind of wrap. Like, look, I don't think this is what you planned on when you got your PhD, right? I mean, you've put up with a lot of attacks. I've watched it unfold. I've been blessed to follow you for many years now. You put up with the Dinesh D'Souza and the nut jobs. And you were part of the 1692 project. That came with a whole baggage full of you. You've had people go through your writings. I mean, how did you get here to this moment where you went from, let's face it, most historians sit in like offices like yours with books and they're dusty and you're writing your books, but you're much more active. You're a different kind of historian. How did you get to this moment where you're so involved in our national discussion?
I was dragged in kicking and screaming.
So many of us, right?
The idea that I would, if you told my wife, a decade ago that her husband was going to be on social media and be known, she would have laughed at you. I didn't have a cell phone until 2002. I was never on Facebook or anything like that. I was a Luddite for that stuff. I mean, but it was my publisher, my second book, came out in 2015. Basic Books said, you got to be on Twitter these days. We want our office to be on Twitter to do this stuff. And so I was on there for, 6 months or so doing kind of, on this day in history, this happened. And fine, that's fine, but who cares? It was real anodyne stuff, and it felt fake. And then it was actually the fight of the Confederate monuments in 2015. When I saw some really wrong, just fundamentally wrong takes about Southern history, about Southern politics, about the civil rights struggle, about the Civil War online, and I just broke me. I thought I was like, okay, I'm coming out swinging, and I don't care anymore, and I'm not gonna just be kind of the nice ask a historian. I'm gonna weigh in as I really feel here, and it was kind of liberating. I found that there are people out there who really engage in it, and I was by no means the only one, definitely not the first. But a lot of historians were on there, and we discovered, there's a real hunger for history out there, right? And I think, like doctors have a duty to push back against the anti-vaccine nonsense, or a climate scientist to push back against the global warming hoaxes, historians have a certain set of expertise, and we can't assume the general public has it. They don't have it, but they want it. And so we have a duty, like those other groups, to get involved, to come out of I could easily have stayed in the ivory tower. I would have been much more productive. I would have had more books. I would have had more money. It would have been much better in every way. I would have had more sleep, less stress in my life. But I think we have a duty to push back against this. And as you know, on social media, a lot of people who are from different marginalized communities catch a lot of shit on there.
Yep.
And I am a straight white Christian male. I'm a tenured professor at a private institution in the Northeast. I have no excuse not to wade in here. I catch, for all the crap I catch 1% of what some of my colleagues get. So I have no excuse to hold back. So I had to develop some very thick skin and wade into it. But I really do think it's something that there's a need for. And luckily, a lot of us have kind of waded into the trenches to try to do it.
Well, it matters. I mean, that's why I stumbled on you too, right? That time frame with the monuments and the deal, what we were dealing with there in Virginia. I was living there. That battle for the soul of our nation. That's kind of what I think. And that's what I'll finish on. Is this is about the soul of our nation. This is the battle for America. What is America really? And what is America for everyone? Because like you said, men that look like us, two white males with very much privileges. I used to give speeches about my entrepreneurship journey, and then like I was some kind of hero because I lost my job and I started a business. And I was like, wait a minute, I went to Harvard for grad school on the Army's dime. Okay, maybe that's not such a hard Scrabble story after all, you know what I mean? And then it kind of had this transformation. It's about the same time as yours. I was like, wait a minute, I used to be conservative. And
all right, gang, I'm gonna call it a night. Get some sleep. Love you guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow.
I was like, wait a minute, maybe I'm not seeing the real story here of myself, and then I'll leave this.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They don't say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young, baby, I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young. Baby, I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody